I have to do this. I know you don't want me to touch you, but the guy held my hand like this, and then he put his thumb in the middle and would rub. It was so bad. I was like, there's a worm in there. That's crazy. Welcome to Wine About It.
Welcome to Wine About It.
Welcome to Wine About It.
Welcome to Wine About It. Welcome back, everybody. Oh my gosh, podcast has started. It has been a smooth sailing so far.
Do you guys like the podcast so far? I know listeners at home do, because they didn't know what happened before. That's why you should never miss us live on Twitch, because there was cool stuff that happened before we said editor start here. Anyway, hello everybody. How is your month of frickin' June?
Yeah. It is now July.
It is now July.
Happy July, everybody.
This is July's episode. We only do an episode once a month. And time flies when you're having a podcast a month, I would say.
I know I should have said this before that we said the editor thing, but also, guys, we have credits at the end of the stream this time for subs, because I don't want to thank subs on on Spotify and stuff. So there's a big credit, and all your names go across the screen if you sub.
And at the end, we'll read all your names.
Yeah.
So they will still go on Spotify. They'll just do it at the end.
Yeah.
It's cool and PogChamp, and you should... Oh, wow. Subs are already coming in, but we're not thanking you right now. So I didn't... Welcome to Wine About It.
Welcome to Wine About It.
We actually have a lot to talk about. Number one thing to talk about is I made a mistake.
I'm scared. This podcast might start with me getting mad at Cutie Cinderella, because I still don't know the reason why that stream was canceled this morning.
She doesn't.
We should start there. Okay, so
no, we're not starting there, because I have a more important mistake to tell you about.
Oh, God. Okay.
I just took a shower. Remember that?
I do remember
I just
that.
took one. And I got out of the shower.
Yeah.
And I don't have my tanning glove. I lost it. But one time on TikTok, I saw a girl put tanning solution in a spray bottle. And so I did that. So it hasn't shown up yet.
Oh my God, we're canceled at the end of the podcast.
But throughout the podcast, I don't know what I'm going to look like, because it's like a spray tan.
I told you I have powder bronzer. We could have just used so much bronzer.
I know.
You have bronzer. Why don't you just...
Am I maybe allergic? Look at all these...
I can't do this anymore.
Polka dots.
I'm literally flying back tonight.
Oh my God, wait. Do you see those, though? All those bumps?
A little. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, no. It's...
Saved.
I'll be good.
She'll be fine. So you guys will stay and watch how this goes. I would not worry about it. They're not bad. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah. We'll see. I'll be fine.
So Cutie used a spray bottle to do spray tan it was her first time trying to do it, right before we went live for Wine About It. So we're going to see how that goes. Audio listeners, she looks terrible.
I look really pale right now, but I'm hoping to not be.
We'll wait and see.
We'll wait and see.
Okay. So then what I was saying before is we were supposed to do a stream this morning. We were supposed to do a cat cafe stream with me and Cutie and Myth and Peter Park.
It would have been fun.
And it was at 11:30. So I flew out. I left at 6 a.m. to make an 8 a.m. flight this morning. I got 3 hours of sleep so I could be here for the IRL. And then I land and I take my phone off airplane mode and I get a message that's like, canceled. And she hasn't told me why yet. She was like, I'll tell you in 2 hours. I'll save it for the podcast.
Dude, I just don't know. I don't know if I'm ready to dive in here. This is a whirlwind of a story.
I have so many stories, by the way. We have so much to talk about. This episode might be kind of long, honestly.
No way.
I have so much to talk about.
I always think... Okay, here we go. Here we go, everybody. This is the reason that the Cat Cafe was canceled today. And it all starts 2 days ago. So... I guess 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, Ludwig gets invited to go play, the wine review. I see the requests. Oh, yeah, we'll take a quick pause here.
Don't get one guy.
We should probably get, everybody loves the wine review. We might as well start it. I think this was maybe supposed to be in the fridge, but I didn't put it in the fridge.
It does look like it was supposed to be in the fridge. This wine was a gift, which is actually really sweet and nice.
From Japan. And I think I am not going to like it, but it was a gift, so I will say I do.
Okay, well.
But I think the reason I think I'm not going to like it is because I don't like most things.
Right.
I'm really picky.
Right.
I don't even like the wine we drink every week.
Plum wine. Yeah, Cutie and I don't like wine.
Yeah, we actually don't.
I drink beer.
like
I
wine.
never drink wine.
I drink whiskey.
Hachi.
It's plum wine.
Hachimitsu.
CDawg voice actor, also otherwise known as Connor, otherwise known as Kona, brought us this wine from Japan. It's very nice of him. I feel bad because it was when Ludwig gave it to me on stream, I said, ew, which is not what you should say when you get a gift.
That is not nice. That is not nice at all.
But I thought they were balls.
Chat, you know what's stupid? I can read 2 out of the 3 Japanese alphabets, but I don't speak Japanese. So I know what these characters mean, so I can read it.
What do they mean?
But I don't, like, this is a ha, and that's a chi, and that's a mi, but I don't actually know what it means when I read it.
Oh.
Isn't that crazy and stupid?
Yeah.
I can read and write in 2 of the alphabets, but I don't speak Japanese.
That's weird. That doesn't make sense.
Anyway, I guess it's plum wine. It's plum
wine. It's got like wine. It's got big. Ooh, sorry. Big plums. There are actually 3 of them, and Connor said we should try those at the end too. It was actually insanely nice of him to give this to me because I think what he did, he came from Japan, and I think he had like just a few bottles of stuff he brought in case he needed to give gifts, which is like also just the sweetest human thing in the world. And we got one of those gifts. So sweet. That is weird because we didn't have to use the wine opener today. What does it smell like?
Alcohol.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh my god. Is this wine?
It smells
or
like.
Is this sake?
It smells like sweet nail polish. Serve it on ice. Wait, actually, I don't want to go get ice. Should I? Do I have to?
No, we're just gonna taste it like this. Okay. I'm gonna drink half of this. You're gonna drink the other half.
People are really mad we don't have ice.
You know what? Here, actually, we just both drink this. Okay.
But the audio listeners didn't get to hear the pour.
Okay, pour more for yourself then.
No, attitude. I'll get ice.
No, you're not gonna go get ice. We.
Chat, give me some ice. My chat would do it.
Are you ready?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
You're treating it like it's scary. It's not scary.
It is scary. I'm gonna take this like a shot. I'm not sipping this.
What? I'm sipping it?
It smells like... Okay,
Connor
fine,
got it for us.
I'll sip the first one.
Ooh, oh.
Tastes like alcohol.
I have a lot of feelings. It's so sweet. Whoa.
Whoa.
This is interesting. I see why ice would make this better. It's like really, really sweet, but has an alcohol burn.
Yeah, it
on
burns
my
tongue.
tongue.
It
more
burned
than
my
anything.
eyes. My eyes went in here when I went to take a sip of it.
What's
My
the
eyes
percentage
burned.
on this?
I don't think it's that much. That's why I'm confused.
It smells.
I see a 15% at the top of this, and then
It smells more like alcohol than it tastes like alcohol.
yeah.
Okay,
What's the name? Choya.
Choya is the name.
Choya. Dakedetsu kurimashita.
She is a percentage Japanese. She can say it.
I'm 50% Japanese.
She gets the pass. Huh. So it's not too... I would like it with ice, but I don't want to get ice right now. So what am I supposed to do? Oh. I'm just supposed to get ice. Is the consensus.
Thank you, Connor.
Thank you, Connor!
It was really sweet and thoughtful.
It was actually really thoughtful.
It was really nice.
I can't sip it without ice.
You don't sip it.
You definitely are supposed to sip it.
Okay, but did you see what I just did?
I think it's good. It just smells so strong. I'm going to I'll get ice.
Are you being serious?
Not right now because we just started. So I'm going to open a different bottle of wine. Right now, we're going to drink that until we finish it, and then we will get ice when we're more drink. What did Connor say?
Oh, is he here?
Yeah, what did he say?
I'm so sorry.
What do you mean? Chill it in the fridge? I would like to make it very clear that Connor did not tell me to chill it in the fridge.
This is crazy.
What?
How have we not seen that?
Oh no, I saw that.
I didn't see that.
I think it's good. I just want some ice. It smells bad, but it tastes good. Sorry, Maya's mom texted her and she was laughing.
She's lying.
I'm lying. Why does it smell so bad? But I like it. But it smells bad.
How many people are here?
It's good.
$14,000.
Wow, I can't wait to drink that with ice.
We're famous. I want to drink wine now. I'm ready. I'm ready.
That
I'm
is
so
our
ready for this
wine.
Yes, I want to drink red wine now. I'm ready. I went to a restaurant and I got a flight of wine and the waitress told me about it. It was very fancy and they all tasted the same, but they were apparently very different. Can we drink now?
Yes, that was our wine. I would like to make that very clear. But I'm going to get ice for it later, and it's going to be way better. Very excited about that. I feel like you haven't been nice enough about our gift.
I don't even know Connor. Do I?
You should. He's very nice.
I believe that he's very... I was like, thank you. It was really sweet. I do appreciate it.
It's like being even nicer.
Is she being really cringe today? Is this me or is she being like extra cringe today? I feel like
I'm trying to compensate for the thing I said about it looking like testicles.
Okay.
But yes. Thank you, Connor. You would like him. He's great.
Why did you just touch me? Stop.
Okay. She would like it. Well, our wine review is it's sweet and it smells way more alcoholic.
Yeah. It smells a lot worse than it tastes.
Do you want to grab that small bottle behind you? That's twist off.
The little baby bottle?
Little baby bottle. Second bottle of wine already. Ooh, they're crazy. We're going to drink that with ice, though. Okay, so it might not be twist off. Oh, is it carbonated? Oh!
Oh my god.
It's dripped on me. Okay. Second bottle is a 2017 Pinot Noir.
Pinot Noir.
La Crema, 40 years of winemaking experience. Made in Sonoma County. It's 13.5% alcohol.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. In the words of Maya, she'll be like, wait, why am I so drunk? Even though we're drinking an 18% last time.
What?
Remember that wine we had last time was such a high percentage, and the whole time you're like, why am I drunk?
18%.
It was so high. What was it? I don't know what it was, but it was so high.
40%.
It was, I don't know what bottle we had.
I was so gone. I was so drunk on the last podcast. That was bad. That was genuinely bad. I'm embarrassed by it. I never want to do it again.
It's the first time that I had to end the podcast. I was like,
cringe.
I've got to end this.
That was cringe. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. All right. It's so hot in here, by the way.
Wine review? Are you ready? You already took a sip? That's actually really fucked up.
Oh, do we take sips together?
No, I guess not.
I forgot. I think it's good.
No, you don't.
It's going to be really good with ice.
It's not good.
It's fine. I think we need to not keep our wine in here because it's so hot.
It tastes like if you soaked like the bark of a redwood tree in vinegar outside for like a while.
Oh, gross. I'll drink it. Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah,
I
it's
prefer
not
the stuff Connor got
You
us.
keep the wine in there?
With ice.
That is kind of crazy that it just sits in here.
I mean, it doesn't usually. Usually it's in the kitchen and I bring it out here, but I asked Christine to put it in here so it'd be easier for us to get.
Oddly specific. I've eaten a lot of bark in my life.
Well, I don't know if you should tell people about that one, but
Only when I've been really drunk, though.
Anyway, okay, well, I'm ready now. I'm focused. I'm locked in.
All right, we're locked in, and we're continuing on with the story of why I got 3 hours of sleep and left this morning at 6 a.m. to make an 11:30 a.m. stream that was canceled.
So
why was it canceled?
I try to keep my IRL streams when Maya's in town because then I have a shower-upper. So I have 3 shower-uppers in my life. These are people that I don't get nervous about asking them to come to things. And that is Maya, Myth, Minx. That's it. I don't get nervous about it. I don't Ludwig, but Ludwig doesn't count because he's like my boyfriend. That's the same as like me asking my dad to show up. You know what I'm saying? Like It's the same. Of course Ludwig, but I actually try not to invite Ludwig too much because I get a lot of the whole people only watch you because you're Ludwig's girlfriend, right. And it's lame and cringe, and so
right.
Yeah, but. Whenever I have something really important, I make sure he's a part of it. But if it's just a cat cafe, then, we ask the shower-uppers. And so I planned it when Maya was in town. I'm like, this is great. I had used the credit from Girls Trip, which went to waste because they wouldn't let me use it again. So I just lost more money than I'd like to say today, but that's fine. But 2 weeks ago or something like that, Mr. Beast called Ludwig and asked Ludwig to be on like his League of Legends team for this like invitational show match versus Ninja. And then Ludwig said he was bad, and so then Mr. Beast put him on Ninja's team because he was like perfect and kind of sabotaged the team.
Okay.
It was really, really cool. Mostly because I love League of Legends. I really, really do. I love watching it. I'm slightly jealous that I didn't get to play, but that's fine. But essentially we had to go to Vegas, and I couldn't make up my mind if I wanted to go to Vegas or not because I've been so busy lately that I just didn't decide until
day of
Friday.
Okay.
So Friday, and then we were supposed to go Saturday. The other complicated thing about me is I don't fly on airplanes.
Right.
If I can avoid it.
Right.
So if it's a 4-hour drive to Vegas, I'm going to drive the 4 hours. Which is, I don't know, lame. But Ludwig could go on the private jet with everybody else. And a private jet is like a worse version of a normal plane. Am I crazy?
I've never been on one, but smaller planes are harder and would be harder on you. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, so I'm like a little scared of the private jet. I'm like, I'm not going to go on a private jet and I'm not going to fly on a normal plane alone, so I'll just drive. And I decided the night before, I was like, okay, I'll go. So then I was like, well, maybe Minx would want to go.
Yeah, she's afraid of flying. She doesn't like turbulence.
Yeah, I'm really afraid of flying.
I think she'd have a hard time in a small plane.
I'm scared. And so I was like, well, maybe Minx would want to go. Plus, I knew the Botez sisters were already going. So I call Minx on Friday, and I'm like, Minx, do you want to go down to Vegas with me on tomorrow? Like, do you want to drive down? And she gets really excited. She's like, road trip. And she's in the car with the Botezes, and she's like, road trip. And everyone's like, road trip. And I was like, wow, this was such a positive reception to this. Like, I've never had that much positive feedback on a 4-hour drive.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is the plane ride is maybe like 30 minutes versus a 4-hour drive.
Right.
Yeah. But they're all excited, and then they're all down to come. And Minx was like, that's fine. Like, I can film some content down there. And so Alex and Andrea canceled their plane tickets, which is so sweet of them. They didn't need to do that.
Yeah, I would not do that.
Yeah, no, they canceled their plane tickets to go on this road trip. And Minx hires a cameraman because she's like, oh, I'll film some stuff in Vegas while I'm there. And then the Botezes come, so it's me, Andrea, Alex, Minx, and cameraman. And I'm like, oh, yeah, whose name is Ernesto, by the way, and Minx kept calling him Andrea called him Fernando like multiple times, and I kept correcting her, and it was a little awkward.
That is tough.
Yeah, it was tough. But anyway, so I have a Subaru. Chat knows I have a Subaru. It's, a little 5-seater Subaru. We love it. But I was like, I want to make this a little more special, and so I'm like I want it to be more comfortable. So I go to rent a car. And I'm looking through all the different car rental places, and I'm like, oh, what about Toro, which is that company that like drops the car off to you?
Okay.
And they usually do like luxury cars.
Okay.
But I'm like Googling Toro, and I find this coupon for like $150 off, and I'm like, great. So then it made it the same price that like getting an airport car rental would be, and so I'm like, awesome. So I'm looking through Toro, and I'm trying to find a car that'll work, and I find like a Dodge Caravan or something like this. And I book it at like midnight, and the guy messages me, and he's like, oh, so this car actually has a flat tire, you can't rent it, will you cancel it? And I was like, okay. So I go to like the cancellation thing, and it has you choose like your reason, and my reason was driver wants to cancel, and I push next, and they're like, you need to have your driver cancel this. And I'm like, okay. So then I messaged the driver, and he was like, He was like kind of weird about it, trying to get me to cancel it, and then finally he just canceled it. I was like, great. So I've like lost 30 minutes of our time. I do it again. I find another car. It was like a BMW. It was a little nicer. And so I booked that. I'm like, great, this is exciting. Same thing happens. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like we're just gonna have to take the Subaru. Let me try one more car. So I find this pretty bad car. It's like one of those big, it's like a Tahoe. I found like a Tahoe. And I'm like, I'll just try one more time. I go to book it. I book it. The guy messages me instantly. And I'm like, oh, great. This is so exciting. And he's like, what time do you need it there by? And I was like, 9 a.m. He's like, awesome. We'll be there, blah, blah. So I wake up at 9 a.m. and he's not here. And he messages me, and he's like, oh, I'll be there at 9:30.
Okay.
Okay, great. And so then Alex, Andrea, Minx, and Ernesto all show up at my house, and we're all waiting for this car. 9:30 comes by, he calls me. He's like, hey, just so you know, I won't be there till 11. And I was like, what? I was like, oh, well, then we might just take I might just take my car. And he was like, oh, then I can be there by 10. And I was like, what is going on? He's like, I just won't wash this car. And I was like, okay. And he was like, well, I could also upgrade you to a different car if you want that, but I wouldn't be able to get there till probably 11. And I was like, no, I need a car as soon as possible. Like, I'm not like negotiating this.
Yeah.
Like, like if you can't get it to me, then just don't.
Okay.
And so he shows up, and he shows up by 10:30.
Okay.
So whatever, he shows up by 10:30. It's fine. And I get in the car, and there's no gas in it. Zero gas. Like, it's at 0. And I was just like, okay. And the check engine light is on.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, great. Like, awesome, you know? So it has you like fill out this thing when you check in. So I like took pictures of the check engine light. I like took pictures of all the stuff. I go to fill it, which LA gas prices, and it's like a Tahoe. It cost me $160 to fill it.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and I'm like, ugh, okay. Whatever, we're on the road. I'm excited about it. Turns out that was a really bad idea because it's a shitty old car, so there was no like air conditioning that really worked. Like, Alex and I were in the front. We were the only ones getting air. Everybody in the back was dying.
Oh my God.
So like this really like thoughtful thing I tried to do to like make it a more comfortable trip just backfired on me and made us late and cost more in gas, and they canceled their flights for this, and I'm a jerk, and oh my gosh.
Wow, that's awful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good start.
So we drive down there. It's an easy drive. It's tons of fun. I love those girls. It was great hanging out with them. I did a little road trip stream. It was lots of fun.
Uh-huh.
And we get down there by like 3:30, and Ludwig's game starts at like 4:00, and so we're like rushing, and like Minx and Andrea both want to change, so they go to the bathroom and they just like freshen up, and we go to Luxor. Luxor in Vegas has a HyperX arena now. It's an esports HyperX arena.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a giant sign. I was like, that's intense. But the Luxor always gave me the heebie-jeebies because I've heard it's haunted.
Right.
I've been there multiple times, but it's haunted.
Mm-hmm.
It actually is, Maya.
Right.
It's actually haunted.
Cutie and I have different beliefs. We can talk about it later.
We've talked about it 100 times, actually.
Okay. Well, I think they're obvious. We don't need to talk about it. Continue.
So there's ghosts there.
Right.
And so that was fine. They actually didn't bother me when I was there. But we go to the game. It's great. I'm watching it. We're on game 2. It's super fun. Oh my gosh. Can I tell you something really embarrassing that happened?
Yeah.
I like how I asked that when you're obviously going to say yes. So Carl Jacobs was there.
Okay.
Obviously. He's great.
Famous.
Famous. Amazing. Yes, guys. I hung out with Carl Jacobs.
Someone just said, Maya, you really do look insane in that Twitter photo. I'm sorry. I told you. We took a selfie. I was like, ew, absolutely not. It looks so bad. Like, and I also said, I was like, are we posting this or is it just going to him? Because she was like, oh, let's send this picture to Connor because he got us this wine. And she was like, oh, it'll probably just go to him. And then she tweets it immediately.
I did not even say that. I said probably post and thumbnail is literally what I said.
Ew, we need a new thumbnail. That's not the thumbnail. I look insane.
Okay, well, sorry about it.
Anyway, Carl Jacobs.
So I'm with Carl Jacobs. Carl Jacobs goes on stage and he's wearing like a hockey jersey.
Yeah.
And it says Rangers on it. Now, Carl Jacobs has a podcast that is really big called Banter. Okay. And I saw him on stage and I've seen him wear this a few times before because we've hung out and I've seen him wear this jersey. And in my brain when I saw him on stage, I was like, oh, that would be cool. That would be cool merch for their podcast.
Okay.
And we're going to get there. But my dyslexic ass, it said Rangers, and I was like, oh, they just changed the R. So then it says Bangers, thinking his podcast was called Bangers.
Oof.
Which I knew it was called Banter because Ludwig's literally been on an episode. I've listened to a few of their episodes. But the issue is the level of confidence that I had when Carl walked up to me and I was like, Carl, I have the best idea. And he was like, what? And I was like, just change the R to a B on your hockey jersey and you've got great podcast merch. And he was like, for what podcast? I was like, your podcast. And he was like, Bangers? I was like, yeah. And he was like, our podcast is called Banter. And I was like, I'm dyslexic.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone said this is going to circle back to the cat cafe. I think so.
It is.
I think so.
I always get there. I always
She always
get there.
gets
I always
there.
get there. Anyway, that was embarrassing. I hated that moment of my life. And then, so we're on like game 3, and Alex, Andrea, and Minx want to go back to their hotel because they want to like freshen up. Alex and Andrea have like a poker stream that night, and Minx is just like, I want to nap and change and shower.
I'm going to open this door, and if the sound is crazy, then tell me and I'll close it, but I'm dying in here.
It is really hot in here. It's the middle of the summer. The next 3 episodes are going to be like our hottest episodes.
And we don't
Because people don't know this, but we're in a shed.
We're in a shed, and it's not insulated, and there's no AC. Is it fine? Excellent.
There might be a little buzz, but it'll go away. Anyway.
Oh, it's so much better, though. Okay.
So they all leave, and we're, like, doing our own thing, and I knew Alex and Andrea were going to go set up their poker stream, and I told Minx, I was like, I'll let you know when we go to dinner. The thing ends in a bunch of us go to dinner.
Okay.
And we go to Lowry's. Have you ever been to Lowry's?
No.
So they're the inventors of, like, the seasoning salt, like Lowry's seasoning salt. And they have, like, it's like a prime rib place. It's actually pretty good. But it's like a steakhouse. It's a little cheesy. They like, you know, all the servers like dress in like 50s themed outfits, but it's like high end and fancy and yeah, I don't know.
I think this is my least favorite wine that we've had on this podcast.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe it turned into vinegar in the heat in here.
Oh God.
I don't know. And so we go there, and we're there, and so then I text Minx. I was like, hey, we're at dinner. Do you want to come? She's like, oh, I just got out of the shower. I'll just meet you at Alex and Andrea's. Okay, great. And so we have dinner. It's fine. Good old time. I have a mango mojito, and I have great conversations. I'm sitting next to Crazy Slick. It's in Connery's pants. Germa, Ludwig. Jacob, who helped me produce the Streamer Awards. He's great. Always love talking to him. And it was just a lovely conversation. Also, exciting news, casually talking to Jerma, I was like, he brought up wine about it, and I was like, yeah, do you ever want to be a guest? And he was like, yeah. And
We're going to be famous.
Jerma will be a
so
guest
famous.
someday. But I don't know when, because I'm always too nervous to actually ask. But someday.
Okay, yeah.
What, are you getting impatient with my story?
No, I'm not sure how the mango mojito applies to the cancellation of the stream, but I have faith.
People wanted to know about my mango mojito. You know, when it's your story, you never see me huffing and puffing off the side.
Because I don't tell 20-minute stories, dude.
Well, we have a 4-hour podcast.
Okay,
I'm trying to
continue.
fill up the freaking podcast.
Continue.
It was a lovely mojito.
All right, you were sitting next to Crazy Slick. What did he smell like?
He smelled fine, actually. I got corn. It was really good. I didn't
Okay.
get a dessert, though, because I was like, oh, I'm so full.
Totally fair, yeah.
So, anyway, afterwards, the rest of us go to Alex and Andrea's, which is like, it was like 20, 30-ish minutes off the strip.
Okay.
So we're in the car, and I'm texting Minx. I was like, we're on our way now. All of a sudden, Minx sends me a video. She's in a limo.
Okay, for sure.
And I'm like, what is,
How'd she get in a limo?
how'd she get in a limo? Like, all she needed to do was get in an Uber and go to the, place. Like,
Right.
It's not that late at this point. It's like 9 o'clock or something like that. And, and she's like, we pull into the house, and in front of us is, sure enough, a freaking huge limo.
Okay,
And Minx gets out of it.
right.
And I'm like, Minx, what happened? And she's like, I walked down from my, that's my Irish
Very
accent.
British.
I walked down from my hotel room, and I couldn't find my car, and then the
Why are you British?
limo, I'm trying to do Scottish, but I don't know how.
Scottish.
Irish.
Oh my God.
No one tell her. Actually, you can tell her. She owes me after this story that we're going to. Anyway, she's like, I walked down. I couldn't find my car. I was really confused, and this really nice limo driver offered to drive me
Okay.
and said it only cost $50, and that's as cheap as an Uber.
Yeah.
So I did it, and I was like, okay. She's like, I got his number. He'll come pick us back up. And I was like, this is crazy that we've got here. She's like, he played all my favorite songs. It was awesome. Like, she has a whole video. It's just bizarre. It's just a bizarre
Really
story.
weird. Really weird.
And then she's like, it was, but I gave him a big tip because it was only 50. My mic fell. The yard clip didn't keep it up. It was only $50. And so we're not there for very long. We're only there for like 10 minutes. And then we're like, Minx, does your limo want to come pick us back up? Like, kind of joking with her. She's like, yeah, let me text him. Text him. Sure enough, he rolls up playing her song blasting. He's like the biggest Minx fan in the world. I would like to keep this very clear. He did not know her before today.
Right.
Like, it wasn't actually
They
a
just
Minx
were
fan.
Best friends.
They just became best friends.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's so bizarre. So he pulls up, and then he starts playing, like, Lil Jon.
Yeah.
He plays, like, what did they throw on? They threw on, Ludwig was picking the songs, so then he chose, like, Miss Murder and stuff like that, and it just, like, it got crazy in the back of the limo. And how do you feel halfway through the story? How are you doing? We're halfway. We hit the
I'm
halfway
keeping
point.
up.
Are you doing good? Are you bored?
I'm fine.
Okay. People in chat are gaslighting me that you hate me.
I fucking knew you were gonna read that. There were like 3 people that said something.
So it's true.
Yeah.
Okay. We show up. It's time to gamble. It's very exciting. We get the whole group. We are at the Cosmo. This is very important. This is where the story is now going to get very confusing. Okay? And you will probably hear multiple perspectives of this story. So I can only give you mine, but it's about to get very confusing and very dramatic.
Okay.
So we get out of the limo, and Minx is like, during the limo, Minx is like, I want to have a hangover night. Let's get crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, Minx, like, let's find you someone to get married to. I'll stream it, of course. And
Good friend.
she was like, Crazy Slick. And we were like, oh, obvious choice.
Easy. Right.
So we asked Crazy Slick, we're like, will we marry her? And he's like, yeah.
Right.
I was like, this is going to be a great stream. I'm going to be famous. but then
He
around,
would.
it was like,
Yeah,
she
they
wanted to
both
get married at 1 a.m. and it was around midnight. And she was like, I don't feel like any spontaneity anymore because Slick just like said, yes, I want to find someone else.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. She's like, I'm going to go to the ATM and get money because I want to try gambling. She's never really gambled. She goes to the ATM. This is like, Minx has the craziest life. Like, she's just so cursed and blessed at the same time. Like, she gets a limo and then this happens. Goes to the ATM. All of a sudden I get a call from her. She's panicking. And I'm like, okay. She's like, the ATM stole my card. And I was like, that doesn't happen. Like,
They just wanted it.
yeah, like, that doesn't happen. I'm like, okay, where are you? And so she's like, I'm over here. So I walk over to her. I find her. Sure enough, the ATM stole her card. So the security comes over. We have to deal with that. I call the number on the machine. And she's like, you know what? It doesn't matter. Okay. So it's a whole part of a thing. And then we go back and we're standing there watching people gamble. And I don't have a, very exciting. We have to pause, audio listeners, as much as we don't like.
Amaranth!
Yeah.
Thank you for the raid!
As much as we don't like interrupting our audio experience, we did get a big raid on Twitch, which is where this is streamed.
Hooray!
And so we had to thank it. Thank you, Amaranth, for
What's
the
up,
raid.
guys? You like my hot tub stream the other day? Follow the channel.
You'll get more of those, for sure.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay, so Minx gives up on her card. She's like, I give up. Great. We walk back over to the gambling tables. And she is now bored and mad. Because she's like, because all typical boys in the group take all the seats and no one offers us a seat to play.
Classic.
It's the same when you, literally, this was my whole entire life growing up. I'd go to my friend's house after school and like, they'd be playing Xbox. I would never get the controller. Like, unless I actively was like, hey, it is my turn. Like, it is my turn. And I do that and it's fine. And I did that last night. Like, I got myself a turn and I was like, Minx, do you want a chair? And she's like, no, I'm going to go to the bar. Great. So I can see the bar. It's in my line of vision. So I make sure, because I would like to contextualize, the last time I was in Vegas, my best friend got drugged.
Yeah, you gotta stop going to Vegas.
Yeah.
That was me. I got drugged.
Maya got drugged the last time I was in Vegas. And so that is in the back of my mind. And I just want to, Minx has had quite a few drinks at this point.
Yeah.
So Minx is at the bar and I'm making sure to keep an eye on her. Like, great, at the bar. She's at the bar. I'm just watching her little purple head boop around. Mm-hmm. And, I was talking to random people because she's very chatty. That's who she is, blah, blah, blah. And so I'm watching, I'm gambling, I'm losing a little bit. And then Connor Eats Pants comes up. He says, where's Minx? I go, she's at the bar. It's great. So Connor Eats Pants goes over there. So I'm like, okay, she's with Connor. Great. I keep playing. I'm doing my thing. A little bit later, Minx comes over to me, and she was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm just going to go to my hotel room. Great. Okay, so Minx is done. That means my babysitting is a rough word, but I am the more sober one.
Right.
Plus, I am somebody that I could have 4 shots, but as soon as something stresses me out, I sober up.
Yeah.
It's actually genuinely very, very annoying.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna make sure that she's okay. So my responsibility is alleviating. Where's Connor? Connor came to gamble or whatever. But yeah, they came back from the bar and he was like gambling or whatever. So Minx comes over to me. She's like, I'm gonna go to my hotel room. I'm not getting married tonight. My hangover night is over.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. Because we were going to go to like a strip club or something like that, but then it was like too far off the strip. They actually like don't have very many strip clubs on the strip. It's kind of weird.
Is it too dark now?
Do we usually turn that on? For some reason, I always think we have that on.
I think so.
I'll
turn it on.
We're going to turn that light on.
No?
I think it is fine currently, but it's going to get darker.
Yeah, I think that's what it normally looks like.
It does normally look like this, but it's because there's still some sunlight. It's fine because it's going to get darker, and this is what it's going to normally look like.
Yeah, we're going to leave
everyone
it like
can
this.
relax. So she tells me very confidently, I am going to my hotel room. I would like to remind everyone we are at the Cosmo.
Okay.
Again, this is very important. We're at the Cosmo, which is actually the same place Maya got drugged.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So
tell that
I'm
story
just
again.
like, I'm very hyper conscious and a little stressed about being responsible. And it's like, Minx says she's going to her room. She's going to her room. We're fine now. Great. I can relax. So I'm gambling. All of a sudden, everybody wants to leave.
Maya doesn't remember Pepe. Yeah, dude. That's correct.
everybody wants to go to the Encore because that's where Mr. Beast and Friends is.
Famous. Okay.
So we are going to walk out of the Encore. Walk out of the Cosmo.
Yeah.
The whole entire group besides Minx because she went to her hotel room.
Yeah.
We're walking. All of a sudden, Minx texts me a video of her in an elevator with 3 men. And she's saying, hey, will you guys marry me? And they all say yes. And they are... I'm going to show Maya the video.
That's so bad, dude.
Thank you.
That's
I'm going to show Maya the video.
Dude, that's like me on my frat phase bullshit in college. Yeah, that's scary. I hate that.
Okay. And you guys will be able to hear it.
How old are you? You don't know how to look at all the attachments in messages?
No, because these messages are going to be important, too. I'm going to have to show you the messages.
She's like middle finger scrolling through her text.
See, right here. ATM took my card. What? And then I'm like, where are you? And so then I have to go and find her.
Okay.
All this stuff. Okay, and so this is after she leaves, and then she sends me this.
See, I told you I got...
So she sends me this video, and so I immediately reply with, are you safe?
Cutie goes, who are they? She goes,
don't jump ahead. So I immediately see this, and we are walking out of the Cosmo. And so I'm figuring in my brain, she's still at the Cosmo, right? Obviously. She never made it to her hotel.
Right.
And so I'm like, oh no. Like, so my first reply is, are you safe? She says, yes, we gambling.
Yeah. And then she goes, who are they? Can I say their name?
Yeah.
She goes, who are they? Minx goes, John, Bert, Larry.
That's all she gives me. John, Bert, Larry.
That is so funny. That is so funny.
Great. Thank you, Minx. And I'm like, okay, I'm trying not to be too overbearing because it's like Minx, and I know a part of her can like handle herself, right? Like, yeah, she drinks a lot. She's, but I'm still going to be nervous because that is 3 men and 1 friend.
Oh, yeah. No,
like,
that's a terrible situation.
That's not
100%.
a good situation. This is
Right.
a bad situation. And I wouldn't want anyone to leave me in that situation, especially if I'm drunk. And she was drunk.
Right.
And so then I said, will you share your location with me so I have it just in case? And then she just replies to me and she says, and I say, just in case. And she goes, it's at my hotel. And I said, what's your hotel? And the whole time, and I said, I thought we were at your hotel. Mm-hmm. So I have now confused the Cosmo with the Aria. So I thought the whole time that we were at the Aria. And so when Minx is like saying she's missing or she's with these guys, I'm like, okay, so she's in the vicinity somewhere, right? Like she's gotta be.
Oh my God.
Yeah, wait, don't read ahead. And we are trying to walk out. And so everybody else is leaving. And so I say to Ludwig, I was like, I can't go. I have to find Minx.
Yeah.
Like, I would feel awful if I don't find, like, I feel too nervous because of the situation that happened with Maya. I'm not going to leave Minx.
Right.
I'm not going to do that. I simply won't do that.
Right.
Minx told me she was in the casino, so I'm just going to pace the casino until I freaking find her because I can't leave her alone with 3 men. Right?
Yeah.
And so then everybody leaves me. Now I am all alone at a casino, which is also not safe. I would like to make it very clear. Las Vegas is the sex trafficking capital of America. Like, it genuinely is. And I am dumb for this. I would like to make that very clear too, where I just like let everyone go. Because I figured I would find Minx. And so I start pacing the casino, just looking for her. And so then she was like, I wish it was you, drink with me. Haha, probably. Okay, got to go. Slot time. And so in all caps, I say, share your location with me. And I said, we are going to Mr. Beast, leaving the Aria
It's
now.
like the 3rd time she's asked for a location.
So the whole time I think I am in the Aria. And so I say, So I say, do you want to come? And she says,
Slot time.
Slot time. Slot. S-L-O-U-T. And so I say, do you want to come? She says, after maybe. And I said, share your location or I will wander around the casino looking for you. And she doesn't reply. And so then I said, okay, I'm wandering around the casino. Did I spell slot wrong? How do you spell slot?
No, she's dyslexic. Audio listeners. She's dyslexic.
What?
Just let, no, keep going. No one noticed. Just keep going.
Anyway, I have clearly confused the aria with the Cosmo, and I think
Okay.
that I'm at the aria this whole time.
Right.
And it's not clicking to me. And so I say, okay, I'm wandering around. I don't feel good leaving you with a bunch of strangers. Where are you? And these are all in increments of a few minutes, and she is not replying to me.
Yeah.
Then she FaceTimes me screaming. Like, she is screaming. She's like, ah, like, but
Like fun screaming or like
no,
scared?
like she's running and screaming. And then hangs up. I can't get any words out of her. She just f***ing does that. And I'm like, oh my, like what the, like I'm just so f***ing stressed. And I don't know what to do. Meanwhile, Ludwig is like, please come over to the Encore. I'm sending you an Uber. And I was like, I'm not getting in the Uber because I haven't found Minx. I'm not leaving Minx. And so he's getting frustrated at me because he just wants me to go over there so I'm not alone anymore. But I am not okay with leaving Minx. That's not okay. And even Ludwig was like, she can take care of herself. And I'm like, yeah, but she could also get f***ing drugged. There's 3 men and 1 Minx. I don't care who you are. They were big men.
I don't trust John, Bert, or Larry.
I don't trust John, Bert, or Larry any day. And I'm also, again, I realize I'm in, like, hindsight, of course, is 2020. And so I realize that I am, thinking a little different here. But I was really paranoid as well. And as a woman, you just are more paranoid. And I realize this is aggressive amount of paranoid. But I was really scared to get in an Uber with a male driver at 1 in the morning.
Absolutely not in Vegas.
Thank you. Literally anywhere else. Thank you so, like, genuinely, I felt so gaslit because everyone else was like, just get in the Uber, just get in the Uber, just get in the Uber.
Absolutely not.
Like, and so I was too scared to get in an Uber with a male driver at 1 in the morning in Vegas alone.
I won't get in an Uber with a male driver at night, period, alone. Ever. I have a driver in LA. Like, I have a driver in all this. I don't go to a lot of cities, but in, like, my hometown here in Austin, I have female drivers that are Uber drivers, and I tell them, like, while we're having rides, like, it's so nice to have a female driver, blah, and we, like, have a conversation. I have their phone numbers. Like, I'll request women if it's night and I have to go by myself.
Yeah, and so it's just like, I'm really stressed. And then also in the middle of this, Connor Eats Pants starts calling me because something you guys should know about Connor is a big, like, he wants to fix things. He's a big fixer. So he's trying to find Minx. He's trying to find me. He's trying to get us both over there. And so I'm trying to call Minx because she just called me FaceTime screaming. And Ludwig's like, get in the Uber. And Connor's like, where are you guys? And I am at my limit.
I'm so sorry I was sleeping.
I am done.
Because she texted me at 4 a.m. my time, like an hour after I'd gone to bed, and she was like, I'm losing my fucking mind. But I didn't see it because I was asleep.
Yeah. And so I am in the Cosmo that I think is the aria, just all alone and lost, and at this point crying because I'm assuming that my friend is being drugged because that's what happened last time. And unfortunately, if it's never happened to you, you don't understand how it feels. Like, I realize Maya is the one that got drugged, but as a very responsible person that I am, I blame myself a little bit, which I know you'd be like, shut up, it's not your fault.
No,
But
it's
still,
because she was the one who did it. It was her.
like, I'm going, as a friend, I'm going to blame myself just a little bit because I feel like I could have prevented it. I feel like I could have done something. And so I'm going to feel this way, and I'm going to feel...
She didn't bring my sippy cup.
I'm going to feel way, just like, it's literally, it's actual trauma. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like having these flashbacks of Maya being drugged and being so stressed and scared. And I'm like, Minx is with 4 guys, and she just called me screaming. What is going on? And then Minx...
That was actually really traumatic.
It was super traumatic.
I like, leaned on Cutie in the back of a car and cried.
Yeah.
We don't do any of that shit. It was very traumatic.
No, it was very traumatic. And it sucks because, like I said, I feel like I typically do lean towards being the responsible party. And so how did that happen on my watch? You know what I'm saying? Like, as weird as it is, I'm a very control freak. And so when something goes wrong and I wouldn't fix it, I feel horrible. And so it doesn't matter, even though it wasn't my fault. And of course you can't do anything to happen or to stop it from happening. I'm going to feel this just guilt forever about it.
Okay,
You know?
so you're running around, you're
So
crying.
I'm running around. I'm literally crying alone in this hotel. And then I do something that I do that's really, really annoying is I'm a vocal processor and I have no one to talk to.
Yeah.
So
you could have fucking called
I know I could have called you, but I'm a vocal processor. I have no one to talk to, and so I'm texting Ludwig, and I do this thing, and I do it a lot, and it's really annoying. And you guys probably have girlfriends that do it, where I just say my thoughts out loud, even though they don't make sense. So I'm like saying to Ludwig, I'm like, I just want to go home. Like, I just want to go home. I just want to get in my car and drive home right now, because to me that means I so desperately want to leave this situation. That's what it means. You know what I'm saying? And Ludwig's like, what? And so then like Ludwig's panicking. I'm not trying to make Ludwig panic. I'm just trying to communicate that like I just can't do this anymore. And so I was like, you know what? I am lost. I am alone. I just want to get a hotel here and just stay here alone, because all I've wanted to do for the past like 2 hours is go to a hotel room and just sleep, because I have to leave at 7 a.m. to be back for our cat cafe stream, which I was really excited about. And so I'm like, I just want to get a hotel here. And then like Lud's getting confused. He's like, I thought you cared about Minx and now you're just focusing on like yourself. And I'm like, well, I'm just telling you that I'm like breaking down and I can't. Like, I'm just like, I can't do it anymore. Like, I just, I'm freaking out. Like, I'm literally freaking out. And chat, shut the fuck up. I see people spamming like Elwig or whatever. I'm very hard to communicate with. So like, shut the fuck up. This is 1,000% on me. And he was also drunk and he was having fun, and no one else can feel the stress that I have internally. So it's like,
I can attest to that.
What do you, yeah.
Let's fine. When Cutie gets really stressed, it is really hard to communicate with her.
Yeah, I'm awful. Like, I can't, and all I'm trying to do is help. I just want to find Minx and make sure she's okay. And I'm also juggling all this other stuff that's going on, and I'm trying to communicate that, and I'm not communicating it well, and I'm just like stressed. Oh. And I'm crying, and I'm having a panic attack, and I'm having flashbacks about my friend getting drugged and how I could have stopped that, which is not a good way to think. Anyway. And then finally Minx calls me and she's like, I'm in my hotel room, come to my room, sends me her room number. I'm like, great. So I'm like, I have no clue how to get there. And so I'm walking around. I try to find elevators. I can't find the way to the room. And so now I'm telling Minx I'm lost. I'm like, Minx, I am lost. I don't know how to get up there. Freaking casinos are a maze. They literally are. Mm-hmm. And so I go to the front desk and I say, hey, do you have this room number? And they go, no, that room's not here. And so I'm like, Minx is like, she
sent you the wrong one.
Yeah, she sent me the wrong room, or like she's with those guys, or she's in a room against her will. Like, I'm just panicked. And then she's like, Connor called and sounded worried. I'm good. I'm actually good. I scammed 3 bald men and I'm the happiest I ever felt. And so then I'm like, what is going on? You scammed 3 bald. So then I call her again. She doesn't answer. You can look in here. I called her 7 times, no answer. Mm-hmm. I'm losing my mind. I'm just like, what do you mean? I finally get her on the phone. This is the first time I've talked to her since I saw her screaming, FaceTiming. And I'm like, okay, Minx, what is going on? She was like, I was in the elevator. I told those guys I was going to marry them. They clearly wanted to f me. I went downstairs. I used their card for the slot machines. I spent $345 and they got me 3 shots and then I ran away. And I was like, okay, to your hotel.
So she was FaceTiming you running away from them?
Yes. Yes.
Wow. Whoa.
Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, you ran to your hotel room. And I'm just trying to clarify this because let me remind you guys, I have mixed up the Aria and the Cosmo, so I think I'm in her hotel.
Right.
And the person at the desk told me this room did not exist.
Right.
And so she's like, yes, I'm in my hotel room. And I was like, what is the room number? And she's like, I am going to come down to the lobby to find you. And now I'm like, so now I just can't move because now I have to wait for a drunk girl to come find me. Like, and I'm stressed about her being able to find me.
Yeah.
And so I just stay still. I'm just in the lobby crying.
What time is it? Like 2?
I don't remember at this point. Like, my timeline is all messed up, but if you look at all the missed calls, it looks like it all started earlier. It looks like it started so it's like 1, 2-ish. It's just chaos. It's just chaos. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, it's just a lot. And she kept saying, like, she was like, I was like, I'm annoyed. I don't want to be here anymore. Like, she's on her way down, and she won't answer the phone, so I can't have these conversations with her. And she goes, come here, like, to her room. Let's decide. I get that. That's why I left. Had the best time ever. I'm so drunk and got so many slot machines and free drinks. I said, are you going to stay in your hotel room, or what are you doing? She said, I'm staying here for a minute. I said, okay. She's like, because I don't want to go down and walk into the Bald Men. I got so much money from slots and drinks. I said, please stay in your room. It's not safe for a girl to be alone here. And then she's like, cutie, I know it's not. I could tell from their vibes they wanted to fuck me. That's why I lied and stole their money. And I'm like, still, that doesn't matter, because they could still, there's 3 of them and 1 of you. Like, there's 3 of them and 1 of you. Like, I'm like, please just stay in your freaking room. And I was like, okay, I'm alone because I tried to look for you. And she's like, okay, I'll come to you. And so I'm like, okay. So I'm just sitting there. And then she's like, come to my room. And I was like, okay. I was like, don't worry about it. Just stay in your room. I'm over today. Just be safe, please. Like, and that's what I'm trying to do. I've given up.
Just stay there.
And so I'm like, you know what? Don't come down. Just stay.
Yeah.
Just stay.
Just go to sleep.
Because I'm done.
Yeah.
Like, I can't do it anymore. I've lost my mind. And so then she goes, no, I'm going to Mr. Beast. And so I said, I'm not going. I wanted to make that very clear. I'm not going. And she goes, who are you with right now? I said, no one. And she goes, okay, come to my room. Then we can drive home. I was like, I genuinely don't know how to get to your room. Like, I'm telling her this. And then she's like, where are you? I was in my room. It's so much easier to show the receptionist my room number. I don't know where I am now. So she left her room and she's lost again.
Oh my God.
Even though I told her specifically to stay in her room. And I'm like, Minx, like, I'm losing my mind. I said, I'm at the Cosmo because I'm dumb and didn't realize your hotel was not here. And she goes, okay, hope you have a safe trip home. I told you to come to the room. I said, yeah, and how many times did I tell you I was lost and I didn't know where it was? And she's like, yeah, you should have asked the receptionist. Why didn't you? I told you to. And I was like, I did. And so it's this whole crazy thing. I finally figure out, you know, that she's at the Aria and I've been at the wrong hotel this whole time. I finally figure this out. I've been crying. I've been stressed. It's just crazy. And now I'm trying to fill Ludwig in on this. And he's like, okay, I'm sending you an Uber. And at that point, since I had figured out that it was I'm like dealing with this weird mental turmoil. Do I want to walk to the Aria from the Cosmo alone down the Vegas Strip, or do I want to get in an Uber alone with a man in Vegas? Do 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 do. What are my freaking options here?
Weren't you at a hotel?
Yeah.
I would have just tried to get a room at that hotel.
Thank you. That's what I tried to do.
Yeah.
So I told Ludwig, I was like, I'm just going to get a room here. And he's like, I'm not going to get into all that. But essentially he disagreed with me. And it was just like, so I'm just like, I'm stun locked because I don't know what to do. So that was before. And so I'm just trying to get to the Aria at this point. And to
be honest, I would get a hotel where I was, like where you were already.
That's what I thought about doing.
I would make somebody Uber to me and then Uber with them back.
So
or make a man Uber to me.
Yeah, we'll get there. And so I'm like walking, but I decide, I'm like, there's a big group leaving the Cosmo. So I was like, I'm just going to walk behind them. And like, I'm in this group. So I start walking down the strip to go to the Aria. And then Ludwig is like panicking because he's like, where are you? And I was like, I'm walking. And he was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you walking? And I'm like, because I don't want to get an Uber with a man. I'm all alone. I'm stressed and blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm just so overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I'm so lost. And so then Ludwig's like, okay, go back to the Cosmo. I'll get an Uber and come get you. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so now I feel bad because not only have I like...
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Like ruined, you know...
Right, because he's like
my
hanging
night.
out with Mr. Beast
Now I've
and
ruined
like getting drunk.
Ludwig's
and,
night
right.
and like Connor's night because he was trying to fix stuff. And Minx's night is ruined now because Minx calls me and she's like, I'm lost. I'm on the Aria. I'm at the Aria. I'm on the curb crying because I'm scared about you. And I was like...
Oh my God, dude.
Just go back to your room. Please. I can't. Like, I can't do any of this. And so Ludwig gets there. He's very frustrated with me because, again, I think, and this is my preaching to all men, please just trust women's instincts. Like, it's scary to be a woman. Right. It's life on hard mode because like he even had an opinion that a lot of you have had. I've seen it where they're like, just leave Minx. Just leave Minx, forehead. I can't just leave Minx.
Right.
My last friend just got drugged. Literally the last time I was there in that same hotel.
Casino, yeah.
Like, come on, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't just leave her, Forehead. Like, it's not your responsibility, Forehead. I would never be able to live with myself if something happened to Minx.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be able to.
Right.
And so, anyway, I tell Connor, because Connor's trying to, like, navigate all this. I said, Connor, I'm done. Please you be.
The guy that he
Please help Minx. Because, like, Connor has been trying to help everything, you know? So I said, Connor, you please try to help her because I obviously got too overwhelmed and too scared because I can't be alone in Vegas and not be terrified. And I thought I would be able to find Minx at the Cosmo and I wouldn't be alone. Clearly, I am a little dumb and I put myself in that situation, but it was all in good faith and reason.
God, this situation would have been so different if I came to Vegas.
I know!
If I was in Vegas with you, it would have been.
Because you would have just been with me.
Yeah, it would have been fine.
You would have been with me the whole time and it would have been fine and we would have gotten the thing and it would have been whatever.
Damn,
I wouldn't have been alone.
Sorry. She asked me to. She was like, "You want to come to Vegas?" I was like, "No. Last time I went to Vegas, I got drugged. I don't want to go again."
Yeah.
And she was like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna go by myself."
Well,
and then this happened.
it's also bad because I don't think all the way through because even when they were leaving, Ludwig was like, "Do you want me to stay with you?" And so my brain does
like, no, don't worry about it.
Exactly.
I got it.
My brain does what people do. Like Ludwig's like, "Do you want me to stay with me?" Because it's like Ludwig could choose to stay with me or go have fun with all of his friends.
And Mr.
Beast. In my brain, I'm going to find Minx in 10 minutes.
You didn't miss much there. I'm not sure what that was.
I threw my arms around.
Okay, yeah.
In my mind, I'm going to be able to find Minx in 10 minutes, and I'm going to be safe, and I'm not going to be alone. So, of course, I tell him, no, go have fun.
Right, go have fun.
Go have fun. Because I can be alone for 10 minutes until I find Minx.
It's my friend.
Because I'm so confident that she's in this casino.
Right.
Because she sent me a picture of 4 men in an elevator and that she was gambling. So I'm like, she's got to be in this casino.
Yeah.
And...
Okay, so Lud came and picked you up then.
So Lud comes, picks me up. He's very frustrated with me. And we go back to the hotel, and I get in bed at like 2:30, 3 in the morning. And now I can't sleep because I've just had trauma all night. And so then I don't sleep at all. And so at 7 a.m. when I'm supposed to drive home is when I text everyone in the group. And I was like, we're not going to do the IRL because I cannot drive right now. Mm-hmm. Minx, safe, fine. I think she went to go hang out with Mr. Beast. And she was fine. And to be frank and honest, Minx is very capable. She's more capable than most. She is really good at being independent. And I realized I was probably projecting my trauma and fears, but it's still scary. And then I stopped helping her or whatever, and I left. And then even today, she posts that she's stranded in Vegas all alone, and she had to buy a phone charger because her phone died. And homegirl just stresses me out. She stresses me out. I can't.
Yeah, I feel like she's, okay, now has had 2 very traumatic Vegas stories, but the difference between me and Minx is, like, Minx is like, whatever.
You were receptive.
And I like, realized I got drugged and immediately just freaked out. I was like, take me to the ER, let's get tested, like, let's figure this out, and I was just really sad and scared. And I just, like, got in everybody's car, I followed
Minx
Judy,
was like
cried,
a toddler
whatever.
on crack. She was just, and a part of me felt like she, like, because then at the end of the night, she calls me when she's crying, and she's like, it was a joke. And I was like, Minx, I'm going to bed. Like, I'm done. I'm just like, I am done. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. And yeah, so anyway, so that's how Vegas was. It was dope. And that's why the Cat Cafe stream didn't happen, because I didn't fall asleep until about 7, 8 a.m.
That's fair.
Yeah.
We got there, guys.
It's crazy because this whole thing would have been prevented if she would have just pushed share location on her phone.
That is crazy because she asked me
like
several,
so
she asked
many
me like
times.
3-4 times and then said it in caps and she still didn't do it. That's bizarre.
And
Maybe
all
she
the
didn't know
times
how.
I asked her on the phone so many times. Like, I can't even tell. And you can see all the missed calls. I would try calling her.
It was 7.
It was like she was just like all over the place, so she wouldn't answer, and I was so stressed, and I was sure she was dying.
Huh. Well,
it's Hassan's fault.
full circle. I I was annoyed when I landed and saw that it was canceled, but I also knew that Cutie texted me at 4 a.m. my time, and she was like, I'm losing my fucking... So I knew something happened.
Yeah.
And I texted her
I
back.
also am not a canceller.
Right.
I typically will power through no matter what.
Right.
I'm not a canceller. And I'm really sad I had to cancel because it cost me a few $1,000s.
And I wasn't, like, mad because I knew something
annoyed,
happened, and
that's
also
fine.
I was like, I just put it on Hassan, like, immediately. So I wasn't mad at Cutie. Yeah. But I got back to this house, and I fell asleep for, like, 4 hours. And now we're live. Dude, we got no more Vegas. Why?
I don't want to go to Vegas ever again.
I already don't want to go to Vegas ever again. It was terrible. I've told this story like a bajillion times on stream, but the time I went to Vegas, I got drugged at that casino. I went to the bathroom. I was like, I have not had enough alcohol to feel the way that I do. I was leaning over the toilet going to throw up. This was at the Cosmo, the one she was just talking about. Leaning over the toilet, throwing up, and I fell off of the toilet seat, and I passed out on the floor, and I woke up to like a bunch of vibrations because Cutie spam calling me because she was like, where are you? I woke up, I was like, I'm in the bathroom, I think I passed out. And then I was like on my knees looking at the, it was a stall, like a bathroom stall, and the lock of the bathroom stall kept hitting the ceiling. And I was like, and it was moving up to the ceiling. I was like, what is going on with that? And I realized and then I passed out again, and I realized that it was because my eyes were rolling up into the top of my head. And then I got up again to my phone just like going crazy because of Cutie, and I went out and I was like, we gotta go.
Someone in the chat just said the root of all of these problems is drinking.
It was my fault.
Do you think one of us is gonna get drugged tonight and we're both drinking? Do you think that's what's gonna happen? Oh my lordy. No, it's that we are systematically terrified of men due to good reason.
Men bad. That's the second time. That's my second time getting drugged. But this time I was a Cutie Cinderella, and we went to the ER, and nothing bad happened to me. First time,
Thank
not
goodness.
so lucky. Watch your drinks.
Watch your drinks.
Watch your drinks.
And we did watch her drinks, and that's what's crazy. So whoever did it, they were very good at doing it.
If you're drinking beers, ask for it in the bottle.
Yeah.
Don't get your like 16, 32 ounce wide ass rim glasses. I think that's where I made a mistake.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because I had bottles earlier in the night. It was fine, and then I went to the glass, like the whatever.
It's too easy to just ploop something in there.
Too easy.
Yeah, I don't know. That was my Vegas experience. I sat down on the blackjack table with $400. I lost 100. And then when I was trying to find Minx, Ms. Kiff was cashing out. And so I gave him my $300 left in chips, and I said, Ms., will you cash this out? He said, okay. And he didn't give me back that $300, and I won't forget that.
He needs some money. It was honestly really nice of you. It'll probably help him get by.
Yeah. So I got scammed by Ms. Kiff. I got jebaited by Minx and her crazy joke. Oh man, it was too much. It was too much.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
And that was, guys, this was yesterday.
This was yesterday.
This was yesterday, and we're live.
I'm actually curious about your opinion on this, without giving too much detail, because I don't like chat having too much like information on like conversations that happen in my relationship. But that example I gave you, when Ludwig is leaving and I say, no, it's fine, go. Obviously, the correct answer is stay with me until I find Minx, right? Mm-hmm. But how can you say that without feeling guilty from what you're preventing him from doing? Genuinely.
Are you literally asking me how I would phrase that?
No, I'm saying, do you ever, like, I'm just curious. It's funny. I think that's the difference between men and women maybe it's not even men and women. Maybe it's just me. I always feel guilty when I'm inconveniencing other people. Yeah. Genuinely.
I think, okay, so, like, the most ideal, and to be honest, and, like, right, I'm biased here, but, like, the answer that I would give you, because I know you and because I know the situation, I would be like, oh, God.
Just be honest with your boyfriend of 2 years. Just don't lie to him. It's so easy.
No, it's not a lie.
It's a lie. I said, do you want to say anything? You said, no, it's okay. Go away. Just go have fun. I said, okay. And then later you texted me and said, I'm mad at you that you didn't stay. They just don't lie to me.
Well, okay.
I saw him pacing over there.
Ludwig,
I could see him
I'm
pacing. I was like, I know
multitasking.
he's listening to this. I could see
It's
him.
just like,
over
I don't
there.
want to share too much of our conversation.
I
Every
didn't.
paragraph.
I did not share too much of our conversation.
Well, I think you should just be honest. in
Well,
the
okay.
future.
So
Well,
you say honesty. Okay.
Yeah.
I know. But at the time when I said no, in my mind I was gonna find Minx within 10 minutes. I did not need you.
You messaged me and said you were mad that I didn't stay.
Yes, later when I'm alone, all alone for the past 2 hours, scared.
I think in general you do this thing you're worried about being annoying by asking for things.
Yeah.
But that's the more annoying thing than if you just ask for the thing you wanted, because then I have to guess what you want, because you won't just tell me what you want. And that's more frustrating.
This sounds like a very common problem that couples experience.
Yeah, chat is so.
This is a very
we are exposing all the
heterosexual
females
problem.
and males in chat right now.
And that's okay. That's okay. You know, that's how it goes.
I'd never be mad if you were like, hey, I just wanted to say.
I know, but
I would
there's.
be like, oh, but dude, it's Mr.
yeah,
Beast.
you would. You'd be like,
Cody, I want to hang out with Mr. Beast.
I didn't even care about hanging out with Mr. Beast. I wanted to hang out with Germa.
I know, and I ruined that.
But if you were like, hey, I'm going to stay, I would probably tell Germa that, and Germa's also cool, and he'd be like, oh, yeah, we'll stay. And we just would have done that. And that's just what we would have done.
But it's so, at the time when I told you to go, I did not think I would need you to stay. I thought I would find Minx in literally 10 minutes. I was just in this weird situation where you guys had a car outside and you're leaving, and I think Minx is at this casino with 3 men. How am I not going to see this purple-headed little gremlin running around with 3 grown men? How am I not going to see that? Exactly. So that's why I say, no, you can go.
How sick was hanging out with Mr. Beast, though?
Nothing compared to Germa. We go.
Are you still mad at me?
I think you guys should say one thing that you
What?
appreciate about each other.
What'd you say as you walked away? You said no. You said yeah.
I said always.
You're always mad at me?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I appreciate your
You don't actually have to do
great
this.
storytelling skills.
Dude, this is gonna be a fight later, isn't it? I told something wrong, didn't I?
No,
Oh my god,
it's
I'm
not.
so.
It's not. You're being weird.
I'm not. I do this all the time, chat. I tell something incorrectly or that's disagreed with, and then I'm sorry. I should have brought it up. I tried to say it as non-biased as possible. I left out a lot of conversations. What?
I said you're good.
And me and Maya often talk about relationship issues, and so I brought up that as an example of, because that happened in this where I am in the wrong for telling you to go when clearly I ended up needing you. That is me in the wrong. But at the moment in time, I was not lying to you because I did not think I needed you at that moment in time. I thought I was finding this in 10 minutes.
You were just asking Maya, how do you tell someone?
No, I'm
And
asking.
That's clearly the right decision. I was just saying you can tell me.
No,
I'm not mad at you. You're fine.
I'm not saying. I was trying to ask Maya, how do you deal with that? Like, how do you deal with, like, do you not feel guilty? Like, how do you, because I think my problem in life is that I always feel guilty about everything.
Yeah, but if you date someone for 2 years.
Oh my god,
like,
everybody's going incel on me.
at some
Okay,
point,
you're right, guys. He's right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, incels. He's always right. You're right. You're right. I'm a liar. Thank you, chat. Jesus Christ. In the moment, I was not lying. In the moment, I did not think I needed him. I thought I'd be fine. In the moment. Whatever. I give up. Girls are weird, the chat is saying. Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello, welcome to the podcast.
Where's your mic? Oh, it's,
Right here.
oh. Essentially, I don't know how to not be guilty, and I don't know how to not feel like I'm inconveniencing people, is what I wanted to say about all of that. But now I feel even worse, so dab.
Here's the important thing to remember about this entire conversation, is that Cutie absolutely means well. She was trying to make sure Ludwig's night was good. She was trying to make sure Minx was safe, all the while being extremely stressed herself, very anxious person, literally at one point thinking that that Minx was being chased by men, and potentially trafficked and also drugged. It's just a lot going on. It's 2 a.m. You know, she already doesn't sleep well. She's already very anxious. It's just an absolute clusterfuck, and this happened less than 24 hours ago.
Maya gets me.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And Lud is just listening to what Cutie's saying, and Cutie was like, I'm good, I can figure it out. And then Cutie got very stressed, and Lud was just doing what Cutie told him to do. There's nothing wrong here, right? Everybody just had the best intentions for each other. But very stressful situation. Oh, look who it is.
Hey,
He brought a little
puppy.
Swifty to make her feel
Sniffers.
better. So nice.
Come here, handsome. Swift would be afraid of getting in an Uber alone with a man, too.
He
would be so scared.
of a lot, though.
He would be so scared.
He would be so scared.
He's scared of our television remote.
I know, but
to be
he'd be
fair.
so
I think his
afraid.
biggest nightmare would be an Uber driver that's a television remote.
That would be
Yeah.
He'd kill himself.
I would be really afraid of that, too,
In-
Swift.
Closed?
in a
Is he here
game.
or open? He probably won't run
you should
out.
probably, you can close it, I think. Should you close it?
You should close it, yeah.
Yeah.
This guy looks like
Thank
he
you.
wants to run. Thank you.
Thanks, Lud.
Yeah, that's my problem in life, because I don't want to bother anybody ever.
Yeah.
Genuinely. Ever.
I had to invite people to the stream rewards.
Yeah, because
It's
I
her show.
even inviting people
'Cause she
makes
felt
me feel
bad.
like I'm bothering them.
She felt bad giving them an invitation. She was like, I don't want them to feel like they have to go. So I said, I DM people.
That's why I say my shower-uppers.
Right.
Minx doesn't show up when I ask her to share her location with me.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
It's crazy. It was crazy. It does. The hard thing is when you're surrounded by like men. Like me and Minx were the only girls. Well,
No,
and
that's what I was saying.
Germa's
If
girlfriend was there last night.
If
too.
I was in Vegas with you last night, holy shit, would it have been a different thing. Different story. Yeah, no.
It's just hard because I feel.
And it's not like the men are shitty for it. They don't understand
No,
it.
they don't understand it. Because I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, am I crazy for being afraid of getting an Uber with a man?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Thank you. It feels just good not to feel. I feel crazy. I feel crazy.
We need to
Only
open another bottle.
in Vegas and only at
Which ones of these are?
1 in the morning. I would like to make that very clear. I ride with guys all the time, but we're in Vegas. Well, and recently I will say I was reading an article in like the Washington Post or New York Post, one of those posts about how in Vegas there are like sex traffickers that will pay off taxis or Ubers that if there's a woman alone in their car, they will literally take them to a warehouse and instead of where they're going, especially if they think they're drunk or whatever, drop them off there and then they get sex trafficked.
I'm gonna be honest. I am very, very aware of how easy it would be to traffic me.
Yeah.
I think about that all the time.
I mean, I also think I would, like, as much as, like, oh, I'm scary, Cutie Cinderella, I can call you
right.
names.
I talk a big
I
game
would
too.
still
but literally
get-
any man.
I get
would
kidnapped.
just pick me up.
Yeah, and they could also
From
just,
somewhere.
you know, all they have to do is go, vroom,
That too.
and you're out. Like,
That too.
hello?
Yeah.
So when everyone's like, oh, Minx is fine alone with 3 men,
Nah.
I'm like, no, all they have to do is go, vroom,
Yeah. No.
and she's out.
No, absolutely not. But yeah, that is an insane story.
I also did get kidnapped as a kid.
Right, that too.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a lot of
come
trauma.
on. A lot of shit going
We've got a lot
on.
of trauma over here,
A lot
you
of
know?
shit going on.
I'm doing my best.
Cutie and I never touch. Like I get traumatized when Cutie and I like brush hands against each other. She literally had her arm around me in the back of a car when I got drugged last time at that casino, and I was like leaning on her, sobbing, freaking out. Like it was a traumatic time.
I have trauma in my life.
Audio listeners, we're on our second bottle of wine here.
Oh, are you doing the wine moment?
It is I'm doing this for you. The Stag, Paso Robles Cabernet Sauvignon. I love this part of the podcast. I love the wine review. It's really important to me, and I have a really good time with it, and I'm going to use this.
And everyone at home have some too, especially if you're driving to work. Dude, my dog is so cute. No one talks about him. Nobody talks about how cute you are, but I love you. I love you. This dog is my best friend in the entire world. If Maya and this dog were hanging off a cliff, I would save this dog.
I literally don't give a fuck about this segment of the podcast. I'm worried about you being anxious, and so I'm trying to make a segment out of it. I can't even open this stupid fucking bottle of wine. I don't care about the wine moment. I'm just trying to drink more.
You just source so much for our editor. He's new. Please. He's gonna quit like Danny. Actually, I would like to make it very clear. Danny did not quit because he hates us. He quit because he hates Maya.
Yeah, I yell at him.
No, it's because his computer is shit and Maya doesn't pay him enough to buy a new one.
I literally got him that computer.
Why'd you get him
You
such a
were
bad
insane.
computer?
It was a $2,000 PC. I can't open this, dude. I don't know how this works.
Oh my god. Okay, well first you have to take the thing off.
Oh. Apologies.
Oh, it was an artesian build.
It
So
was
that makes
not
sense.
an artesian build. I did a fundraising stream to get Danny a PC.
All right.
Speaking of, never mind.
Artesian builds?
Never mind.
Okay.
I'll tell you later.
Okay. Okay.
Perezzo!
Prezzo would like a PC.
Lover boy. Fly into LA.
Oh my god, I think it's because... Oh.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. How many people are here?
Is it broken?
Yeah.
I don't remember the last time we charged this.
20. Okay, it's not my fault. The thing's broken.
Maya,
What?
you broke it.
Okay, I
Listen to it.
bulleted. I didn't break shit. I picked it up and I pressed the button like you did.
Oh boy, it's broken. The battery's dead?
Alright, this one is a twist stop.
No.
That is empty.
Stop.
Okay.
There's a wine opener on the windowsill.
Okay.
Get it. Son broke it.
God damn it.
I have the hiccups.
Bless you. All right. I have so many stories. Cutie usually bullets stuff to talk about it for wine about it. Or stuff to talk about for wine about it. I never do, but I had to this time because so many things have happened. It's very different from the topics we just talked about.
You didn't go to Vegas and chase Minx around?
I did not go to Vegas and chase Minx around. But I have gone out a lot recently.
Ooh,
I've
you've been
been-
going outside. Dude, I don't know how to use this. This is embarrassing.
I've been crazy. I grabbed this from you like I know how to use it, and the honest truth is I don't. I've been crazy. I've gone out to the karaoke bar. I've gone out to 6th Street.
What's your go-to
I've gone on-
karaoke song?
I've gone on some dates. I don't sing karaoke at the bar.
Oh,
Yuck.
you just listen to other
Once
people?
if people know that you sing, then they're like, oh my god, like you sing. Go up there. And then you have to actually be good. Bro, what in the hell?
Did you say dates?
I have gone on dates.
Well, everyone in chat said did you say it?
Huh?
Did you say dates?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I
Because
think.
chat started freaking out, and I was like,
Man, how the fuck you get this out of here?
dude, I don't know.
I thought there was just something you went like that, and
Let's
then
call an
it
Uber
pulled it
driver.
out. I've never used one of these. I don't think. Actually, maybe I have once. Use leverage. Press down. Push it down. I did.
Chat, we can't open it.
Try pulling it now. Like pull the whole thing. I can't.
All right, let me try. Let me take a turn. Oh, she figured it out.
Oh my god, shreds.
Wow, we need a new wine opener.
Christ.
You're gonna spill it. Wow. Yay.
Audio listeners, I opened the next bottle of wine. Here's the wine review. Ready? Wait, are you still sad?
No?
Okay.
Wait, but do
We're
it.
drinking a... Okay, so wine moment? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Wine review? This is... I already said the name. I'm not going to say it again because I said it poorly. It's a red wine. It's going to be gross. I don't like any of them.
Is your phone ringing?
Yes.
Who could possibly be calling? You don't have friends.
What could you possibly want right now?
Are you live?
Yes.
Oh my god, it's Cutie Cinderella. Hey, cutie.
It's Wine About It.
Oh my God. Yeah, of course I didn't know you're live. I never watched that.
Reg!
I'm sorry, that's a joke. Cutie.
Hi.
Cutie, we should hang out more.
You're not even in LA right now.
I'll be back.
Well, I'm down to hang out when you're back. I've always said that to you, and you've never invited me, not one time.
I invited you to Disneyland.
When?
That's a big drink you got there, Campbell.
Yes, I would
Wait,
love to
what?
play board games next week.
Wait, you are?
No, I said I would love to.
Okay, you're invited. I'll send you the information. Oh,
Oh.
this is great. Wait, I don't want to ruin your podcast. You guys go do your thing.
I'll call you.
We'll talk later.
I'll call you soon. We gotta catch up. I got stuff to tell you.
Yeah. Have a great podcast.
All right.
Prime.
Twitch Prime. There you go. Bye, Rich Campbell.
Same script. I know he does call once a month and always seems to not know when the podcast is.
I love Rich, dude. I love Rich. Okay. So, wine review. Cutie just, damn.
That wasn't the new wine.
I know. Cutie just drank.
Well, I was trying to catch up.
Respect. We're on the second glass of wine now.
I love the stag wine because the bottle has a deer on it, and for some reason I really like deer, which is weird because my favorite animal is a tiger, but if I had a Patronus, it would probably be Swift, but I also like deer. Stag, it's a stag. Oh my god, it's a stag. It's called stag wine. Oh, it's a stag, I get it. Like a guy deer.
She's not even. She has brown hair, just so you know, audio listeners. She just dyes it blonde. But welcome to the Small Brain Podcast. What the hell was that?
What? I get it.
What was all that? That was so dumb. You sound
I
so-
told you what animals I like. Don't you mean? I told you literally what animals I liked. I was just trying to share. I love Swift. He's my favorite animal in the whole world. Oh, I love him.
This wine is significantly better than the last wine. It doesn't taste as vinegary.
But the best wine was the one gifted to us from our dear friend.
Thank you.
I think... I'll talk about this later. This is going to be a long podcast. You go.
I told you it's
It's
gonna
a
be so long.
Maya story
Okay,
time.
it's time. Are you ready?
I was just trying to tell you my favorite animals.
I don't want to hear about your Patronus, nerd. Okay.
You literally
Like
take
I
care
was-
of animals every day. Don't call me a nerd.
How does that make me a nerd?
Are you serious?
Taking care of animals?
Oh, okay. What does an owl eat?
You don't know what an owl eats? What do you think an owl eats?
Mice.
Okay, yeah, great.
Damn it. What's something the normal people wouldn't know? What's something only a nerd would know?
Like,
Please fix your dress. Chat, it's a romper.
chat, it's shorts.
It's shorts.
Can we? Okay,
you're being
we're getting back on
creepy-
track right now.
Don't be creepy. Don't be weird.
We're getting back on track.
Don't
right
make me have to put a pillow
Like
next to
I-
my thigh.
now. Like I was saying,
It's literally shorts.
I've gone out a lot recently. I've gone out a lot recently. I've gone to karaoke bars. I've gone to 6th Street. I've gone on dates. I've been all over the place. I've been crazy. I've been super social. It's been wild. Past few months, I've been crazy social. And there are stories that I literally I won't tell my stream and I won't tell Cutie because I want to save them for this podcast.
So toxic.
So
actually.
toxic. Cutie and I aren't real friends. We don't talk because we're like, literally earlier today we're like,
No.
we're not going to talk right now. Like we sat in silence in the kitchen because we were like, save it. Save it.
Yeah.
Even Lud, we were talking, Lud came in and he was like, girls, save this for the podcast. What the hell?
Oh, we were talking about.
How long a vagina is? I'm not sure. And I also don't know if it's, I don't think there are any
She
vaginas
thought it
that-
was inside, but I was asking if it was like slit to slit in her measurements.
I thought I made it pretty clear. Well, because my question was like, I don't think there are any vaginas that are longer than a penis is.
She's saying longer inverted inside of you. Internally
right.
long. That's
We're derailing.
more like the cervix.
Yes, from
But I've
from
heard,
opening to cervix.
Yeah, but one time, so there's this girl, and she's on Twitch, and I won't say who. I'm not gonna say who. I actually don't know if she streams anymore.
Okay.
But one time there was this boy on Twitch that hooked up with her, and he said that her vagina was the longest vagina he's ever seen, and so that makes me think it is slit to slit. But he was like, the
No,
slit went all the way
dude.
to her asshole, and I was like, that's
Does she
crazy.
have kids?
No,
Oh, that's bizarre. That makes wait, what? That's not-
crazy slit. Can you say slit?
That makes no sense. Okay, so I've been going out a lot recently. I've been really social. I'm going to bars and hanging out with people.
Uh huh.
I have a story. Now I feel like because I built it up so much, I feel like it's not that crazy. But at the time,
Is it anything compared to my last story?
No.
That's what I thought. We
But
live different lives.
I did think it was so funny.
I'm wild compared to you.
I thought it was so funny. Okay, so I went to this karaoke bar. First of all, gross. It's a terrible, terrible place. You would hate it.
Why?
Everybody
I've
just
been to
smokes in
karaoke
there.
bars in Austin.
Everybody just smokes in there.
Is it
It's
the one with the little
gross.
stage and like
Yeah.
the one mic? I think I've been there.
Okay, well, I walked in there. I went to go get a drink by myself at the bar, which is a medium mistake.
Oh my
Gross.
God.
Like, just bad idea. And I
Uh-huh.
walk up to the bar, and this he's 44. I know that because he told me. Bald guy. Came over, stood next to me, like, leaned over, is like, he, like, you know, goes like this while I'm ordering my drink here. And he goes, "Are you old enough to be drinking here?"
Like, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, I am. Yeah, I was like, I'm 24. And
Imagine
he
if
was
you said no. You're like, no,
Right.
Hope they don't get me.
But I was like, and he was like, 24? You look so good for 24. And I was like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, all 24-year-olds look good.
I know. I was like, what do you mean by that? Like, that was really strange. And then he kept talking to me. He was like, you know, you have a boyfriend. Like, you don't want to drink too much. Are you going to be able to drink all that? Because I got a blue moon. Like, it was a normal whatever. And he was like, you going to be able to drink all that? Like, you're drinking beer? Are you drinking beer all alone? And I was like, I'm not all alone. I'm just currently alone right now. But I am going back to my friends, right? Just in a second. So please stop talking to me. And he was like, you don't want to drink too much because you don't want to look like me. He was like, you don't want to look like me.
You're
when
like,
you're
I
older.
guarantee you I will never look like
You know
you
what's
when
crazy
I'm older.
though? Is I absolutely pussied out. And I was like, oh, you look fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
you think he was fishing for a compliment?
Absolutely.
Oh my
Absolutely.
gosh.
He absolutely was. He was like, you don't want to drink too much because you don't want to look like me when you're 44, right? And I go,
Oh.
and I was like, oh, you look fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, so rough. And then I went over and everybody was playing pool.
Okay.
And this guy, it's kind of funny. He was
I've
wearing,
been to this karaoke
Yeah,
bar.
okay.
I actually have.
He was wearing a college T-shirt, but he was definitely in his late 30s or early 40s
Hey.
probably.
He's
And
young.
he came up to me, and I was talking to this guy, and he came over and he was like, "You're my pool partner now," and I was like, "Am I?"
No
I was
way.
like, "Am I?" And he was like, "Yeah," and then he was like, "Sorry to take your girlfriend away from you," and I was like, "Oh, it's not my boyfriend." And I realized me saying it
Oh,
like that
you
made it seem like, oh, I don't have a boyfriend. Like, yeah, like let's play pool. But I just like
Rookie mistake.
my initial was like, I'm not dating that guy. I don't know that guy.
Like, I don't want that guy to feel weird.
Yeah, I was just like, that's not my boyfriend. And he was like, oh, great, you're my girlfriend now then.
Oh.
Yeah. Hat, bald, huge beard, just like college T-shirt in his absolute prime at the bar by himself,
Not
hammered,
like
smoking a
this.
cigarette.
Not like this on a Friday
So we
night.
go to play pool. I griefed him.
How? Oh, you just kept losing?
Oh, I was so bad. He was so
Oh,
mad.
I'm sure he thought it was so cute. No? He was mad?
I think he was actually frustrated.
Oh,
'cause
good.
It was bad.
Usually what happens from my experience is you're bad and then the guy's like, let me show you.
Oh, worst part about
Uh-huh.
that pool situation is he came over. I was like ready to shoot, and he came over and he put his hand around my waist, and watch closely. He goes like this, like around my entire waist. So he puts his arm around my waist and he like squeezes my hip.
No.
Yeah. And I was with young Llama. I go over to young Llama and I was like, Llama, if he touches me one more time, I'm pulling out my knife. I was like, absolutely.
I gave
not.
you, didn't I give you a little pepper spray?
I don't have my pepper spray. I always have a knife on me. But
No, I didn't give you pepper spray. I gave you a
You
little
gave me
alarm.
A knife. You gave me a knife and an
I
alarm.
gave you an alarm. Do you
That would
have-
be insane if I set off the
You're
alarm
like,
at the karaoke bar. Yeah, don't touch me. I like pull the pin out. Okay, no, but so that was the beginning of the karaoke bar, and this is the story that I have because I've already said that on my stream, but I don't know if I told you that. Oh man, it's so like having a podcast is so fun, and there's so many funny things that happen, but we really have to sift through like what we can talk about on the podcast without
Yeah,
people in
it's
real
hard.
life getting mad at us for
Yeah.
it. So I will start this story with a disclaimer that like I don't have a problem with this person. I just don't give my phone number out because I don't want to leak it. I've had my number leaked before. I had to change it. It was a
Ugh,
huge
that's
bitch.
annoying. Yeah.
I just wasn't interested. So anyway, so this is where it started. That comes over. I guess he's, I don't know, streamer, YouTuber, whatever.
Who does?
This guy.
Okay, a guy.
I don't know him. Never met him in my life. He came over again. I was standing there by myself with a drink, which
You need like to
Just
walk
shouldn't.
around with like a newspaper or something.
yeah, I just shouldn't do that But
Yeah.
I was like standing at a table by myself, which apparently is an invitation for men. That's just how it goes at bars, right?
I've never been aggressively hit on at a bar.
Okay, well, I'm famous, and he's a small creator, so.
Oh, exciting.
Anyway, so he came up to me, and he was like, hey, you got a Snapchat? And I was like, no,
Wow.
I don't.
What a line. What an intro.
Right, yeah. And then he was like, oh, can I get your number then? So I was like, sure. So I took his phone. God.
Oh, he asked
my
for your
God.
number and
If
he
you-
said sure?
If you see this, I'm genuinely so sorry. I just don't like giving my number out.
You don't need to apologize.
No, I gave him the wrong one.
Yeah, don't
But
apologize.
I gave him the wrong one, but I just gave him the last digit wrong.
That's so much pressure. You don't need to apologize. This is okay. You know what? Wait, you owe me this. You promised you would watch Miss Americana by Taylor Swift. About Taylor Swift. You promised.
Excuse
You
me?
promised.
The
promised.
fucking documentary.
Yeah.
Is it because what were you sad about something? Because I was
No,
not
we were
just
on
like-
this podcast and you promised me.
There's no shot. I was like, yeah, I'll just do that to hang out with you.
You did.
Tell me she was distressed or something.
No, it was for my birthday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, you'll see it. But Taylor Swift, at one point in that documentary, Miss Americana, very good. Check it out, please. It's amazing. She was like, I am sick of apologizing for just having standards. Like, having standards and having, like, this bubble of respect for myself. I am tired of apologizing, and I'm not going to do that. And then she immediately was like, sorry, that sounded tough. And then she was like, why did I say sorry? But, like, literally, like, the fact that, like, you did not want to give this guy your number, and you're like, I'm so sorry if you see that. F that. You don't need, no. F you. Don't ask for a freaking number. Like, no.
Okay.
You don't even have a conversation. Guys, we've talked about this before. There is foreplay to flirting. There is. You don't just go up and you're,
Can I get your number?
can I get your number? Can I see your titties? Like, oh
She
my
didn't ask
God.
to see my titties.
I know, but I'm saying, like, you've got to work up to it.
Okay, so
And
he
if
asked
you're
for
not
number.
comfortable yet, you don't say sorry.
I didn't want the confrontation. I didn't want to be like, he goes, oh, can I get your number then? I didn't want to go, no. I was like, I've done this. This story gets crazy. Okay, so I gave him my number, but I put in the last digit wrong. Classic move, textbook, do it at bars all the time. Like, and then you never see him again. They text the number and they're like, hey, yo, this is the wrong number, right? Whatever. But it was early on in the night. And so we were all, and you've been to that bar. That's like 1,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And there were like 30 people in there, maybe.
Yeah, it's not a very
it's like
crowded bar.
early on in the night, right? So I gave him the wrong number, and then he comes back, and he's like, look at this. He shows me his phone, the wrong number, texted back, of course. He like texts it, they're like, this isn't Maya. They go, this is the wrong number.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and he has this whole conversation, so he comes back to me, and he's like, look at this, like, this is, you put your number in wrong. And I go,
Oh,
I'm so
no.
sorry if you're watching this. This is so cringe.
Don't apologize.
And I go, oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's, the last digit's wrong. I put it in wrong. That's the move, right? Is because it's like you get to save yourself from confrontation, right? I've done that at bar, like in college. It's like if they come back to you and they're like, this is the wrong number, then you can be like, oh shoot, it's supposed to be, you know. So I was like, oh shoot, it's supposed to be this. So I changed it, and I do change it to my number because it, you know, it's been like the conversations have, it's been done. So then he keeps texting the wrong number for some reason.
Oh my God, because he's quirky, I'm sure.
I don't know, but the guy at the wrong number keeps texting him back. The dude who asked for my number is drunk, right? Like super drunk. And he FaceTimes the wrong number. I also had a lot to drink. I wasn't like hammered, but I was drunk.
Yeah,
And
you're
he-
fun. You're
he
having
FaceTimed
fun.
the number. You know how I said I've been doing this since college? Putting the last digit in wrong? It's always the same last digit.
Okay.
Like, I always put the same last digit in a row. So I have given that specific number
Oh,
out
no.
well over a dozen times. Like, probably like, because in college you go to bars, people ask for your number constantly.
Probably that poor person.
That's what I'm saying. So he FaceTimes the guy, and the guy picks up, and I was like, I need to apologize. I grab his phone. I was like, you stay in here. I will be right back. I run outside the bar, and I'm FaceTiming this guy. That's my number neighbor. And I was just like, I look, and I was like, I since 2018 have been giving your number out to men at bars, and I am so sorry. I didn't know that it was an actual number. I didn't know that you were getting their text. Like, I feel so bad. I just never thought about it until now. Like, I'm genuinely so sorry. And he's like, yeah, I've gotten so many texts. It's been crazy. And he was like, but it's cool. Like, you know, if that's your move, if you want to do that, like, you can keep giving my number out. And I'll just, like, you know, I'll just ignore it or whatever. And I was like, that's so sick. Like, we have an alliance. And then he goes, wait, do you stream?
No. Oh my god, I'm going through too many thoughts. Okay.
Yeah, he goes, wait, do you stream? Are you a streamer? And I was like,
No. You say no.
I say yeah. I was like, yeah, I do. And he was like, wait, are you Maya? Like, Ms. Kiff Maya?
Oh my god.
And I was like, that's me. Yeah. I was like, yeah. And this is all after I tell him the story about how I just changed the last digit, right? So I leak my number, and I was like, please don't leak my number. And he's like, oh my god, I would never. And he takes the phone, he runs over to his brother, and he's like, dude, do you know who this is? This is like XQC calling me right now. This is, and I was like, I was like, this is nothing like XQC calling you.
This is
nothing like XQC
I would like to make
calling
that
you.
very clear.
I know. I was like, no.
Maya is not
It's not
XQC.
like that. I'm like on FaceTime now with this viewer. I was like, what is happening? What's going on? And so I just, like, I apologized to him a bunch. I was like, I'm so sorry. I was like, you know what? Forget it. Like, forget the alliance. I was like, I'm not going to give your number out again. Don't worry about it. Nothing to worry about. I'm really sorry because truly I have given that number out since 2018. And I know that those men have texted that number. And he's gotten so many texts from men at like 3 a.m.
My goodness.
That's like, hey, is this Maya? Or like, or just like the name of the guy kind of thing. I
Yeah.
feel so bad. But yeah, absolute nightmare. I didn't tell him what my number was, but I mean, I told him the last digit was off, so it's 1 out of 9.
He'll be find it.
It's 1 out
I
of
guess
9
1 of
digits.
8 because he has the one.
But he was really nice. Shout out to you. I actually really appreciate it. It was just kind of crazy.
Okay, so the guy who got your number, has he reached out at all?
Yeah, you want to see it?
Yeah, I want to see it.
It's actually really fun.
I'm gonna see it.
Where's my phone at?
I can't believe you. All you have to say is you just be super weird where they can't really reply, where you say, oh, I don't do that. When they say, what's your number? You say, I don't do that. And then they get, like, confused. They're like, what do you mean you don't do that? And you're just, I don't do that.
Well, so...
Oh, God. Let me see.
When we were leaving... Okay, he's, like... He's grinding right now, right? He's, like... He's becoming a content creator. And when we were leaving the bar, he said bye to me. And he goes, see you at the top of Twitch. And I was like, oh... Okay, like...
No, he's
like,
texted her so many times. Maya's not replied. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, yeah, so we're flirting foreplay. You would have saved yourself a bunch of unread or unreplied texts if you would have just read the room correctly.
Yesterday,
you can get girls' numbers.
Wait, how do you
just
describe
actually
that
flirt
face?
with them first.
Yesterday I got a late night text, and it was hey with the one eye's really big, one eye's really small, and it's
Tongue
like
out.
the tongue sticking out. You know what I'm talking about? That emoji.
The hey, I'm feeling silly.
That one.
She got that in a text.
Stop. Yeah, Danny's got.
Which
thank
is
you.
definitely a booty call.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which again, read the room. You can't even booty call if they've never replied to you.
Anyway, dude was nice enough. I just don't like giving out my number, and the whole situation was crazy.
Dude, that karaoke bar. So I went there 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And it was when my whole bit of going to Austin at that time was saying, like, because I used to be going the Raj shows. It's an old content creator. You guys probably don't know him.
Who's Raj?
Yeah, he doesn't stream anymore.
Right.
I used to go on the Raj shows, and it was very, like, drama baity, like, people, like, falling in love and hooking up and whatever. And I was like, oh, it'll be really funny if I go to Austin and I, like, pretend like I'm in love with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I, like, got back from Austin, and I was like, I posted, like, a picture of a pregnancy test, and I was like, guess who the dad is in 9 months on the next Raj show? You know, like, it was quirky and funny and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so, one night I'd pretend I was in love with Miz, one night I'd be in love with Erob, one night I'd be in love with Soda or Mitch Jones or whatever. And we're at that karaoke bar. And this was before I knew any of them. It was all a bit. And I went on stage to sing an Eminem song. And I said, this one's dedicated to Mitch Jones, because Mitch was watching in chat because he was on his way over. And it was the wrong song, and so I didn't know any of the words. It was so
Song comes on and she's like,
I immediately panicked and I was like, wait, I don't know the words to this one.
That's so funny.
It was so, I remember I was so embarrassed. I got the clips deleted and oh my God, that was
sick.
That was a crazy, I don't think I'll ever forgive Mitch for this one thing. So it was me and Halesby and my assistant Taylor got to Austin, like met everyone, whatever. Like I feel no pressure. Like I don't care. I'm not actually trying to get with any of these guys. I really don't care. So I'm in like a t-shirt and shorts and not wearing makeup. I don't care. And and Mitch comes over and he like says hi and then he goes up to Mrs. Stream because Mrs. streaming at the time. And Mitch is on Mrs. Stream and Ms. was like, do you like any of the girls down there? You know, because there was like a few of us and then plus Tricky and Fawn were over.
Right.
Fawn Eyes.
Oh, this was
2019. Forever
like,
ago.
This is when
Yeah.
I remember this. Okay.
And then he was like, oh yeah, like Tricky's cute and and he's like naming the girls and being gross and he's like, Cutie looks much worse in person. And he said that and I was like, just downstairs watching like, what? Why would you?
Oh
that
my
was
God,
so mean.
Mitch,
It was so
fucking
mean.
Idiot.
It was just mean. I was also like the only girl, again, not wearing makeup. I was literally a t-shirt and shorts. Like I didn't give a shit.
God damn.
And then he said that and it made me feel so bad about myself.
The law.
But then like, you know, a few hours later, texted me at 4 a.m. being like, hey, you want to come over? And I was like,
God,
good one,
yeah.
Mitch. Good one. Anyway, I'm happy that he has now found someone.
Dude,
and they love each other.
Ro's the best. I
Yeah.
love Ro.
I'm happy that he has Ro.
Anyway,
Seriously,
classic.
he needs
classic.
someone. Yeah, that's a Mitch Jones classic
That's a
from
Mitch Jones
3
classic.
years ago. A
Welcome to
4
the
a.m.
Rat Pack.
text after calling a girl ugly.
At that karaoke bar last time because I've gone twice now. Last time I went, somebody came up to Simply and he goes, Jay Schlatt? Which is like such a weird coincidence because he doesn't look like Schlatt at all, but
No.
also like Schlatt's our friend. And I
Yeah.
was like, but he was like, yo, Jay Schlatt? And Simply was like, what? Simply was like, nah, man, like I'm not. And he didn't want to be like, no, but I'm friends with Schlatt, right? 'Cause
I
that's
wish he
kinda
would have
cringe.
just said yes.
No, he was just like, I'm not Schlatt, dude. And he was like, oh, who are you? Like, do you, like, I think he asked if he streams too. So I guess he got him mixed and he was just like, yeah, I'm Simply. And he's like, oh, yeah. And then he didn't know who I was.
Uh-huh.
But Simply was doing karaoke. He was like, I don't know, doing some rap song, something funny. And I went over because there weren't many people on the floor. And so I was standing there by myself, like, bumping. I was like, yeah, Simply, let's go. Like, whatever. And then the guy came over to me and he was like, that's my boy. And I was like, oh, yeah? And he was like, yeah, like, we hung out earlier. We were just kind of vibing. And, you know, I just really with his vibes. That's my boy up there. And I was like, yeah, man, like, that's my boy, too. Like, we're friends. And he was like, oh, yeah, did you meet him tonight? And I was like, no, like, we used to live
No,
together.
we're, like, actually friends.
Yeah, I was like, no, like, we live together. Like, he's my friend. He's like, oh, hell yeah, like, that's my boy. I was like, okay.
It's a weird karaoke bar, but
it is so weird. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's
the
such a great
best
time.
karaoke bar in Austin is right off 6th Street, and it's the gay bar
Sixth
that does
Street.
karaoke.
I don't think I've been there.
Yeah, it's you know, you are homophobic, so that's probably why.
What?
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 It's so funny because people always talk on our pictures. They say like that we look like we're dating or whatever.
Yeah.
Somebody today replied to our picture and they're like Maya and Cutie could just post a picture of themselves kissing and I was just like, oh, normal Maya Cutie content.
That is insane. That is insane.
Uh,
Anyway, happy
funny.
July. Oh, whoops. Sorry.
June.
Yeah, it's supposed to be June. Anyway, okay, other things that have happened. I've been to lots of house parties, which have been,
Now you're just bragging you get invited to things.
you would get invited to things if you lived in Austin.
I don't want to
You
be
would get invited to a
things.
lot of things if you lived in Austin. So I've been to lots of house parties. No.
What?
No, I'm like going through all the stories in my head and I'm trying not to like, you know, the thing I told you about earlier. I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
you can't talk about
okay,
that
don't talk about that one. Don't talk about that one. Okay, let me look at my list. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this one. I've been on dates.
Oh, she's been going on dates. She's
And
crazy.
It's been within the past couple months. And I haven't talked about them on the podcast.
Have you talked about them on your stream?
Nope.
Ooh, this is the first time for chatters to hear about some dates.
Easy. Excuse me. Okay, first of all.
Yeah, she is single. Even if you sub to her, it turns out you're not dating her. Kind of weird. I thought that's what a sub meant.
Exclusive content. I am not on Tinder because I'm too scared I'm going to meet a viewer. I don't want to date a streamer. It's a deal breaker for me.
I want her to
nowadays.
get a Tinder so bad.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I think it'd be so funny.
It's too dangerous. It's like not, because even if they don't tell me off the bat, they're like, oh, like you're from the Twitch.
Yeah.
And
then you get murdered.
And then we meet in person. They're like, and then I find out in person. It's scary. Anyway, so I can't be on Tinder. Raya probably. Crazy story.
She's not famous enough.
I got waitlisted on Raya.
You got waitlisted on Raya?
Yeah.
When do you find out?
I got waitlisted weeks ago.
Okay, so what do we wait for now?
Nothing. I'm probably gonna delete it.
Come on!
my
I want to see
ego-
Raya.
My ego is shot. You have to put in here's the thing about Raya. Raya is Tinder for celebrities. So like you put in an application, and TikTokers and like ex-Disney stars and stuff. You put in an application and then you put in referrals of other people that are already on Raya.
You could date Corey in the house and let him in your house.
Corey in the house. So I put in my recommendations. There weren't very many, and then I asked Hassan. I was like, "Can you help me get on Raya?" And he's like, "What do you mean you're famous?" And then he never helped me.
Damn it, Hassan.
So I'm not getting off the wait list, but it's fine because my ego's already shot. I'm gonna delete it anyway. So I was trying to find people through Raya, but obviously have not been successful because I don't even have a profile because I'm waitlisted. I can't even get into the app because I'm not famous.
Hassan ruined her love life. You heard it here first.
I have a story that the incels are gonna love.
Oh, yay, incels.
That the incels are gonna love. Are you ready? So I in 2018. Dated a guy who was, I don't think I've ever talked about him on the podcast because whenever we talk on the podcast, it's about like, oh, this is like nightmare stories, right? Like, oh, this is awful. Like I had to get a restraining order.
I would like to make that very clear. I've had
police.
tons of great relationship stories. It's just like those stories don't tell as well on a drama farming podcast.
Right. So I dated this guy in 2018. I only dated him for a few months, but and he was so nice to me. Bless you. He was so nice to me. He just treated me super, super well. Was like the nice guy. But I was in my like frat phase.
She's a sloot.
He was
S-L-O-U-T.
oh my god. He was so nice to me. Like, so nice to me. Damn it. And I was in my frat phase. I was in my like I need to be single right now phase because I just gotten out of a really hard relationship or a really long relationship. And I was like, I can't commit to somebody right now. I gotta go be crazy. I gotta go do my thing. And so I was like, he wanted to be exclusive. He wanted to, for me to be his girlfriend. I was like, no. I was like, I'm not gonna be exclusive. I'm not gonna be your girlfriend. We still hooked up and whatever, but like, I just like,
but
wasn't
feeling
down.
Crazy.
Yeah, I just wasn't down, and it ended up getting really hard for him, and I felt really bad because he really liked me, and so I broke up with him.
Damn.
I like broke his heart. It was really sad. It was like genuinely the nice guy. He was to this day. It has just been like so kind to me. Like
nice guy never wins.
Was a really good friend. Was so nice to me, and I just broke his heart because I was like, I'm not ready. And I had been like thinking about it a lot, whatever. And I was like, you know what? It's been 6 years.
6 years?
No, sorry, 4 years.
I was like, you said 2018.
I was like, whoa, it's been 4 years. I was like, it's been 4 years.
I wonder what he's up to.
I was like, I wonder where he's up. Like,
typical wonder what he's up to.
I was like, I have never been treated that well by anybody in my life.
Yeah.
Like, he was so good to me. What's the
I bet he misses me.
Yeah, I was like, what, where's he at?
Delusional. I'm so delusional. I think every ex-boyfriend ever I bet he misses me. I was so fun.
He's married with kids. No, he
they
doesn't
don't
have
miss
kids.
me.
So, I text him, which again, it took me, I started talking about this weeks before I texted
she did. She was like, maybe I should reach out to him. Maybe I should reach out to him.
Yeah. We talked on the phone, and I was like, I'm not going to reach out to him until I'm extremely sure that I'm ready and that I want a relationship, because I refuse to hurt him like that again.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to be so ready.
Maybe they could really be something. You know?
And I talked to her. It took me weeks to decide, like, okay, let's see where we're at. So I like built it all up, and then I finally got ready, and I was like, okay, I'm ready. I am down to be in a relationship. I am excited, you know, to see where to see where he's at, whatever. So I texted him, and then I FaceTimed him at Alveus, because I know him.
Because he had never seen the sanctuary.
Right.
Because
so I was like,
they hadn't talked since 2018.
I'll give him a tour. Yeah, and I FaceTime him. He just starts cussing me out. No, he didn't do that. It was a really good, normal conversation at the start. He's a falconer, so he's like super into birds. So we talked about birds a ton. He had his bird with him. I've known that bird that he had since he was like a baby. So it was just like really wholesome and really good.
And she's feeling good. She's feeling confident.
I'm feeling great. I was like, this conversation's sick. This is going great.
Like, we're gonna get married probably.
Not quite, but it was going really great. And then I was like, so where are you living now? And he's like, oh, you know, like I'm renting land out in, you know, whatever. He's still in California. And I was like, cool, are you living out there all by yourself? Like, that's a lot of land to maintain on your own. And he's like, no, I live there with a roommate and my girlfriend.
Audio listeners, if you didn't catch that, he has a girlfriend.
Nice guys finish first. Dude,
yeah, he's fine now.
He was so good to me.
Honestly, thank goodness he didn't settle for you.
What a guy, and I just broke his heart. Oh, yeah. He was so sad. And then 4 years later, I was like, you know what? That guy actually was really good to me. I made a mistake, and I call him, and he's got a girlfriend.
Damn.
Yeah.
I honestly think what made me I'm a very good girlfriend. Like, I make sure to celebrate any minor accomplishments. I really try to celebrate. I really try to, like, make people feel special. I try to go above and beyond. I think I'm such a good girlfriend because my boyfriend in high school was such a good boyfriend, and I took him for granted that I feel like it taught me to, like, granted? Is it granted?
Granted.
Even if it has two E's in it. Granted. Granted.
Granted. G-R-A-N-T-E-D.
Granted.
G-R-A-N-T-E-D.
Granted.
Yeah.
Granted. Granted is without the D. It's not past tense. If I took you for granted.
No,
granted.
Ma'am. No, ma'am.
Wait. So there's granted. There's no, like, there's no not.
There's no taking him for grant. That is
I thought that was granite.
No, ma'am.
I thought that was...
Granite is a rock.
I know granite is a rock,
Geology.
But I thought granted, like, I took you for granted means that, like, in the past I took you for granted. But if I took you for granted, that means I still acknowledge that I took you for granted, and it's not in the past.
No, ma'am.
I made this word up?
Yes.
Damn, that happens a lot to me.
That's all right. That's all right. I get it.
Okay.
I get it. Okay, so back to the...
So you took him for granted.
I took him for granted.
I hate when this actually happens to me so often that I don't know how I ended up this way.
I did. Okay, look, that I think that story is funny. That was a while ago now. That was like a month ago. But it was.
My question is, I would like to say something. My question is it okay that he called you in the first place, even though he has a girlfriend?
Yeah, because it's been 4 years since we've hooked up. It's been 4 years since we've talked. Do I think as the girlfriend?
I'd be pissed.
As the girlfriend, would I be upset? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if
after Ludwig FaceTimed his ex today, I would be like,
no, okay, you guys are question marking whatever. If I was with a guy and his ex-girlfriend from 4 years ago randomly texted and was like, hey, like, how you doing? Like, I've been thinking about you. We should FaceTime. And he was like, yeah. I'd be like, no.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's a little weird. Yeah. Because that's exactly what it was. And then after...
And it's not cheating. I would like to make that very clear that that's
not cheating. But then after our FaceTime call, he messaged me and he was like, yeah, next time you're in California, let's hang out. Let's fly my bird together. Let's go get lunch. Whatever. And if I was the girlfriend, I was like, I would be upset about that for
also,
sure.
if you were any other girl, you'd say yes to that.
Maybe.
There are okay,
But I gave him. I was just like, I will not see him in person ever again because it just feels disrespectful to his relationship. Because the only reason that I reached out was because I was interested.
There
in
are
Campbell.
straight up certain girls. I know this for a fact. There are certain girls that think they can get any man they want and see them in a relationship as a challenge. Literally.
I have heard, dude. I have heard that.
Yeah. I know a few girls that's like, oh, it doesn't matter. He's in a relationship.
Yeah.
Like.
Damn it.
I hate that.
It's back.
Yeah, they're like, oh, it doesn't matter if he's in a relationship, like, it's fine, like, I'll get there, like, it's fine. And it's like, whoo. I know, okay, I don't believe I've ever told this story, but I'm gonna do it because it's been a long enough time that I feel fine about it. So there's this girl who she does not know that I know she exists.
Okay, love that.
She doesn't know this.
Uh-huh.
But what happened was, when Ludwig and I were like first dating, he like went to like a Smash thing, and he's
That's where people go to have.
No. Smash tournament, like melee video games. Actually, the opposite. Most people do not have sex there.
Oh.
So he's at like a Smash tournament, whatever, and I'm home alone. I'm doing my thing. I'm playing League of Legends, whatever. All of a sudden, this girl I know, let's call her
Sarah.
Sarah DMs me.
Imagine you were like any other name.
I'm like, not
Imagine you're like
Sarah.
not Sarah, something
not
else.
Not Sarah, Maya. Definitely not Sarah.
Okay.
So Sarah DMs me and she's like, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but my friend blank.
I've never gotten one of those.
Give me a new name.
They're like, is it male or female?
Female.
Sarah.
I can't say. Give me another one.
Julie.
Okay. Sarah says, hey, cutie, I don't know how to tell you this because me and Sarah are kind of friends. Like, we know each other through the space or whatever. I don't know how to tell you this, but my friend Julie is trying to f*** your mans.
Yo! I have never gotten the like, hey, girly, I hope this isn't too weird, but I just wanted to let you know. I've never gotten one of those.
I know. And I'm like, here's my deal. I'm not worried about Ludwig. I think Ludwig is like the most loyal guy in the world.
Because he's got no game.
No.
Dude can't get...
No.
Sorry. Yeah.
Because I'm just like, I'm not worried about him.
Good guy.
But this whole situation, I'm like, what? Like, you know, I'm sitting at home playing League of Legends. Meanwhile, he is out there. He is a deer who I would say has armor on, but there's a hungry wolf coming at him.
Okay.
Julie is the hungry wolf, right?
Sure.
And his armor is the fact that I don't believe he would ever cheat. But there's still a hungry wolf out there, and that's a little monka-esque. I'm like, okay. And so I was like, what the heck? I was like, oh, LOL. Sarah, does he know that, or does Julie know that I exist?
Yeah.
And she goes,
yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I guess who Julie is?
You won't know. You can guess. You can type it on your phone. I'll tell you if you're right.
Okay, well, I just have a very similar story.
No, it's not. It is not even a streamer.
Okay. Well,
yeah. Oh, well, let me see.
I don't think it really matters, but I have like the exact same thing.
Oh, I know who you're going to put, but no, it's not.
Do you really? Is it this person?
No, I knew who you were going to put. It's not that person. No, it was someone at the Smash convention.
Yeah.
Or whatever, at the Smash tournament. It was somebody there who had like watched Ludwig's streams for a while and blah 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 blah. And so like Julie sends me that and she's like, and I was like, oh, does she know I exist? You know, because sometimes there's some girls where they just don't know. Literally, I'm not even kidding you. Last night we went to the poker thing. We go to the poker thing. It's Alex and Andrea. There's two girls standing off to the side, and this one girl who's gorgeous points at Ludwig and she's like, oh, he's kind of cute. And the girl next to him says he has a girlfriend. Mm-hmm. And I overhear that, but then I look at gorgeous girl and I'm like, oh, she's so much better than me. I bet she wouldn't chase after a purple-headed gremlin all night. You belong with her.
That's really healthy.
Yeah, I know.
I'm proud of you for that.
I have a lot of self-confidence and worth. But anyway, like, you know what I'm saying? And she's like, oh, shoot. And that's the end of that. And that's how women and humans should be. No matter what. You hear they're taken, okay, your shot's over.
Done deal.
Done deal.
Yeah, 100%. That's how I was too.
Exactly.
I felt bad that I had reached out in the first place, even though I didn't know. So, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Like, I felt bad that we talked in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you feel bad. You're like, oh God, I have, morals and values, and I'm not going to, this is no longer a challenge to me. And she goes, yes, absolutely. And I go, I just reply with, and she's like, and then Sarah replied to me. She says, honestly, I think she sees it as a challenge. And I say, woof. I really replied with
Tell me
woof.
who these girls are. I just need it for my brain. Here, put it right here.
You're not going to know any of them.
Oh.
So Sarah...
I don't know who they are. It doesn't
No,
matter
you don't. No, they're both... This is her name.
Okay, just don't even finish
Yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly. And then Julie is a girl named...
She's dyslexic? Hold on. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. You don't know their names. They're in the Smash world. You don't know them.
Okay.
You don't know them. And I'm just like, okay, well, this is awkward. Like, you know, she said, oh, honestly, I think...
Just use speech to text.
Yeah. I said, you know, I was like, you know, I said, and she said, honestly, I think she sees it as a challenge. And I said, okay, well, thanks for letting me know, because I don't know what to say after that. And now I'm
then
just...
you tell Lud.
I
would send him screenshots and be like, yo.
I don't even think I told him. I think I talked to him that night, and I'm like, is everything cool? Like,
I would send him a screenshot and just be like, by the way, or heads up. And that'd be it.
I don't remember what happened. Again, this was like earlier in our relationship, so I'm also trying to be pretty girl. Where
Yeah, right.
Pretty
Like,
girl
I'm
is like, I'm
so
never
chill.
jealous. I'm not crazy. I'm not going to take any feedback in.
Yeah, you can go to a strip club. Yeah, you can play games for 8 hours and not even look at me. Yeah, no, that's totally fine. I do my own
Pretty
thing.
girl sucks. Clearly, I still try to be pretty girl when I don't want to inconvenience people, and I say, yeah, you go to the casino.
Yeah, it was Mango. She typed Mango.
It was Mango. But yeah, and so this girl was like, and then I found out later, that this girl also reached out to another guy named Brad and said to Brad, yo, I'm trying to Lud. And then I don't know where it went from there, but Sarah told me that she like messaged Brad because Brad was closer to Ludwig and was like legit trying to fuck him. And I don't know where that conversation went, but I just knew it happened. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
Like,
There were people that would send Ms. nudes when I was with him.
It's so weird.
And like said like, I like that you're in a relationship. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But there's also, see, I know that sounds crazy to normal people, but there's also like that massive layer of leeching, right?
Yeah.
There are a lot, it was like, you know, a lot of like OnlyFans girls and
But
girls like that.
you want to know what's even weirder? Oh, about this this Julie girl.
What?
So this Julie girl, still to this day, will every once in a while tweet about Ludwig.
Whoa.
Yeah, and still, like, even one time, she posted a picture, and someone said, like, oh, I thought you were Cutie Cinderella. And she replied with, oh, she's so pretty, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like...
That is weird.
And it's crazy, because I don't even follow Julie on social media. I do not. But, like, every once in a while, I check my indirects on Twitter. I want to make sure I'm not getting canceled that day. And so I'll type in Cutie Cinderella. I'll see, like, what comes up. And that's how I found that one. Like, I clicked on it.
Okay, hold on, back up.
I would know.
Don't do that.
I know, I shouldn't do that.
You would know if you were getting canceled. You're just going to read what you do not need to read.
You're right.
I've never done that in my life. You
But,
do
like,
not need to do that.
I'm going to tell you something. Googling your name or, like, reading YouTube comments or reading Twitter comments, it's, like, a weird self-hate thing. Like, it's similar to, like, you know, like, when you hurt yourself. That's what I've decided.
Self-harm?
Self-harm.
It's a form of self-harm?
Yeah, it's a form of self-harm. I'm not even kidding.
Okay, love that for you. Then, yeah, go ahead. Keep doing it then.
Yeah, thank you.
That is so bad.
I know. But,
that was my frat phase. My therapist told me my frat phase was all self-harm.
Self-harm?
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah, it's super weird. That was like a real thing. That was like a thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't like I haven't seen anything since like that those because it was like within those few weeks she like tweeted about him a few times and then probably in like the past year tweeted about me like that came up on my indirects or whatever. And so I don't know what other things she could have said, but yeah, it was bizarro. It was so weird.
That is super bizarre.
And now I'm just like,
you know what's weird about that too is like in my normie relationships, that does not happen.
no, that does not
That
happen.
is insane. But the scale that it happens when you're dating a streamer or somebody like big or somebody
my
in the
God.
industry, crazy.
I saw someone tweet
Crazy
out,
stuff.
like they met Ludwig at the meet and greet and they tweeted out like, I just hugged Ludwig and I'm never washing my body. Like,
Right,
and I'm
right.
like,
Yeah, it's
oh
such
my
a weird-
God.
Such a weird,
Ma'am,
yeah.
shower. Like, you're fine. Like, it's just, you know, it's weird. It's weird. Our lives are weird.
Our lives are definitely weird.
Yeah.
I was going after that story.
Sorry.
After the
derail.
incel pleasing story. No, it was a good derail. After that call, after the FaceTime call where I found out he had a girlfriend, I was like, that was my plan B. I was like, I called my sister that day. I was like, I don't know how I'm supposed to meet anybody. Because as a 24-year-old woman, I'm out of college.
Yeah.
I don't have a workplace. I can't meet people at my workplace. I can't go on Tinder. I can't go on Hinge. I can't date a streamer, and that's the only people that I hang out with. I'm going to have to run into some motherfucker at the grocery store.
Yeah.
I was like,
Maya started wearing makeup to the grocery store.
No.
She sent me her outfit choices before she went to the grocery store. I was
But
like, you gotta relax.
I legitimately was like, it's not even like I don't, it's not like I can't like if I went to a bar, so like I'm gonna meet someone at a bar, I was just like, I don't know how to meet somebody, you know, in my situation. And I was kind of stressed about it because I do want a partner. Like I really, like I enjoy relationships a lot. Craigslist, right? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on Craigslist. Raya. But then that night, somebody messaged me on Instagram, and it was a guy it was a guy, I was introduced to him 5 months ago.
Whoa.
Through Instagram from my high school friend because he went to high school with her college boyfriend. And
Jesus,
and lives in Austin.
Your college boyfriend.
And she was like,
oh my God,
you guys should hang out.
Story.
You both live in Austin.
Yeah.
And he messaged me that night, and he was like, you got any plans this weekend? And why? Oh, wait, because of the connection.
Yeah, my college boyfriend.
So like
friend.
crazy, whatever. But again, we got introduced 5 months ago, and I didn't hang out with him 5 months ago because we messaged on Instagram, and I just got the vibe. He's very polite. You know, the SpongeBob without the holes. It was like he was trying to get employed.
You did not just compare him to the SpongeBob without the holes.
He's so nice. He's so nice. But it was like he was trying to get employed by me. Like we were talking and I'm trying to like banter and he's just like very formal and very nice. So I was like, it's not really my thing, whatever. That was 5 months ago, but it was fine. So he messaged me like coincidentally the day of, right? And he's like, what are you doing this weekend? And I was like, yeah, sure. We'll hang out this weekend. So we went to dinner. And it was never declared a date, but like the two of us went out.
Obviously, it's a date.
He was like, what are you doing this weekend? And then we went to dinner. But it was just complete normie. Knows nothing about, like, I don't know. He knows absolutely nothing. And
he's like, so what do you do again? What's
and like
Twitch again? Oh, it's like
what's
YouTube,
Twitch?
live,
Like, how do you make money on there?
So how do you make money?
How do you make money? Like, what games do you play? You know, like...
What games do you play?
Yeah, and it was like, so, like, do you have any siblings? Are you watching any TV shows right now? Like, where are you from? Whatever.
Yeah, which we're in a micro niche corner of the internet. I'd like to make that very clear that, like, it's expected that people don't know what this is.
Yeah, it's just not something that he understood, but he was so nice. But then at the end of the date, the waitress brought... It was just, like, such a surface conversation. We just didn't connect at all.
I hate surface level.
It was so tough. And then the waitress brought over the check, and I, like, looked at him and was like, you want to split it? And he's like, yeah, let's just split it. And so I think we, like, mutually, at the end of the date, we were like, this wasn't a date.
This wasn't
like,
it.
We'll just... So we split it on the... But it wasn't, like, you guys are saying, like, damn awkward. It was honestly, it was really nice. It was
good. It feels like everyone was on the same page.
It was really nice. It was like a... It just felt really nice. It was chill. So I actually think that we can be friends.
There's no spark. It was whatever. It happens.
It was tough.
I actually had a friend date like that. I went on
Really?
a friend date. Because in LA, I try to make friends.
Mm-hmm.
I went on a friend date, and we talked the whole time, but there was no connection.
Right.
Sometimes you just know. When there's no connection, there's no connection.
Yeah.
But, really quick, we should talk about balls. As in the dingly kinds that hang down from most of you in chat's legs.
Okay.
They don't hang from your legs, I hope. They hang from your... pelvis? What do they hang from, actually?
Your dick.
Do they hang from the dick?
I don't really know what the, like...
Where would they hang from?
This isn't really important.
But we need to talk about it.
But we can tell you guys that, Manscaped's brand new Platinum package.
Yeah. Manscaped. The first sponsor of Wine About It. Some claps in chat for Manscaped. Woo!
Yay, Manscaped!
Yes! Ad
Amazing!
read.
Wow. It's the biggest bundle they've ever offered, giving you a bulk discount on Manscaped's top products. Stop paying more for his grooming product, ladies. Do you have any stories about men that could use Manscaped products?
Yes, and it's Ludwig, who has also been sponsored by Manscaped. I feel fine telling this because I've told this story before.
Okay.
The first time I ever gave Ludwig a blowjob, I got a pube stuck in my teeth.
This is why this is our first sponsor. I just want to let you know. Okay, continue.
And I was like, bro. And he was like, haha. Chat, don't let your pube get stuck in a girl's teeth. Just Manscaped. Quite literally Manscaped. That's all it is. Oh, I hit you in the head.
Ow.
I did it again.
It hurt the second time.
Oh. I can talk about this because the Yard podcast has talked about their pubes so often that you guys all know, if you watch the Yard, that Ludwig will only randomly groom Manscaped himself.
Okay.
And it's dope. It's dope when it's done. I will say most females I know prefer a Manscaped situation.
Actually, interesting. We'll talk about this later. Manscaped has waterproof trimmers. It can reduce foot odor. They have a lawnmower 4.0 trimmer to help reduce nicks, reduces the risk of ingrown hairs, reduces the risk of grooming accidents. You can use the code WHINEABOUTIT.
Whine about it.
On Manscaped. Pretty cool.
Go to Manscaped, check out something, enter code WHINEABOUTIT.
So they're trying to sell their platinum package right now, and in their platinum package you get a lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, weed whacker ear and nose trimmer,
That's dope.
Ultra premium body wash, ultra premium 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner, ultra premium deodorant, crop preserver anti-chafing ball deodorant. I didn't even know that ball deodorant existed. That's actually kind of sick.
Thank God it does.
Crop reviver ball spray toner.
I think that's something maybe you guys don't know, but we can smell your balls.
True. Anti-chafing boxers and the Shed travel bag to hold your goods while traveling.
I think you guys don't understand. It's not that much maintenance to just like be a well-groomed man.
Yeah.
In comparison to like all the maintenance a woman goes through. We have to shave our armpits nearly every day. We have to shave our legs nearly every day. We have to sometimes shave our faces nearly every day. If you guys manscape once a week, you're so solid.
True.
And that ball deodorant sounds awesome.
That is sick.
Yeah.
It does kind of kill the vibe when everything's going fine and then you get to where you need to get and then it's in your face and it's not good.
Stinky.
So ball deodorant is a good thing. And you don't realize it either. Here's the thing. You guys are probably like, oh, like, my balls don't smell. You don't know.
They do.
You don't know until your face is in there. Just so
they
you
do.
know.
Find your best friend, put your face in their balls and take a whiff.
Yeah, and
if you've never done it, I guarantee your balls probably smell.
Yeah. So if you use the code WHINEABOUTIT though, and you get their platinum package, you get 20% off.
Wow, 20%. What a deal.
20% off and free shipping.
Honestly, we're helping you.
With the code WHINEABOUTIT at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code WHINEABOUTIT. Unlock your big groomed energy with Manscaped and remember, when he trims the hedges, the tree stands taller.
That's actually true.
Also true.
Your penis looks bigger if you trim.
That is true.
If you trim.
That is a good point. I'd never really thought
It
about
actually
that.
does.
Yeah.
It really does. That's a secret. If you're self-conscious at all about your size, you trim a little, man. It looks way better.
But it's not just ball trimmers, right? They also have like the nose trimmers and stuff.
Nose trimmers.
I had told the story in high school. I had a high school boyfriend tell me through Ask FM, which is an anonymous asking website, that I needed to trim my nose hair.
Yeah, I remember you told me
He made an alt account on Ask FM and anonymously asked me to trim my nose hair. So that's important to some of your partners, even if they won't tell you, and they say it anonymously and really hurt your feelings and make you feel really self-conscious for a really long time, and then don't tell you until a year later into your very serious relationship that was actually him, and also gives you trust issues. Instead of going down that route, you should probably just use WhineAboutIt on manscaped.com and get 20% off and get your own nose hair trimmer so that doesn't happen to you.
Also, think about double standards, everyone. If you expect if you see a girl, if you meet a girl and you see her nose hairs, would you be a little grossed out? Would you be like, oh my God, there's hair sticking out of that nose? And it is long. Might be a little yucky. Girls think the same thing when they see your nose hairs sticking out. They're like, ooh, that's a little yucky. So just keep that in mind when you're like, you know, keep the same standards. Just shave it. Just shave it.
20% off at manscaped.com with code WHINEABOUTIT. Big shout out to Manscaped for being the first sponsor for this podcast.
First sponsor!
We have really struggled to get sponsors for this podcast. Kind of for this reason, but what an ideal sponsor this has been.
Yeah, this is so great.
What an ideal sponsor. Really,
And
really appreciate it.
they will only sponsor us again if this goes well. So I'd like to tell you to go to Manscaped.
Can you spam manscaped.com,
And use
please?
Wine About It
Wine About It. Would really
/
appreciate that.
Wait, no slash. Just
20% off and free shipping.
20% off and free shipping.
Big time.
Very exciting. Good luck out there.
All your grooming needs. Platinum package. Big time.
Anyway, continue about not balls.
I don't know what I was talking about.
We were talking about
Date.
you went on a date with that guy and there was no spark. Probably
Yeah.
because you knew he didn't shave his balls that night, I bet.
Yeah, he doesn't have Manscaped products, and so I said, let's split the check.
Yeah. How does the code work? You add everything into your cart, and when you check out, it says enter a promo code.
Yeah.
And you
Okay.
choose. You type in whine about it. Whine about it.
Was I going somewhere with that?
No, you were done with that story.
Okay.
But I might pee.
I was just going to say I had to pee. Okay, you should go, though, because I've already gone.
Okay, pee break.
Okay, pee break. Let me look
Wait,
at
why
my...
do I only have one crock?
I only saw one when you walked
It's
in
over here.
Okay. Ooh, I have another big story to tell. Kind of a crazy story from Ireland that I have
Swifters.
not told yet.
You're cute.
Swift. Did anyone forget he was here? He's still here.
He's still here. I have to pee. I'm rocking. I'm doing
Okay,
a rock.
go really fast because I need to pee.
Okay. Guys, look, this is a romper.
It's shorts.
So anyone that was freaking out earlier, they're shorts. Don't be weird. You can't see up them. They're shorts.
Don't be weird. Can you leave that door open when you leave?
Yeah. Oh, Swift is coming with me. Oh, it's dark. Where's my phone? Things you have to do as a female when you stand up.
Thanks, Prezzo. Love you. Chat, I'm doing, you'll get to look forward to, Cutie Get Ice! You guys get to look forward to, Subway Sundays with me and Prezzo. Or a Subway Sunday with me and Prezzo. We're gonna eat a Subway sandwich. I guess. On his stream. Text her. QT. Cutie has a little wine emoji next to her name on my phone. Okay, what else is on this list that I don't need Cutie to be here for? I have had I was blackout when I said that. Oh, so you take it back? Prezzo? I thought that was a date. I had a dentist appointment and a doctor's appointment and an eye doctor appointment in the past month. My assistant is getting me on top of my shit. I went to the dentist. The dentist told me that I have a abnormally small mouth, which I thought was really unnecessary because I am not getting braces and nothing is changing to my dental health. And my dentist was like, your mouth is so small. And she just kept saying how small my mouth was. And I was like, I really feel like you don't need to tell me anymore. It was just really unnecessary. And then also, my dentist made a joke. It was a female dentist. If it was a male dentist, I'd be like, I don't know about that. But she was cleaning my teeth. And then like the water got on the side of my mouth. And she was like, oh, I didn't mean to give you a facial. I'm not certified for that. But okay, the way that I just said it is not the way that she said it. The way that she said it sounded like it was a joke. She was like, I don't remember how she said it, but I'm telling you, look, I don't remember how she phrased it, but I'm telling you, the way she said it was her making a joke about giving me a facial. And she was like, we're not supposed to, because she said, we're not supposed to do that here. That's what she said. She was like, oh, like, sorry, we're not supposed to do that here. And I was like, pardon? Like, why'd you say that? Wait, what did, like, was that a joke? I don't know. I felt really weird. So that was my experience with the dentist. And then I went to the doctor. I have to get a pap smear. Cutie and I were supposed to get matching pap smears, but she got one a month ago and didn't tell me, which is honestly really bad friend shit. Do you want to explain to me why you got a pap smear without me?
What?
We were supposed to get matching pap smears, and you got one on your own and didn't even tell me that you did it.
Look who I brought.
Okay, deflecting. Durs.
He's mad.
Okay, I gotta pee.
You knew I got a pap smear. Remember, I called you literally on my way to the gyno. Because I decided I had cervical cancer.
Oh.
Remember that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she did do that. You take this mic?
I'm trying to turn the flashlight off. Relax. Dursey. This is Dursey. This is Dursey. He is my cat. Oh. Don't let him out with you. He really wants to leave. But we like to force him to hang out with me. Decided you have cervical cancer? Yes, I have hypochondria. It's actually severe hypochondria. Sometimes I have flare-ups that prevent me from functioning. Usually I'm just coasting, though. Essentially, I am afraid of everything. I don't know how this developed, but the more and more trauma I experience, the more it seems to get worse. The more and more things that happen that I don't have control over, it gets worse and worse and worse. But don't worry, I'll be fine. I always am. I brought ice for Connor's wine because it is good with ice, we've learned. Which I'm excited. It's literally everything bad that's happened in my life is because I haven't been in control over it, which is obviously how life works. Duh. And so that's why I have developed so many anxieties and consistently am growing more and more paranoias. But it's okay, because I have therapy. How about you don't? I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet, but good idea. Sorry, Maya's going to the bathroom. Is that related to your OCD? Yes. That's literally part of why I have OCD is because the patterns in OCD, I'll implement patterns in my life that can relax me a little bit. So sometimes when people think of OCD, they think of like someone that wants stuff really, really clean. In reality, OCD, maybe cleanliness is the pattern that makes them feel better. But OCD is all about patterns. OCT? No, I said OCD. Does my T and D sound the same? That sucks. Anyway, welcome back. What were you talking about?
I just talked about my like doctor's appointments. Cutie's in here talking about her trauma.
Well, they were like, what do you mean you decided you have cervical cancer? And I was like, oh. Let me tell you about hypochondria. The best way, so the best video that's articulated the best hypochondria is actually Moist Critical's video. He articulated it really, really well to the T of the experience of having hypochondria. So if you don't understand hypochondria or how it works, I encourage you to find Moist Critical's video on it. You always, essentially, you have a logical part of your brain, and then you have that weird, twisted mental illness in your brain that's telling you the opposite of the logical, and unfortunately, your logical is not stronger than that a lot of the time. Anyway, great. How's your ice? You have more notes.
Yeah. So, I had a doctor's appointment. Yeah, so I need to get a pap smear, and I've never had blood drawn in my life.
What? How?
Never. I don't know. Like, she asked me. She was like, when was the last time you had your blood drawn? I was like, I've never had my blood drawn. She was like, why? You, like, refused it? Nobody's ever asked me.
Really?
No doctor has ever asked me for my blood.
So I thought it was a part of your, like, general
You
checkup.
think? Yeah, and I've been to a doctor, like, consistently my entire life, but no doctor has ever asked me for my blood. Nobody's ever drawn blood. So I've never, like, been like, hey, should you take my blood? I don't know. Nobody's ever asked me for it.
That's so weird.
So
Every single time I go to the doctor, I get my blood work done.
Bizarre. Never happened. So anyway, I need to go get blood work done, which would be interesting.
They'll tell you nothing. I promise.
Okay, and then I had an optometry appointment, an eye appointment. because I'm freaking blind. No, it's really not that bad.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, anyway, I had an optometry appointment, and the guy working there wrote his Twitch username on the business card.
No.
No, he was actually really nice.
Was he? But he was a Twitch viewer?
Yeah.
That is crazy when that happens.
It was fine. We were talking about like computers and it wasn't working and he was like, "Oh, technology." And I was like, "Don't I know it?" And and he was like, "Yeah, like I have to have this computer cuz I got to stream." And I was like, "That's a crazy thing to say to some random person."
Yeah.
I was like, "That's like such a bizarre." And I was
Maybe
like,
that's how he gets viewers though. He gets his like
maybe.
patience.
And I was like, "Oh, you stream?" And he's like, "Yeah, I stream on Twitch." And I was like, "Yeah, me too." And then that's how we started talking about it. And then he wrote his name down on the card. But he's really nice. I liked him a lot. He's very helpful. I will say, I picked out glasses way too fast because he told me to go look at frames. I tried on 2, but then he turned around and he was like, "How you doing over there?" And I panicked because I didn't want him to watch me try on glasses. So I was like, "These are fine." And he's like, "Are you sure? You've only been looking for like 2 minutes." And it's kind of important, like what your glasses are.
Yeah,
But
I
literally,
agree.
I just gave him the pair in my hand. I don't even remember what they look
Oh my
like.
god.
I don't remember what they look like. I was just like, these are fine. These will work.
That's called social anxiety.
Yeah. So I got out of there pretty quick.
Oof, I love this cat.
Right. So that happened.
The best time I ever like had a interaction with a viewer in a professional setting was actually our vet.
Yeah.
We have a vet tech.
Nice.
I was very, very nervous. Swift had a growth on his lip last fall. It showed up. It was terrifying. We had to get it removed, and so one of the vet techs was like, "Hey, are you Cutie Cinderella?" And I was like, "Yeah, I am. Will you please take care of my love of my life, Swift?" And she was like, "Yeah, I'll treat him like one of my own." And I gave her my number so she could like text me and update me, and it was the best experience ever. She was so great. Oh my gosh, she was so great. But bad news about that. Some people in my chat know, but I don't know if I told you. I think I told you. This is worth mentioning on the podcast, I think. So when Swift had to get that removed, he had a lump on his lip that showed up out of nowhere. They didn't know if it was cancerous or not, and so they had to remove it to send it in for biopsy. And me being a paranoid person who has the luxury of money to spend, which is genuinely a luxury, because I know, like, growing up, we had multiple dogs that probably could have had surgeries that would have saved their lives, but it wasn't an option.
Right.
Like, and so I feel very lucky that I have this option. But Swift had to be put under for the surgery, and so I got a bunch of tests done to make sure that he would be okay with the anesthesia as much as possible, So they did a chest x-ray to make sure his heart looked okay. They checked his liver. They had to do an ultrasound. While they were doing an ultrasound on the liver, this was back in September, they found a tumor in his tummy. That was 5.9 millimeters. And they were like, "Well, we don't know if this is cancerous. We don't know what this is. Just watch it. Come back in a year for another ultrasound. We'll see if it grew." Otie-dotie. So then I leave and I'm stressed about it. I try not to think about it. And then it's been a few months, so I didn't wait the whole year. I got him another appointment. So it's been like 6-7 months. I got him another appointment with the ultrasound person, because the ultrasound person only goes in once a month. And he just had the ultrasound done 2 weeks ago, and the tumor has doubled in size. So it's at 13.9 millimeters or centimeters. I don't remember which one. Which is stressful. And so I had to set up an appointment with a specialist. So he's going to a specialist in 2 weeks, because they were like a month out. But yeah, so that's where Swift is. They don't know if it's cancerous. They don't know if it's non-cancerous. On the bright side, the one on his lip turned out to be non-cancerous. So I'm hoping that, the one in his tummy is non-cancerous.
Yeah, we talked about this. The shitty thing about it is that it's in his stomach, so they can't just biopsy it like they could with
in his stomach, and they don't know if it's inside of his stomach, if it's in his stomach lining, or directly outside of his stomach.
Yeah.
And when it was so small, they didn't know if they could do surgery, because they didn't know if they'd be able to find it. And so it's really scary, because he might have to have surgery again. But I'm taking him to like really, really good vet. Like, they literally referred me to a specialist. But yeah, I'm a little scared because he's my best friend and I love him with all my heart. So we'll see.
But he's shown like no signs of anything. Being
No,
different.
he's so the same.
Very fun.
He's so the same. He's also like only 11. Like I know that's like 11 old dog, but like he's not like that. You know, he's a small dog. Like
he's fun.
Yeah. So we'll see, but that's an update on him. But I'm sad because now I won't have that vet tech.
Right.
Like
That does suck.
because I have to go to the specialist, and so I'm like,
Yeah.
But yeah.
I heard people that chew ice are crazy.
No.
I heard it's a red flag.
You know what's crazy is that you say that is because my evil stepmom that I talk about sometimes, she chews ice all the time.
Interesting.
It's like her go-to. Like she will bring her own ice machine to places.
I have some questions for you.
Yeah.
On red flags.
Uh-huh.
And like walkouts.
Oh.
Like, okay, so like beyond a red flag, like you're on a date with this person, you're at dinner. Do you walk out or not? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Number 1. Their mom calls, they pick up, and they call her mommy. On the phone.
What's bad is Ludwig calls his mom mommy. But normally that would be a red flag. I feel like I learned it too late in the relationship for it to be a detrimental red flag. But mommy is a pretty big red flag. Ludwig calls his mom mommy.
Wow! That's crazy. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think he gets the pass because European.
Okay. Next one. Next scenario.
Uh-huh. Imagine all these things Ludwig does, and we're like, uh-oh.
Next scenario. You're sitting with them, you're having dinner, they're wearing sneakers, their shoes untied, and they put their shoe up on your side of the booth, and they go, would you mind tying this? I don't know how.
I would understand because I don't know how to tie shoes.
You are trolling.
I don't. I'm not trolling.
Cutie, you're joking.
I don't know my right and lefts.
That has nothing to do with...
Yeah, because you have to take the bunny ears, and you have to, like, go like this, but it's...
You don't know how to tie your shoes?
I do know how to tie my shoes, but not well. Like, I know how to take the bunny ears and go like this, and then you go like this again, but they always come undone.
You don't need to do it with one. You can do 2 loops if you need to. And then just tie them together. Are you being serious? Or are you being
I'm being
funny? Cutie.
I'm dyslexic. I don't know my right and lefts. It really fucks me
It has
up.
nothing to do with dyslexia
Yes, it does.
or
Yes, it
your
does.
rights and lefts.
Yes, it
no,
does.
it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Oh my god.
It actually does.
Oh my god.
I know how to do it. I just don't know how to do it well. They always come undone.
Double knot them.
I realize I can do that. But they always come undone.
Okay.
A car alarm just went off. Anyway, if someone did that, I think I'd be fine with it. It depends on, like, the vibes. If they were, like, a funny person, I'd be fine with it.
Okay. Next. Prezzo goes preach.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Uh-huh.
His friend calls him while he's sitting at the table, and his friend goes, or his friend's talking about seeing a girl, and he goes, "Oh yeah, you're seeing that girl tonight, the hot one or the ugly one?"
Oof. I am out.
This is like, okay, but hear me out. This is
I'm
like,
actually out.
It's not just red flags. It's like, these are walkouts. Do you stand up and
No,
walk out
I
of the
don't walk
restaurant?
out. This isn't a walkout. That's not a walkout. That is there's no second date.
Okay.
There's no second date. To the person said that's just boy talk. Ugh. God, you're misogynistic and you don't even know it.
Next.
Yeah.
It's a decent restaurant, so like the tip is fine. It's whatever. Or it's a good restaurant. The tip is fine. They have $20 in cash in ones, and they sit it on the table. And when the waitress comes over, every time the waitress messes up, they like make eye contact with the waitress and they take.
Walk out.
And they take one of the.
That's a walkout.
They take one of the $1.
That's a
bills off.
walkout, and I slip the waitress $20. That's a walkout. That's an actual walkout. I would call someone out quick.
The waitress spills a little bit of water on the table. They make eye contact with the waitress. They take a one out.
Yeah.
How many ones do they have to take out before you stand up and walk out the door?
Probably one. I'm not kidding. I'd be like, what are you doing? And they'd be like, ooh, service, blah, blah, blah. I'd be like, that's insane.
Fair.
And I'd be like, you know what? I'm good. That's crazy.
Okay. Solid answer. They call the waiter a slur.
That is walkout. Yeah, I'm walking out on a slur.
That's what...
Unless it's Prezzo and they're like buddies, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, fair.
Honestly, they tell me they voted for Trump, I walk out. Genuinely, I think I do.
You start talking about politics, they go like, yeah, I voted for Trump. Like,
Yeah. I don't think women should have the choice for abortion. I'd be like,
hold on.
I would continue
Do they
the
say
conversation.
all that?
No, I think if we get into politics and they stand, and as soon as they tell me they vote for Trump, I'd probably ask them about different policies, and then if they agree with those things, then I'd be like, you know what, this is a waste of our time.
You want to hear something crazy? I never told you this.
What? You
It
voted
was
for
recent.
Trump?
No. Oh my god,
Imagine.
no. But it just
I walk
reminded
out of
me
the podcast.
because we were talking about like ideologies and whatever. Oh my god, this is crazy. I never told you this, and it was kind of recent because you guys, some of you kind of know. I did date this guy for like a little bit. We're no longer dating, right? But you guys know how since college I've been volunteering at homeless shelters. Like, homelessness is something that is pretty close to my heart. Like, I've been volunteering with homeless shelters forever. I still do it in Austin once a week. And I make those like bags for homeless people and whatever, and we went out in Austin together. Oh my god, I don't think I've told you this. Oh, this is actually crazy. We went out in Austin, and there were these guys, these homeless guys sitting on the road. And so I was buying them food from the kebab trucks and stuff downtown. And one of the guys, after I gave him food, came up to me. Granted, like, it wasn't very, I don't know. Like, he came up to me and he's like, where'd you get your necklace? He, like, grabbed my necklace. He, like, grabbed my arm, you know? And he was like, he was being way too much, like, super inappropriate, whatever. And so the guy that I was with was annoyed by that. And I apologized to him. I was like, yeah, like, I'm sorry that maybe I shouldn't have bought them food. You know, I should have just, like, we should have just gone home. And he went, it's fine. The free market will always regulate itself. Woof. I was drunk too when it happened because we were on 6th Street, right?
I assume you said what? I assume your first response was,
I said
really?
nothing. The thing that I did, I heard him say that. I was like, did he just say what I thought he said? I opened my phone, I opened Discord, I type out, quote, the free market will always regulate itself, end quote. I sent it to Dion. I said, don't worry about this now, we'll talk about it later. Because I was like, I'm drunk right now, but I need that quote. I need to process that.
So what do you
another time?
What do you think he meant by that?
So then we got home. I didn't talk to him at all in the Uber. Like, yeah. I didn't say a word. He was like, are you okay? Like, is something wrong? And I was like, no, we're good. We got back to my apartment, and I was like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
And he was like, I just don't feed the homeless if it's somewhere where I go often because they'll keep coming back there.
Huh.
He was like,
yeah, they're like a stray feral animal.
Right.
Of course.
He was like, I don't feed them or give them things where I go often because they keep coming back there. Uh-huh. He said he was annoyed that oh my gosh, this was a separate occasion, but he said something about like there was this nice new park that they built up and homeless people were already like taking it over or something.
Oh my god, yeah, you've never told me any of this.
I never told you any of that. But there were some crazy things that we talked about, and
I don't even know
man,
who this is.
Yeah, you do.
Will you type it?
I mean, okay.
That's crazy. Oh, okay.
Right. So, yeah. Yeah, it was super bizarre. I don't remember how we got here, but
you were asking me red flags. I would say that's a red flag. See, one red flag for me, this made me stop talking to a guy altogether, is in high school I was very poor. Like all through my life, when I grew up, I was really, really poor. Okay. And so my house was actually 45 minutes away from my high school because my high school was one of the best in the state, and so my mom was like, you gotta go here. And so we would drive 45 minutes every day. And one time in high school, I was like kind of talking to this boy. I invited him over to my house, and we like had a fun little date. It's like we had this weird inside joke about like chimichangas, and so we were like, let's make chimichangas together. And so then we like deep fried a bunch of shit for fun.
Fun.
It was weird.
Okay.
But then he had to go back home, and he lived by my school, so it was 45 minutes. So we're driving 45 minutes, and since I am from, since I'm used to the drive, he like missed one of the exits. And so then I was like, oh, I'll help. Like I wasn't even being a backseat driver, but I was like, okay, so it's gonna be this one coming up. And he looked at me, and he was like, why are you telling me? And I was like, oh, because we could have gotten off there, but you didn't, so I thought maybe you were lost. And he was like, you don't need to backseat drive me. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry, I was just trying to help. And he was like, no, you were being annoying.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was like so aggro, and I was like, okay. And that was literally the last time I talked to him. And before then, I had asked him to homecoming. So the week before, it was like girls' choice. I asked him to homecoming, and so then I had to unask him. It was so awkward. I had to let him know. I remember messaging.
Because you were scared of him?
Yeah, I messaged him, and I was like, hey, like, so it's actually, my way out of it was actually so good. So I had a friend named Devin, and Devin,
Devin Nash.
was not Devin Nash. Devin was like, well, I don't have a date to homecoming, so let's just go together, and we can tell him we're in love. And I was like, you're a hero. Because Devin and I were actually not.
Deadass almost hit me in the face right there. That would have been crazy.
Devin and I were so platonic, it was like insane. And so like, we made sure to sit next to each other during lunch and stuff like that. After that, we did for a week or two. So then people were like, oh, are they like into each other? And so finally I like broke the news. I was like, hey, like I texted his name was like Vinny or something. So I texted Vinny and I was like, hey, Vinny, Devin and I have been talking more, and we're just really, really into each other. He told me he really likes me, and so I think I'm going to go to homecoming with him. I'm really sorry. I just see more potential with him because you and I haven't really been talking for the past little bit. Because in high school, a week is like a year, right? You're like, oh, we haven't been talking for a week. And thank God he was like, okay.
Easy.
Yeah, it was so easy, but it was like, but then I went to...
Dude, there's something...
Oh, God. Then I went to homecoming with Devin. And it was right after me and my ex-boyfriend had broken up, and I saw my ex-boyfriend with this girl named Marie, who used to be my friend, and she was on the cheer squad with me, and I was like, you're breaking girl code, and it was f***ed up.
I went to homecoming, and there was this girl that my ex-boyfriend was really into, like obsessive in love with, right before we dated. And I got really sad, and I told him, it was prom, sorry. I told him, like, man, because she didn't wear any makeup to prom, of course.
Oh, she's so cool.
And she looks so
gorgeous.
beautiful.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, like, she just looks so pretty. Like, it's making me really self-conscious because he was talking to her. And he goes, she might be prettier without makeup, but you're prettier with makeup than when she does makeup.
He is so sweet. He is such a king, actually. It's so sweet.
I said, what? Anyway, there's something about being trapped in a car with an angry, aggro man that is like the absolute most helpless thing. Dude, I did a guy that would go like 100 miles an hour on the, like we would fight in the car, which was never my decision. Like it just always like happened. Like we just would like fight in the car, and then he'd go like 100, and I would like literally like beg him to slow down. I'd be so scared and I'd cry, and then he would not slow down until I apologized.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Actually, one of the first...
So then I started driving only. Like, I wouldn't let him drive me anywhere. But then if we would get in a fight while I was driving, he would, like, pound my ceiling in my glove box.
Ooh,
he would, like,
scary.
scream and, like, hit the ceiling and, like, hit the glove box and just, like, scream profanity. And scream, like, he would, like, just call me terrible things while he was doing it. And then I'd pull over and be like, get out of my car, and he'd be like, no. And then I was like, well, okay. Because what am I going to do?
Yeah, what are you
What am I going to do? So I was like, all right, never mind.
All right, I'll keep driving. Do you want anything from McDonald's? Because I was going to stop there.
Yeah, then I just keep going.
Wait, where was I going with this? Oh, one of the first times Ludwig and I hung out, he had crazy road rage. That was such. It was like I was like, he's never. The crazy thing is that I've never seen him like that ever again.
I've never seen Lud mad.
I've never seen him like it ever again. But we were on the car and we were in the car and we were getting on the highway, and you know how you're supposed to merge, and I've never even heard this term beforehand, where it's called the zipper, where like one person in, next person in, one person in, next person in.
Okay.
I've never heard of the term the zipper. And this person wouldn't let Lud in, and he starts screaming. Like, he was like, respect the zipper, like, you respect. He's like honking and flipping her off, and I remember in that moment I was like, this is never gonna go
Yeah,
anywhere.
that's terrible.
Like,
crazy.
that was almost a walk away
Was he
red flag.
trolling?
No, he was dead ass.
Why was he so mad?
We've
I've
talked-
never seen Lud mad.
The crazy thing is we've talked about it since then, and I'm like, Lud, what was that about? And he'll be like, she didn't respect the zipper, and I'm like, what? I was like, this is so weird.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's so bizarre. I don't understand. He's never been like that ever before. It was the craziest thing I've ever experienced.
That is weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I had a guy one time, we were in a parked car.
Uh-huh.
And I was in the passenger seat, and he was really mad, really mad.
He was super mad.
Super mad. He was screaming, and he was hitting the top of the, he was like denting the top of the car.
Oh,
he was hitting
no.
this dude was huge. He was like
Yeah.
jacked and like super strong. Whatever. He was like denting the top of the car. This is a different guy, by the way, believe it or not. And I
Weird
was
how
sitting
there's
there.
so many common denominators amongst these men.
Crazy. And I was sitting there, and I was just like holding I was facing the window. Like, I was like, my back was to him, and I was like facing you.
Yeah.
And I was like holding my legs
You're like a little
this,
nervous. Yeah.
and just like crying.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to get out because I was scared as soon as I touched the door, it would like set him off, and he would like grab me and kill me.
Yeah.
So I literally just had to like sit there like this and like wait, and I was crying, and I was like, please stop, please stop, please stop. Luckily he wasn't driving, but he just kept like, yeah, he just kept pounding on the thing, and then I just waited for him to calm down, and then he calmed down. I was like, all right, gotta go.
I used to go to a parking lot with a boy in high school, and we would derf. You know what derfing is?
No.
It's dry hump.
Okay. Why are you calling
We
it
would
that?
dry hump to
Nobody's
completion.
ever said that. That is, I cannot believe
Not me.
that you just
He would come in his
admitted
pants.
that.
Yeah. I was Mormon.
I went on a movie date in high school and gave a guy a hand job outside of his pants, and he.
That sucks that that happens.
It's tough out there for
It's tough
y'all.
out there.
It's
It
tough out there
happens.
for
When
y'all.
you're young,
You know what's crazy?
You have little control. We understand. We're empathetic with you, but it is usually always funny when you look back.
It
on
was the first and only date. We only kissed once, and it was at the very end of the date.
I remember my friend in junior high. She was nervous. She got pregnant because
Because they were dry humped.
No, because they were making out. She was wearing a skirt,
Mm-hmm.
and they were making out in the stairwell, and they're making out, and they're like rubbing on each other, and he comes so much that it comes outside of his shorts, like it soaked through his shorts and got on her leg, and she was like, "I'm gonna get pregnant. I'm gonna get pregnant. It's on my leg. Like, what if it like start wiggling on up there?" It was so funny. Like, looking back now, that's
Ew.
really funny. And the crazy thing is this story, I even remember the skirt she was wearing. He was wearing Bermuda plaid blue and gray shorts, and she was wearing a green skirt because she also got some cum on her skirt and her leg, and she came running and crying, freaking the f*** out, and showed us her skirt.
Have you ever had somebody rip your clothes? Like, in a sexual context, they're just like, and they just rip your shit?
Only tights.
Okay, that's whatever.
Yeah.
I
No real shit.
I've had
I'm
a
not
guy
that
rip
hot.
my shirt, and I was like,
You're like, what am I supposed to
I
wear home?
legitimately, I was like, come on. I was like, I get what you're trying to do here, but is it really that serious? I was like, is it really the time?
Dude, that's the problem with porn, is people just want to be like it.
They
and
want to
you're
be like, and I was like, man, it's not that.
Homegirl,
Like, this isn't
like,
that
me
crazy.
and Alcova has replacement shirts. Like, I don't.
Yeah, I
This is
really
what
didn't
wore.
need that. I was actually kind of pissed. I was actually kind of pissed. And then another time in college that happened, and I was borrowing my friend's bodysuit for the night. I went to a party. I was wearing her
and they
bodysuit.
ripped
He
the
ripped
body-
the f*** out of it. And I had to bring it back, and I was like, I was going to tell her, I was like, I fell. But I was like, no, I don't know why you did that. I'm sorry.
Dude, I had a Halloween hookup, where I like hooked up with a guy on Halloween.
That one was a Halloween hookup.
Oh, was it? Yeah, it was onesie. It was a Halloween
Yeah, yeah.
hookup, and I was a Playboy bunny, so I needed something to wear
Oh.
the next day.
Classic.
And so he gave me like, you know, shorts and a soccer jersey to wear the next day. But the soccer jersey said like the last name of the soccer player was like Ho, like Ho. And so I realized when I got home, I took the shirt off and I looked at the back and it said Ho, and I was like, and literally within seconds he texted me. He was like, "Hey, I just realized that the jersey I gave you
That's
said Ho
funny.
on the back. I'm so sorry." And it was like right when I was staring at it. It was pretty
That's
funny.
That's sweet that he texted you.
Yeah, it was funny. It was like right on cue too. It was really funny.
Okay, let's see. I've gone through this. I have another story that I have not told on stream.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm like a little bit nervous to tell on stream, but also I just don't care about preserving the relationship with this person anymore. So I think it's whatever.
Send it.
Okay. Actually, never mind. Because I just said, never mind.
What?
I'll save it for another time.
That's too
I already
much.
no, I already just said too much about it, and I feel like there's too much to narrow down because I said where. You know what? Okay, whatever. It's not a person that I know or that you know, so it doesn't matter because whatever.
Okay.
So I hung out with this guy, which like is crazy because I really didn't hang out with that many people in Ireland. But it was just like
Okay.
a coincidental thing.
Dude, have you ever seen P.S. I Love You?
No.
You're the worst.
What is that movie?
It's about a woman that travels to Ireland. She meets the love of her life. They move back to America. They get married. He has brain cancer. He dies. And then he spends the next year sending her presents. And one of those presents is to go back to Ireland where she meets a hunk and also has sex with him. It's awesome.
You know what? I know this is so annoying, but I do think I should save it for another podcast. I think I should save it and I should tell it like a story that happened, like and like not say when it happened, and they won't know, you know. But I feel like there's too much to narrow down because I've already said way too much about it.
Okay. Well, anyway, going to Ireland and meeting the love of your life
I'm not
seems
Miss Loma,
very romanticized in the movie P.S. I Love You, but he might get a brain tumor and die. And that would suck.
Anyway,
But then you'd go back to Ireland and you'd have sex with someone that's a hunk. But, like, not as hot as the first guy, because the first guy was Gerard Butler, and no one's hotter than him.
I got COVID in
Besides
Ireland.
Orlando Bloom. Sorry.
I got COVID in Ireland. I got stuck there.
I know that. You
It
were
was
stuck.
It was ass. It sucked. COVID was only bad for one night and the morning after, though. And then it was fine.
What were your symptoms?
The night that was really bad, I had the worst fever of my life. I genuinely thought that it was dangerous. Like, I thought that I was going to get some sort of rash because it felt like my skin was burning. Like, it felt like
yikes.
it was the worst fever I have ever had. It was insane.
Like me with the spray tan?
It is different. It was the worst fever I've ever had, and the next morning I was just beyond tired. Like, I went to take a shower, and I could not stand in the shower long enough to wash my hair. I sat down in the shower.
Yikes.
So that was tough. But then it was fine. Then it was fine. I never lost my sense of smell or my taste or anything like that. So it was chill.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I've been lucky. I feel like a lot of people are getting second COVID now. I still haven't gotten it. I feel really, 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 really
You had COVID.
lucky. I know. Well, I know I haven't gotten second COVID. I'm
Oh.
nervous about second COVID because my first experience with COVID was so bad.
Yeah. It was really bad.
I had long COVID. I was like really, really messed up for about 6 or 7 weeks. I was just like really, really detached and like brain fog.
COVID brain. I did get a little COVID brain. I still have a little COVID brain.
Really?
Yeah. It made me feel weird.
Yeah. I think I still kind of get it. I feel like once it's unlocked, it's kind of unlocked.
Dude, I am so good on planes.
Why?
Sorry, I just thought of COVID and like being on the plane and coming back and whatever.
Mhm.
I fall asleep before takeoff and wake up when the wheels hit the ground 80% of the time.
You
And
are
it doesn't
so
matter.
lucky.
It legitimately doesn't matter if the flight is an hour or 5 hours.
I
woke
so
up-
jealous of
I
that.
would up wheels hitting the ground in Ireland. It was an 8-hour flight.
Oh, you are so lucky.
And I don't take any melatonin. I don't know if that's me being actually just a superhero. Like,
Oh,
just
it
God,
is.
bow down. Or if it's like, I'm so exhausted and my body uses planes as an excuse to like catch up.
Dude,
Or my
if
body's
I
just like,
could do that,
go to bed.
that is a dream. That's a dream. I will trade you anything besides
It legitimately
Swift.
is a dream. It's so nice. The lady I sat next to on the plane today, she got me a cookie while I was sleeping, and then she gave it to me when I woke up.
That's super sweet.
It was really nice.
That's like
It
the time you
took
did
me-
that for me, but then you ate half of it.
Oh yeah. It took me over an hour and a half to get into an Uber, by the way, from LAX,
LAX
today.
Yeah, well,
LAX is trash. I know I've talked about this before. I know everybody says this before, but they dropped, when we got off the plane, for whatever reason, we were in customs. Why are we in customs? Like, international
That's
customs.
weird.
I was like, why are we here? I didn't know where I was in the airport. I literally had to ask someone. I was like, can you tell me where ground transportation is? Because there were no signs anywhere. And they're like, ground transportation, like, what are you trying to do? And I was like, I'm just trying to get out of here. It's like, I'm just trying to get out of here. I don't know where to go. So he told me where to go. I followed the signs for ground transportation. It took me to a smoking area where there was only staff standing outside. It was like this like outdoor balcony thing where they were smoking. I was like, what the hell is going on? And then I finally got to ground transportation. The Ubers are jacked up. They inflate Uber prices for LAX
you're supposed to walk
so
over
hard.
to the Marriott.
I did.
Okay, good.
The cheapest Uber was $200.
That's crazy because we do not live that far away from LAX.
They do not. $200. And then I walked to the hotel and baited the Ubers into thinking I was just staying at a hotel and not leaving from LAX where everybody's desperate for an Uber, and it was more than 50% less
That's crazy.
to get here. Insane.
That reminds me.
Well over 50% less.
So a few weeks ago, Ludwig's friend from high school is getting married. So we had to fly to New Hampshire. I did everything in my darndest to fall asleep on that plane. Nothing. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Even if I'm on 0 hours
You
of
should
sleep,
get someone
I
to
can't
drug
do it.
you.
I drug myself. I take Xanax.
Yeah.
But we get to Boston, not New Hampshire. Or no, we flew into Boston. We had to drive to New Hampshire. That's what it was. So we fly to Boston. We're going to check out. What the heck? I'm drunk. We get off the plane.
Are you really?
No, but I'm impaired.
Okay.
What?
Okay, continue.
Do you not?
I just don't know why you said it like a question.
Well, I'm fine. Okay, so we go to the rental car, and Ludwig's like, oh, do you have the reservation? I'm like, yeah, because I rented the car. So I go to pull out my phone. No phone. Phone's gone. And my dream was, because afterwards, we went to New Hampshire for the one day for the wedding, and then Ludwig was going to fly to North Carolina to hang out with Mr. Beast, as he does. When the mistress calls, you got to go. And I was going to stay in Boston and have a little eat, pray, love. Because something you guys
this was bad. Yeah.
maybe don't know about me, I love history. I love learning about stuff like that. I really wanted to walk, like, I wanted to go to like Salem witch trials and like do streams there. I wanted to like do some historical streams and do all the touristy shit. I really like history. I think it's very, very interesting. I think I see it as stories. I love that. And so I thought it'd be cool to just stay there a few days, eat some fun food, do my thing, especially in a place that's like, it feels pretty safe because it's harder to like track me down or whatever, because it's just, I feel like I could be a girl alone in Boston compared to like, I can't be a girl alone in Las Vegas.
Right.
But yeah, I was like, I can be a girl alone in Boston for literally 2 days. That sounds great. And so that was kind of the plan, but then we get off the plane and my phone is gone.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa. And so we're like, all right, it's definitely still on the plane. We call American Airlines and they won't help us. They tell us to fill out a missing phone form. And we're like, great. They're totally going to find our phone. And so then we're like, let's just drive to a Verizon store. We drive to a Verizon store. By the time we get there, they're closed. We drive to a Best Buy. By the time we get there, they say, oh, we don't sell any phones 10 minutes before close because it takes longer than that to activate them.
Oh.
I was like, that's crazy because I could activate this on my own, but I guess I won't be doing that. Like,
Yeah.
great. So we just leave because we've got to go to the wedding because everyone else was having like a pre-wedding party. And so we drive out there, we go to the wedding, or we do the pre-wedding party, we go to sleep that night, we go to the wedding. This whole time I'm without my phone. And I'm pretty fine without my phone. I don't need to check in that much. It's like whatever. But the hard thing is now I can't be in Boston alone because there's no way I can navigate myself.
Right.
And Ludwig has to fly out the next day at like 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like he can't take me to a store to get a new phone so I can stay in Boston and blah, blah, blah. So we had to change things. So Ludwig flew me all the way back to LAX, which is crazy. Probably one of the nicest things anyone's ever done for me because I'm afraid of flying. So Ludwig flew me all the way back to LAX, and then he got on a plane and went all the way back to North Carolina.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
It is crazy.
That is crazy.
Because it was the only way I could get home.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have been screwed. But then I have to navigate, someone who's not from California, how to get home from LAX to my house without GPS, which was terrible. So like Ludwig at first wrote down, so he took out his phone and he wrote down on a receipt all the directions to our house.
You had a car?
I had a car? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it was Ludwig's Jetta from like 2001. It doesn't have GPS. Like, he does not have we don't have nice cars here. And so he writes down all the directions to our house, but it was it just like told me what highways. It didn't like tell me like, because in California there's lots of highways that are like east and west or north and south.
You know what's insane?
What?
I would legitimately call space.
You couldn't. You don't have a phone.
Oh my god. I would kick rocks.
You would not make it.
I would not make it.
Exactly.
There's no shot.
I don't have a phone. Remember, everybody, I don't have a phone. And so I'm in the car. I can't figure out how to exit LAX. I exit, and I notice I'm definitely going the wrong way because all of a sudden I'm like closer. Stop it.
Stop
I'm
putting
like
my hands in my face.
I like my arms are just long, and I talk with my hands a lot. I notice I'm going the wrong way because I'm like, oh, I've definitely never seen this restaurant before, and so I'm like, uh-oh. And so like I turn around, blah blah blah, and then I'm definitely on the wrong highway, but then I noticed signs to Disneyland.
Oh
And
boy.
I know how to get home from Disneyland.
Okay.
So I follow the signs to Disneyland until I find the right highway and it all clicks, and then I find my way home.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Hooray.
And then I got a phone ordered to the house, and I got it. Dude, Apple's system is broken, except for it's good, but you can't just like activate a number and get everything, because when you sign into iCloud, it says, oh, verify by typing the code we texted you.
Mm-hmm.
You can't text me a code because I can't fucking sign in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can't sign into any of my emails because all my emails are double authentication, which you need a freaking code to enter.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just locked out of this shit. There's nothing. There's no way I can get into this brand new phone that I have. And I'm just like, oh, boy. And so I'm calling, I have to do Discord calls for like 2 days. I get home on Father's Day. I cannot figure out a way to call my father. And I'm sobbing because I love my father. And so I'm like really sad. I'm like, my dad thinks I forgot about him. But luckily, I'm like friends. I'm not going to say. I realized people could like go through my like Discord friends and figure out. I'm friends with an IRL friend who is friends with my brother, who is friends with, whatever. So anyway, I use my IRL friend to Discord. I call my IRL friend on Discord. They call my brother on their phone.
You don't email your parents?
No, I don't email my parents.
Me and my parents email all the time.
And then my brother calls my dad on speaker through the Discord call, like through my friend's Discord call. So it's like this really fucked up thing where he's on a split call, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, and my dad doesn't answer, and so I failed my dad on Father's Day.
Damn.
And I cried. I cried so hard. I was like, also someone said just get the number. Yeah, it's not that easy. You're making it sound like it's get the number, forehead, but I got home on a Sunday at midnight, blah, blah. Anyway, get over yourself.
My parents do email me, though.
My ex-boyfriend would always email his parents. You guys would be a great match.
I miss him.
Oh,
I'm in love with him.
okay.
That'd be insane.
That would be crazy.
That'd be so crazy.
I don't think I'd be okay with that.
I
Wait, I'm not
would
done with my story.
be okay with that.
Okay. Anyway, I tried using Google Voice. Everyone shut up. Believe me, I tried everything. You guys talk to me like you're smarter than me, and most of you probably know that granted is one word. But yeah, anyway.
Beep, beep.
I did everything. So then, I'm casually talking to Austin on Discord because it's the only way I can. And I finally get my phone number, like the person in chat said. I finally get my phone number. That way I can log in to find my phone, finally. Because now it can text me a code. So I log in to find my phone, and it pops up, and it's in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's weird. And 5 minutes later, it's like in Nebraska. And I'm like, that bitch is still on the plane.
Yeah.
And so I call Austin on Discord. I'm like, Austin, my phone is still on an airplane. And he was like, no way. And I'm like, yeah. And I show him the Find My Friends, and now it's in like a different part and he's like, oh my God, I'm going to find the plane. So he finds the flight path. Austin's such a Chad. He is the best human in my life. I don't know. I don't even think I would do this for somebody. Like, this is insane. He finds the flight path. He finds the plane, the tail number on the plane. He calls. Turns out the flight is flying to JFK. He calls JFK. At the same time, I'm also trying to do this, by the way. I call JFK, I hit a dead end. I call American Airlines, I hit a dead end. Blah, blah, blah. Austin calls JFK. He gets transferred to somebody who then he says, that's not enough. Transfer me to somebody else. He says, that's not enough. They transfer him to someone else. He goes full Karen on these people. He gets in contact with the supervisor of the people that clean the ship. He convinces them that it's a security issue that my phone is still on this plane because now I can track flights and they really should be doing better. Yes. He's like, this is a security issue that you guys have. This plane has been in use for 3 or 4 days and you haven't found this phone that is tracking its location? Like, that's not okay. And the guy's like super serious and he's like, we will take care of this. Give me your phone number and blah, blah, blah. And Austin just says he's my boyfriend because that makes more sense, less questions. And so he finds this guy named like Scott or whatever. And sure enough, the plane lands. Within 2 hours of the plane landing, Scott calls Austin. He says, we found the phone, and they ship it back to me.
Damn.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
So Austin, being the little plane nerd that he is, saved my phone, which is inherently...
That was probably his dream, though.
Oh, it was
he
so...
Like, he got to talk to all these, like, airplane people.
So cool. Plus, Austin is the best Karen I know. Mm. He's so good at it, and no one calls him a Karen because he's a male. And he's so good at, like, getting to what he wants. Like, he literally would be like, I'm disappointed in this answer. Please transfer me to someone else that can actually help me. And then he'll get transferred. And yeah, he found my phone. Otherwise, it would still probably be flying across the country. It went on 8 flights across the country before they found it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Because it like fell in between the seat or something.
Wow. Austin show, everybody. What a guy.
Good friend.
Good friend.
Actually, like, so sweet. I don't think I'd ever do that to someone. So my phone, it was in airplane mode, so it actually wasn't dead. That's the only way we were able to track it.
Yeah.
And it was the reason I could never find it when the airplane was turned off, because then you're not connected to the Wi-Fi. So thank God I bought like the unlimited Wi-Fi when I was on the flight, because if I would have just bought it for that flight, we wouldn't have been able to track it because it was on airplane mode, which makes it so much harder to find.
I have a question. Am I stupid, or does Wi-Fi on planes not always work?
It doesn't. It doesn't always work. It goes out sometimes.
You spend like $10 bucks on Wi-Fi. Okay, $20 on Wi-Fi, and it just like genuinely doesn't work.
It's a new thing. They're working on it.
Why is that allowed?
Oh, allowed?
Like, why is that okay?
Okay, diva.
Why can you spend $20 and they're like, unlimited Wi-Fi, you can do everything on your phone, and then use your phone, it's the exact same as not having any Wi-Fi.
They're doing their best.
I don't believe that.
Okay, well...
It just seems kind of... It just kind of bothers me.
Okay, you could get a refund if you complained.
Really?
Yeah.
I won't.
But it's like, exactly. Imagine you go to McDonald's, you buy a burger, you drive away, and it has mustard on it when you ask for no mustard. That's up to you to get that refund. Yeah, it's like, Austin would get that refund.
Also, another dumb question while we're already on the train. Guys, relax on the way she says burger buns.
Your chat is full of bullies, and I don't know what happened.
You and I have actually different
My
chats.
chat never makes fun of the way I talk.
Well, chat.
And whenever they come in and watch Wine About It, they
Are they like, her chat's so mean?
No, they start bullying me too.
Oh.
They like want to fit in with the cool kids, and they start bullying me too. I see like some of the
That's tough.
names, like I see some of my regulars, and I'm like, you've never made fun of the way I say burger,
That is
so
tough.
get over yourself.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Another dumb question while we're already on the train. Why do we put our phones in airplane mode? Because I've heard that it like doesn't because originally I thought that it had to do with like radar, or like, or like their communications, but apparently that's not true.
Yeah. Well, that's what they say.
So what's the point?
Because when cell phones first started, it was good to have a thing to do because the cell towers used to mess up with their signals and blah, blah, blah. As cell phones have advanced, it's stopped doing that. However, the issue is with 5G, now that 5G has come up and there's constant advances on cell phones and cell towers and blah, 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 they do not know how it affects airplanes. And so just put it in airplane modes, you freaking anarchists that don't put it in airplane modes. Just put it in airplane mode. What is wrong with you people? Myth told me he doesn't put it in airplane mode and it stressed me out. Just put it in, when they ask you to do something, just do it, you guys. It's not hard. Just put it in airplane mode. Just do it.
Okay.
You stress me out. Ludwig used to not do it, and I'd be sitting next to him on an airplane. I'd have a near panic attack. I'd be like, put it in airplane mode. When they tell you to put it in airplane, it's for our safety. Just do it. Do you not believe in vaccines?
Oh, whoa! All right, back up. Okay.
Just do it if they tell you to do it, and it's safe for you. Just be safe.
Okay, I understand your train of thought, but I also think that
Just be safe.
I think it's a dangerous one. I think we should talk about something else.
Just be safe.
Okay. You want to talk about my abandonment issues?
No, what else is on your list? Let's talk about
That's
your
on
list.
my list.
Oh, that's on your list. You put abandonment issues on your list.
No, I put babysitter on my list because I don't think I've ever talked about it on the podcast. I thought about it and I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting.
Oh my God, can I say this?
Yeah.
One time I read.
Well, wait.
This
Yeah.
is important because I'll forget if we don't say it now.
Okay.
One time I read a story about a babysitter. I should really stay off the internet. But one time I read a story about this babysitter. She was babysitting and she simply accidentally dropped the baby. She dropped the baby. It died because it's a baby. And if you don't laugh at dead baby.
I laughed at the way she said
That's
it.
really messed
Not
up,
at the
Maya.
concept.
I would like to make it clear that Maya laughed at dead baby. She dropped the baby on accident and it died.
Okay.
And then she had to like call the parents and be like, I dropped the baby and it is dead. Could you imagine? I used to babysit a lot my most traumatic babysitting episode, they would pay me so much, they'd pay me $20. It was crazy.
$20 an hour?
No. For babysitting, no matter how many hours.
Dude,
They
that's
just
What? That is so bad.
I
What?
grew up in the poorest neighborhood.
$20 no
It's
matter
fine.
how long you're babysitting them. That is bad. That's
I thought
really
it was a
bad.
deal.
Oh my god, that's so bad.
It was good. I had to pay 10% tithing on it, which really made me sad. But
You got absolutely skazzy.
so it was really $18.
Dude, I used to get paid $12 an hour to babysit 3 kids under the age of
12?
6.
Okay, rich.
Excuse me, that was a horrible deal.
$12 an hour.
For 3 children under 6?
How old were you?
16, 17?
Oh, get over yourself. You're privileged. Stop it. Don't complain about
That's
that.
a bad deal. They also spoke 3 languages, and they would use them against me to plot against me.
$12
The little
an hour
one
is
would
above minimum wage.
The little one would throw... Not in California.
I don't know anything about California.
The little one would throw tantrums. She'd get mad at me. She would make eye contact with me. She'd stand on the couch, and she'd pee on it. When she got mad. She would
cool.
squat, and she would look me in the eyes, and she would pee on the couch.
She's actually cool.
She was 4.
Well, I got $20 for about 4 to 6 hours. And this toddler one time, she was a toddler, she fell asleep on the couch. And what was really cool about these people is they would tell me I could eat anything in their fridge, and they always had pineapple. And so I'd always sneak pineapple because I like wanted to eat stuff in their fridge, but I didn't want them to know I ate stuff in their fridge.
Right.
And so I'd like take a pineapple and like shake it so they didn't know that I took any pineapple, and then I'd like go take another one. I'm like, oh, I'm stressed. But I'd eat their pineapple. And the baby fell asleep. Baby, I want to say like 2 years old.
Okay.
Fell asleep on the couch.
Okay.
Right here. So like head is on the edge of the couch, body is arms spread wide open like Jesus, and half that arm is falling off the couch.
Okay.
You catch my drift? So it's like baby is nearly falling off the couch, and I'm like stressy la bressy. So I grab the couch cushions from over here, and I build up a little second bed.
Why don't you just move the baby?
Because what if she woke up? I got her asleep.
Okay.
I was scared to move the baby, and I wanted to steal pineapple. So I built up the second bed. So now her arm is flat, and she's
Dude,
like
if
this.
you're going to hit me in the face.
I'm so tall.
Like, you gotta Ew! You touched the back of my head. That was
Your
weird.
hair on
Ew!
accident.
Stop. It was
I'm
not
not
an
trying
accident.
to. I would like this, and it would touch your hair. I just
Ugh.
reached up because I didn't know how close I was.
Okay.
Anyway, and so I built her second bed, and she's laying there, and I'm like, I've done it. I'm an amazing babysitter. She's asleep. I stole
Don't
some.
call her. She's a baby.
She's a bitch. You haven't figured out why.
Okay.
So I'm like, I stole some pineapple. She's asleep. I'm watching Degrassi now, and I'm gonna change it back to Blue's Clues when the parents get home. Parents get.
Degrassi made me think I was gay.
Degrassi could still make me think I was gay.
Okay.
Manny in that thong.
Okay.
It's
All
a
right,
sexual
okay.
awakening.
Have we talked
it.
about that? We did talk about this.
It's such a sexual awakening. Anyway, I don't know what it was. Anyway, so the parents get home, and I'm like, hell yeah. And so I hear them coming through the garage. So I go to walk into the kitchen to like greet them, like, hello, welcome home. I've taken care of everything. I haven't stolen pineapple. And so I walk into the kitchen, and there's, they walk in, they're like, hey, how's it going? And I'm like, she's asleep. Bitch rolls over as soon as they walk in, starts screaming, crying. They run into the living room. She's buried in couch pillows. She's now buried herself.
It's bad.
And I look like a crazy person that has buried the baby in couch pillows.
That is bad.
It was so bad. And they never hired me after that.
Damn.
I know, because I tried to explain to them, and they looked at me like a crazy person, and maybe they found out about the pineapple. I don't know. But
It's not the pineapple, cutie.
it was probably the pineapple. It was no, but yeah, the stupid baby ruined. It was the most money I'd ever made babysitting.
Right, it was her fault. Cutie, that was a terrible deal.
That is not enough money.
It was good money for me.
Okay. Well, I'm happy for you.
Anyway, sorry, babysitting.
My babysitting experience was bad. They spoke 3 languages, and they would go huddle, a literal huddle. They would put their arms around each other's shoulders, the 3 of them. They would go in their backyard, and they would speak to each other in Chinese, and they would come back, and they would pull pranks on me.
Oh.
Yeah, and then the little one, when she got mad, she would pee. She would look at me, and she would pee on their furniture. And it's not like, and it's because she knew that that was insane behavior and not allowed.
She's actually kind of funny.
she's kind of funny. It was pretty funny. But there was that. I babysitted a kid who would go to the top of the playground and spit on us from below or from above.
They had a playground?
No, like when we would go to the playground.
Oh, okay.
He would climb to the top and then he would spit on us. I got him a job when he was 15
Wow, where?
at a summer camp.
Fun.
I had to vouch for him. They were like, so, like, how's your experience been with Tommy? And I was like, he's the best. Always been super polite, no problems. Like, really hard worker, great initiative.
I got pizza.
Oh my god, Lud. You're my hero. Lud got us pizza, and he made me a matcha before this stream.
And chicken nuggets.
And chicken nuggets!
Did you guys try Connor's wine yet?
Yeah, do you want to try it?
Try
Yeah,
it.
I'd love to.
It's right there.
Wait, you have to have it with ice.
Give me that.
Okay.
Pizza.
Wait, would you want to pour? Do you want him to drink out of my glass, or like if I give you this wine?
What is this?
You can give me that wine, but
Okay.
say goodbye.
To
me.
That's my
Are
coffee.
you still drinking?
Yeah.
Bro.
What? We have to do Omegle after this. Are you serious?
Huh?
It's
Maya, that's our job.
I thought Omegle was dead. We're doing Omegle?
Yes.
I thought Amigo was dead. Lol.
It's not dead.
Oh, sorry, Maya. You're just buying this pizza.
Oh, sorry,
Give me
Maya.
the pizza.
Is it Papa? Oh, it's not Papa John's. BTS did a Papa John's commercial, and I've been craving Papa John's ever since.
The thing about it is nobody outpizzas the Hut.
Ooh, this is
Pizza!
Did you hear the story I told about your pubes?
What?
Wait, you call your mom mommy?
Yeah, mommy.
That's
Why?
That's a walk away for Maya
That's a walk away?
on a first
That's
date.
a walkout for me.
Sorry, my dad died when I was 10. I have mommy issues.
Well, you don't need to call her mommy,
You dick.
but it's fine that you call her mommy. But it's a little weird. But it's fine.
But no, nowadays I just call her mama.
That would be great. If you call her
Mama.
that.
That's fine. What do you think?
This wine?
Uh-huh.
Pretty yummy.
I know, but smell it first.
It
Weird.
just kind of smells like old fruit.
What?
Doesn't it smell more alcoholic than it tastes?
I don't know because it doesn't burn me at all.
Someone send this to Connor. He'd like this review.
You think it smells alcoholic?
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, you're
No, it
crazy.
smells like old
Yeah.
fruit. I feel like if I huff wine, it even like tickles me a bit harder.
Oh, chat's being weird about my butt again.
It's the ice.
That's it.
Chat, it's my thigh. It's not my butt. Did you let Durs out? Oh, he's right there.
Sorry.
We stole Durs. Did you even notice he was missing?
Yeah,
Oh, you did?
I've been watching. I missed the pubes part. I did hear the part about the guy who came in his pants when he was making out, and I felt sad for him.
At the movie theater.
Yeah.
It was really embarrassing.
And then I heard you talking about the zipper.
Oh my god, the zipper.
Respect the zipper.
I've told you about it before. It was crazy behavior on your part.
It was not crazy if she didn't respect it.
It was
crazy to not respect it.
It was an ick. You almost lost me that night.
Ooh.
I also think I didn't get as mad as because you're like such a dramatic storyteller.
No,
Every
you
story
were
you tell-
so. But you were yelling.
No, I yelled and then you were like, "What the heck?" And then I thought it'd be funny if I honked. So I honked and then you were getting mad because I was honking.
I was not even getting mad. I was getting so uncomfortable.
Well, she didn't respect the zipper, so I felt validated.
Why do you drink it like that?
What do you mean?
I feel like you like.
Aerate it?
Yeah. Is that what it is? Is that what you're
Yeah,
doing?
that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Oh. You're not a sommelier.
Pardon?
A sommelier?
Ew. Ick.
Alright. I worked at a wine and spirits magazine, and they taught me how to drink wine, and that's what they said you have to do, so now I just do it subconsciously.
Does it help?
No, I don't know. I mean, it's all insane to me, but I pretend it helps. You just taste it a little more.
I like this cheese pizza.
It's really good.
I
What?
hope you gave as good a review to
Wait.
Connor's wine.
Funny?
did.
It was, yeah.
What? You actually don't like it?
I
Apparently,
don't
we
know.
didn't have it with ice.
Well, you haven't had it since?
No.
Have
Not
it?
because we don't like it. It's so good. We're
Have
just,
like a little. Have a little.
Can I bring up a funny conversation that happened with me, Cutie, and Lud?
Yeah.
Also, I call Cutie. Cutie and I will stay on the phone for like hours at a time. Just on speaker, and then Lud's just like there. I'm like showering. I'm still talking to Cutie. Lud's just like there. but I'm
no,
talking
he
to Cutie.
usually walks in the room when we've already been talking for hours. It's not like he's like always there.
I don't hang out. I hung out for like 5 minutes once, and I was getting pissed off
Why?
at your conversations.
Why?
What?
I can't even repeat what you guys are saying. You guys are out of pocket half the time.
No.
You're just saying.
Like what?
Do you want me to repeat it? I'll
Yeah.
repeat it.
As long as it's not about anyone that chat would know.
I was sitting there just minding my own business, and then Maya calls, and you guys are talking for a bit, shooting the shit, talking about whatever. And then you're talking about how you're going to go to Vegas, and Maya's like, oh my god, don't get drugged. And you're like, yeah, that would suck. And she's like, well, actually, maybe do get drugged. It'd be great for the podcast. I'm like, what's wrong with you guys?
That's not what okay, I did say that, and I also said that we
That's
would have
funny.
matching stories because we were talking about
It's
having
more
matching
important
pap
about
smears.
matching.
So I thought it'd be funny.
Yeah, matching drugged experiences?
I don't like Connor's wine.
It'd be so good for the
Wow.
podcast.
With the wine, with the ice?
I really don't like Connor's wine. I said it. Connor, I don't like it.
My favorite part about our last call was when I was talking to I was talking to Cutie. We were talking about something, and I was like, to be honest, like, and I was like, Cutie, tell me if this is crazy, but if he got hit by a bus, like, I don't think that I would. I was like, I don't know if I'd be sad or like I might be happy, but I definitely wouldn't care at all. I definitely would not care, and I might even
And
be
she was
happy.
like, is that crazy?
Yeah, and I was like, is that crazy? And Kitty was like, no, that's not crazy. And Led was like, that's crazy. And I just hear Led from the corner. He's like, no, that's insane. And Kitty was like, no.
That's where I had to jump in. You were yes-manning each other too much, and a bus came in, and no one was the voice
That's
of
not
reason.
crazy.
It was crazy.
I think it's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
No one, you want no...
I want someone to get hit by a bus.
They road rage one time, and all of a sudden you want to bus and hit them.
It was reasonable.
The bus thing?
Oh.
No.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you had the whole context of the story.
Oh my god, no.
And legitimately if that happened, I would be like...
No bus hitting allowed.
Okay, maybe I wouldn't be happy, but I wouldn't
Maybe
feel
like
anything.
a Vespa.
I said, though, I did say if he died, I'd be like, damn. But if he got seriously injured, I wouldn't feel anything.
Yeah.
Which
No,
is fine.
That's brave. You'd be
What?
like, damn.
Validate me.
Maya at the funeral, everyone crying. Damn. Alright, well,
Maya
I'm
wouldn't
out.
go to the funeral.
I would not go through it.
You'd be at home saying damn too much. Kendrick Lamar in the building. I'm out.
Or do you
Goodbye.
want more pizza, Maya? I
Yeah.
kind of want you to take it because I'll eat more and I shouldn't.
There's like a lot more slices. There's 5.
Yeah, he's being kind of cringe right now.
I gained a lot of weight.
It is a bit. We're good. Thank you so much,
I think
Doug.
you look hot.
Yeah. You actually do look hot today. I like your makeup.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stay.
I'm just mad because I've been working out so much, chat. You've heard this for the past 9 podcasts, literally all of our podcasts. I've been working out so much and I haven't lost any weight.
You know my least favorite thing about you?
What?
When you talk about that?
I would really like to be skinny, Maya. I would really, 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 really love it.
Okay, well, I would really like for you to shut the f*** up.
Okay, so what were we talking about?
How many people in your life would you feel nothing about if they got hit by a bus? Not died, but got, like, seriously injured.
You know what? I say nothing. Like, I say, like, I would probably be like, oh, most people. Wait, check message from Connor, someone said?
Huh?
Uh-oh. I'm assuming it's voice dog Connor. Because it's about the wine.
The only message I have from Connor is from Connor Eats Pants today at 8 p.m. You should talk about dinosaurs on Wine About It. They're very cool. Just a silly thought while on this plane while with limited internet access and alcohol! Exclamation point.
Oh, no, it's Connor's pants.
Oh.
Connor said, I just listened to your version of the Minx story, LOL. I forgot to tell you because I was so tired. But she told me she wouldn't share her location with you when I was telling her to because that's how the government tracks you.
Oh my god.
Minx, the government can track you. It doesn't matter. You're not doing anything wrong. Let them track you. What are they going to do? Save you? In case you get kidnapped? That seems like a good reason for the government to track you. I hate her.
That was crazy.
I love her so much, but I hate her. Anyway, I would like, because I am someone, there are 2 types of people. Oh, wait, sorry, there's a Taylor Swift lyric that explains this perfectly. I have to find it. It's so important to me. Give me a second. Shut up, don't make that face, because I know Brooke's mom is watching this, because Brooke's mom always tells Brooke, Maya never lets Cutie talk about Taylor Swift, and she's so passionate about it. Maya's a bitch, is what Brooke's mom says.
Brooke's mom does not call me that.
Brooke's mom calls you a bitch.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, Brooke's mom. Are you here?
What is her username? Brooke's mom?
Mama AB, are you in chat? Come on, tell her. Okay, Taylor's, I have to find this lyric. Taylor? Okay.
Sometimes I talk about all these stories, like traumatic stories about men. I'm like, God, like, I've had so much trauma because of men. My relationship with men have been so hard. Like, I wish I was gay. And then I sit down with Cutie, I'm best friends with Cutie, and she says shit, and I'm just like, yeah, no, never mind.
What? Maybe you just don't want to date me.
Well, I know that.
That's really mean. Take it back.
No, I will not. That is weird.
Okay, so you don't want to date me? Kind of mean.
Right.
Okay, it's important for me to quote this correctly, and because of my dyslexia, I might not. That's why I'm Googling it. All lyrics. 1 second.
That's kind of harsh. If me and Cutie were dating, who do you think would propose if we were getting engaged?
Okay. Oh my god, I actually love this song so much. I can't wait to... Oh, it's so good. Vintage tee, brand new phone. It's from Cardigan, that's what it's from. It's coming back to me. Okay, the line is, a friend to all is a friend to none. Bitch, ain't that true? Because what that means... Let me point that out. Let me explain. It's good. Okay, guys, stop. This is so important to me. Don't laugh. This is important to me. Taylor Swift. She is...
Oh, we're talking about the, like, big, attractive, charismatic white dudes that are really dangerous.
Yes!
Because everybody loves them. Oh, yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yes!
That's true.
A friend to all is a friend to none. Dude, okay, here's the thing about Taylor. Stop. I'm going to be on my Taylor box for a second. Taylor is not just a singer-songwriter. She's a storyteller, and she puts things into words that I could never, and that's why I love Taylor Swift. Friends to all is a friend. Stop making that face. I'm passionate about. You like birds. I like Taylor Swift.
Okay.
How do birds make you feel happy?
Yeah.
Taylor Swift makes me feel happy.
Okay.
Stupid ass. Sick of you.
Okay.
Anyway, what I was trying to say is there's a lot of people out there that are just friends with everyone but don't have any meaningful relationships. I would much rather have 3 friends than have 100 superficial relationships. I would rather have 3 like good relationships.
Whoa.
Yeah. And what talked about this is because you were like, oh, if someone got hit by a bus, would you be sad?
Are you really doing this right now?
I don't like crust. It's a waste of calories.
Oh my god, shut up.
It genuinely is. It's not that good. So why eat it?
Alright, whatever.
Anyway, so I would like to say, because I'm not that close to a lot of people, because I choose to be closer with select people than to be friends with everyone, part of me says that I wouldn't be sad, but I think part of me is a liar, because if I'm going to be honest and blunt, and this is something that I don't even want to talk about, Technoblade just passed away, and I cried my little heart out. And I've only talked to him once.
I've never talked to him.
But it was so sad. So, I think sometimes we say to ourselves, so one of the worst things, actually, that my ex-boyfriend ever said to me, because he got really, I am a hard person to date. I like to keep that very clear, especially with, like, chatters that are like, yo, I'm gonna date you. I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna come sweep you off your feet and take you to
And you're like,
Brazil. You
Trust
know?
me.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah, you don't want to date me. Let me tell you what. You do not want to date me. I'm a lot to handle. Ludwig is a saint. As much as you guys hear me tell stories and you're like earlier when you're like, L Ludwig. Like, no, he puts up with so much. It's like kind of disgusting. But my ex-boyfriend, when my mom died, was really great at first. He was really, really great. I felt... The mic is all the way down here. My bad. He was really great at first. I felt like really supportive. I felt like really like... I felt really lucky. But then he eventually told me that like I was too sad that my mom died, and it was really affecting him because I was so sad. Which is fair. I get it. If you're dating someone that's like really sad all the time, it's hard to be around someone who's sad all the time. But also it was like, my mom was my best friend. I can't explain that any more than that. She was my mother and my best friend. And so it was really hard to hear from him, like, oh, you're too sad. And he said to me, he was like, I would not be sad if my parents died. He was like, I don't even think I'd cry. Which is just surreal, because he had talked to his parents like once a week. He did not have a relationship with his parents that I had with my mom, but he said that, and it made me like feel so like, I don't think, and he ended up taking it back years later, of course, but I think some people don't realize as humans how like empathetic or emotional we are until you are put in a situation where you have to be. Like, I guarantee if his parents died, he'd be devastated. Because he has a relatively good relationship with his parents. But, like, that's what it was, as gross, as crazy and cynical as that sounds, like, would you be sad if so-and-so got hit by a bus? And right now, you'd be like, no. It's like, no, I got really sad about a stranger dying. Because it's just like, I just value life so high.
I know this is a really inappropriate time to bring this up.
Uh-huh.
This is a pretty serious conversation. But there was a chatter that just said, Maya looks like a hamster. And I don't, one, why would you say that is really mean? And two, do I look like a hamster? What about me makes me look like a hamster? No one's ever told me that.
You kind of look like a hamster.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Stop saying yes! I'm not putting any food in the side of my mouth right now. I'm just putting it in the middle of my mouth.
Probably because the way you're like eating it with like 2 hands.
I was not eating this with 2 hands. I was not eating this
You're
with
like
2
nibbling.
hands. I was not. I was eating it with 1 hand. Okay, anyway. I guess my question is more like, how many people in your life would you be happy about if they got hit by a bus?
I don't think there's anyone I'd be, well, there's like 2
Really?
people. There's 2 people that I wish didn't exist in my life. But I don't think I'd be happy. I think I'm too forgiving, honestly. I'm genuinely pretty bad at holding grudges.
I could name 4. Woo! I have 4 in my brain right now, and I bet it could be more.
Yeah.
Mind you, this is not they die. It's they get seriously injured. I
thought you were still talking about dying.
No.
Oh, seriously injured. And I wouldn't feel bad?
You'd be like, nice.
I don't think there's anyone I'd be like, nice. There's some people that I should feel that way, but I think physical harm would stress me out. If they, like, became broke or something like that, then I'd be like, fucking deserved. But injured is, like, next level.
A guy that got suspended from high school for harassment lost his sense of smell because he fell off a skateboard.
Oh, you told me that.
And I was like,
dude, that must be so great for, like, eating pussy, though. He could just go down on a girl, no problem.
Yeah.
Because, like, vagina is mostly smell, not taste. I assume.
Yeah. True.
Everyone's saying, but that's kind of a superpower. Get over it.
Get over it.
Okay. Wait, is that all you wanted to say about babysitting?
Oh, we were going to talk about my abandonment issues.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I feel I don't really want to.
You changed your mind?
I don't really want to.
You can... I'm not ready. Me to my therapist every week, and instead we talk about politics. I'm like, oh. No wonder why I'm not getting better.
I'm kidding. It's not that big of a deal. I was raised by... Well, my parents, obviously, but my parents both work full-time, so me and my sister had a bunch of babysitters. We had a babysitter that was there when I was, like, in the delivery room when I was being born.
Wow.
Worked for us full-time. We called her mom, like...
Okay, you're just flexing that you're rich.
Yeah. I was not raised by hamsters. You also spelled hamsters wrong.
I like them. Because I knew what they were saying.
Anyway. And then one day, when I was in 2nd grade, she just didn't pick us up from school. Like me and my sister. She just, like, didn't pick us up.
Oh, you've told me this.
Yeah. So then, our mom had to come get us. And then we didn't see her for, like, years. She literally just didn't pick us up from school one day and ghosted everybody.
Sad.
Yep. Everything.
Same thing happened to my mom.
Yeah. Except
that one's picking me up.
That one's a little more fair.
Because
she died.
You're so busy.
Yeah, she's super busy.
So busy now.
But my babysitter, we, like, called her mom. We saw her every day. She raised us. I was, like, as close to her as I was to my mom. And she just, like, stopped. She just didn't pick us up. And then one day she came back on New Year's and she was drunk. She, like, came to our house and she was like, I'm sorry, man. And then my mom, like, screamed at her.
That's crazy. Your mom screamed at her.
Mm-hmm. She was like, you abandoned my kids. Like, you know, it wasn't just a job. Like, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. And then she would text us a bunch and, like, ask how we were doing, whatever,
God,
throughout
like
high school.
an alcoholic father.
Mm-hmm. And she would just be like, I love you. I hope you're doing well. And I was like, what? So I never responded, but my sister was always really good to her. And when we were seniors in high school, my sister convinced me to go meet up with her. And so we went and we had lunch with her when I was a senior in high school. And she sat in the booth across from us.
She did drugs now.
Not that I know of.
Oh.
She sat in the booth across from us and cried the whole time. And, like, profusely apologized and, like, said how much she missed us. And then she gave us each $50. And that was the last time I saw her.
That is how you heal relationships, with $50.
Yeah. The next babysitter that we had, though, did do a lot of drugs. I don't think I've talked about this. Okay, so after her, we had a different babysitter for...
you know I grew up poor because I can't think of one babysitter I ever had.
Oh.
I was just at home alone.
It was always babysitters.
That's why I saw porn when I was in 3rd grade.
Well.
I was home alone. If I had a babysitter,
3rd grade,
I wouldn't have seen that, yeah.
Mine wasn't. It must have been, like...
I turned out fine, but I have body dysmorphia, so maybe not.
Right. We had another babysitter for, like, 6 years after that one, the dish.
Uh-huh.
And, it was fine. She taught me, like, everything that I know about livestock and agriculture.
You had a cow babysitter?
Yeah, that's really rude.
So you're telling me your babysitter was a cow?
No.
Okay.
She was just really into ag. And so she taught me a bunch about animals. And then when I was a senior, when I was in college, she came to visit me in college. I don't know if it's because she thought I was just, like, an adult, so it was different, or our relationship would be different, or what. But she came over to my house, and she, like, drank all my wine. I had, like, a bunch of bottles of wine. She got super drunk. She told me all about her, like,
drug problems,
Oh my god.
and how she was dating this guy that she met on Ashley Madison.
Is
Yeah.
Ashley Madison still a thing?
I think so.
Should we go on it and catfish men?
Yeah. Wait, that's a good idea.
That's a really good idea. Next podcast, we're gonna catfish some fucking losers, and we're gonna let their wives know.
Do you guys know that people actually meet on Ashley Madison? For those of you who don't know what we're talking, what's that? Ashley Madison is like Tinder, but for people in relationships. It's a dating website for cheaters.
Yeah, it literally is.
Usually married people. They go on there to like find hookups when they're married.
I'm gonna catfish some freaking cheaters, and I'm gonna tell their wives about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel bad about that. My moral compass says A-okay.
There was a big data leak.
There was a huge data lake, and it was like every rich man ever was on there.
So, she met somebody on Ashley Madison, and she was telling me all about how they were out in the city one day.
Wait,
and
someone said that's so mean, and I just want to say, no, I'm Batman. Get over yourself. I'm Batman of freaking relationships.
Okay, right.
I'm holding down justice. Those men don't deserve their wife at home if they're out there cheating. Get over yourself. I'm freaking Batman.
She's vengeance.
I'm vengeance. I'm like, F you stupid dirty. Get out of here.
That's not what Batman sounds like. Neither of us sound like Batman at all right now.
Rachel. You dirty. It's pretty good. It's not mean. It's justice. It's not mean. It's justice.
Sorry, that was vengeance. Audio
So
listeners.
Sorry, audio listeners. Vengeance on the line. We're fine now. I'm gonna ruin those men's lives.
Their lives?
Their lives with a V. Lives with an F. Lives.
It's a V.
Wait, is it actually? No. Lives. Lives is with a V. Lives is with an S.
No, cutie, their lives. Plural is with a V for life.
Lives.
Lives and lives.
No, you're kidding.
So I will
Wait, are you actually serious?
I,
This has been the most dyslexic episode of my life. Are you dead right now? You're not lying to me.
yes.
Someone said read a book. I do.
You don't say
That
lives.
doesn't mean I know how to spell. But you don't know. You don't say. I'm thinking of Life, the board game, which is one of my favorites. If I were to say, hey, will you bring, imagine you own 2 Life's board games. If I said, hey, will you bring your Life's board games over? That'd be incorrect. I'd have to say Lives.
Okay, well, with the board game,
I mean,
it's kind of a weird exception. I don't think I would
Well,
say,
I-
like,
I
can you
found
bring
the-
over your lives?
I found the exception, and that's all that matters for me.
But if you're talking about multiple lives...
I've
you
been
say
talking about the
lives.
board game the whole time.
No, you have not. You're
Yes,
just
I have.
sick. What were we talking about? Ashley Madison.
Uh-huh.
She was telling me about how she was on these dates with this guy in the city, and they accidentally ran into his wife and kids in the city, and they had to run around the corner, and they were like, hee hee, like, oh my god.
Oh my god, this
Yeah.
is so hot.
Yeah,
We're so getting away with it.
right.
Not until I get involved.
Batman, where is he? But
Where's Rachel? I can't. Why do I sound like Yoda, like a bad Yoda impression? My Batman is a bad Yoda. Where's Rachel?
wait, that was the best one.
It was it? Oh my god.
Wait, who's Rachel though?
Oh my god, it's from Dark Knight.
Oh, sorry. I don't think I've seen it. I've seen one Batman movie. I've seen the
Whatever,
one-
you have seen it. It's definitely the one
I've
you've
seen the Batman where it was Edward.
Scissors Hands?
No, Colin.
Oh. Yeah, Johnny Depp has not been in one.
What?
Robert Pattinson.
Yes.
That's the only one you've seen.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, someone add that to our list right after Miss Americana. We will be watching Dark Knight, which is a good combo of a movie. Maybe we'll start with Dark Knight so you feel more vulnerable watching Miss Americana.
I watched The Conjuring 2 the other day.
Oh my god, I went on a date to The Conjuring, I believe.
Really?
And the guy, I have to do this? I know you don't want me to touch you, but the guy held my hand like this. It's so important. Huh? I have to. He held my hand, audio listeners. Close it like you're holding hands on a first date. And then he put his thumb in the middle and would rub. It was so bad. I was like, there's a worm in there. That's crazy. It was awful.
Ew.
The whole date. And I was like, ugh. I was like flinching because it was a little tickly too. But I was too scared to say anything.
The Conjuring thing was, you want to hear something awful? You guys are going to think I'm awful. I
Wait.
actually feel bad about it.
It wasn't even The Conjuring. It was The Haunting in
Oh
Connecticut.
my god, you're a liar.
I'm sorry.
So I watched The Conjuring
I
recently.
forgot about my first date.
I watched The Conjuring 2 recently, and it was
Uh-huh.
a date. And the whole time, I had so much energy. I was being so annoying.
Dude.
I would not shut up. Like, to the point where at the end of the movie, I was like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not gonna shut up. Like, things would happen in The Conjuring, right? Like, the girl would, like, look over really fast or do something creepy, and I was just like, what if I did that?
I think that's so funny.
I thought it was so funny. We were watching everything, and I was like, what if I did that right now? What would you do? What would you do if I did that?
Dude, Ludwig and I were driving down Little Tokyo on his birthday,
Yeah.
and I had so much energy because I had just drinking a coffee, and I'm like all over the place, and he's dead silent. He's tired, and I'm like, oh, hey, apartment building. Oh, look, there's a little building. Oh, there's a little house. Oh, hey, little house. Like, talking to myself the whole entire time. The whole time. And I'd be like, do up diddy diddy dum diddy do. And then he like wouldn't do the do. And I was like, are you annoyed with me? He's like, you got a lot of energy. Anyway, I ruined his birthday. Wait, can I have a chicken nugget?
Yeah, but they're not chicken. They're like saucy nuggets.
Oh my
They're like
god,
wings.
saucy nuggets?
They're boneless wings.
But like, is it sauce I like or hate?
You won't like it. I don't think.
Oh my. Oh my, I'm nervous. But sometimes if it looks like a honey chipotle chicken crisper from Chili's, I'm down and it kind of looks like that, so I'm going to try it. And if it doesn't taste like a honey chipotle chicken crisper from Chili's, I'll cry.
She doesn't like
It's spicy and I wasn't expecting that because I was expecting a honey chipotle chicken crisper from Chili's. Oh
She
no!
doesn't like sauce. You have to
It's
eat it
so
out of your mouth.
spicy. I like inhaled the spice. I'll eat it. Oh,
You sound like a really bad actor in a fire in a movie.
I'm doing my actual best.
Okay.
From mic though? Oh.
Stop dropping your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry, my yard pin isn't holding it up after the yard sabotaged us by stealing one of our mics and then giving me a pin to only hold up freaking Ludwig's mic. I'm sorry that we got sabotaged. These aren't very good.
Thank you, Lud.
But
Sorry.
it's cute because Ludwig put toothpicks in them. For
It
us
was
to
really
eat.
cute that he did that. That was really
Also,
sweet.
every whine about it, he does order us food, which
That
is
is
really
true.
cute.
And he makes me matcha every time I come here now. And Lud makes a better matcha than I do, and I make matcha almost every day. It's kind
That's
of
because
embarrassing.
he's half Japanese.
That's just not true at all. That's crazy that you said that.
Wipe hand on couch? Yeah, I do. This is my couch. I paid for it. Maya helped.
We paid for it. No, actually, yeah, Cutie paid for it.
It was because it was way over budget. But
yeah,
I love it.
it was that's a whole other story. Oh shoot, what were we talking about?
I interrupted.
Oh,
Ashley
we were talking
Madison.
about the movie and me talking about
Oh.
it was so funny. I thought it was so funny.
That is funny.
thought
That's
it
a
was-
good way to watch a scary movie. I can't really watch scary movies anymore because I became self-aware of life. I'd watch them in high school because, nothing could hurt me back then.
I love scary movies because I don't know if we talked about it on this podcast, but I've definitely talked about it on my stream. It makes me relaxed.
That's so weird.
Because, well, not relax. Well, I have talked about this on stream. On this podcast, you guys, like, you understand, like, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? And then at the top, it's, like, you need, like, safety and security. And then the bottom is bottom is safety, the top is self-realization. But, like, if I'm scared, I can't be stressed about, like, work.
Oh, that's funny. That's why I like Disneyland.
Because you get scared there?
No, Disneyland is the only place in the world that I have found where my brain goes quiet.
That's weird.
I love it there. So, your scary movies is my Disneyland.
Well, yeah, my scary movie is like if I fear for my safety, then I don't have the capacity or ability to like think of anything else or be stressed or be sad or be anything else besides scared. So then I just sit in the scared and then it's kind of comforting. Which is that unhealthy?
That's weird.
Maybe.
I think we both have some problems.
Yeah. Yes.
Anyway, I've got lots of trauma, but I have a therapist, so
Me too.
I don't think I'm getting better.
I've had the same therapist since my sophomore year.
I think I
of
keep getting
college.
worse.
Well,
But I keep having more traumas, like a drunk friend running away from me in a casino.
right. Sorry.
It's fine. I'll forgive her. I think it's funny because I was driving home today from Vegas, and I thought to myself, I'm going to scope out the competition and listen to some podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
So I listened to a lot of podcasts.
Okay.
I listened to a true crime one. The thing about some true crime podcasts is if you find like historical true crime, it's actually pretty cool because it teaches you about history. Like I learned about this guy who was an immigrant from Germany, and he started a like sausage factory, and then he killed his wife and melted her in like sulfuric acid and stuff. But
That's a real thing?
yeah,
Oh.
his name was like Adolf Luchenberg or something.
Okay.
And then he got really excited because then the newspapers would interview him in prison, and they would bring him cigars because he said, I won't answer your question unless you bring me a cigar. And then he got a lot of cigars. But yeah, so I listened to that one. And it was interesting. I learned a bit. I don't usually like true crime because it stresses me out, but I like history, and it was talking about like the 1800s, and it was pretty interesting. And he got scammed in a way that you can still get scammed today, but it's pretty aggressive because this guy wanted to buy his sausage factory, and he was like, okay, I'm going to buy your sausage factory, take out a bunch of, like, give me the bonds and blah, 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 and write it in paper. And so he's like, okay, and so the bank gave him like a bunch of money because he's selling it or something like that, and so then he gives it to this guy that's going to buy it. The guy goes to New York because he has to go and meet with one of his investors or whatever, and then he disappears and never comes back, and the sausage factory owner guy got scammed. Because back then you could just like go away and never come back and no one could find you. Because you don't have a cell phone and you don't have flights that track you. It's just like you just go. Anyway, so that was an interesting podcast, but what I learned, podcasts are interesting, number one, because they have way better audio than us and better voices.
Oh.
Yeah.
Our voices suck.
Our voices suck for podcasts. I'm sorry if you listen to this.
Yeah.
But it's so weird how cheesy they get. Because I listened to quite a few, and I tried to listen to like different corners of podcasts, and one of them was like, well, the true crime one, they'd have commercials for their other true crime podcasts because they kind of have like this hub of them. And there was one about like dads, like about diabolical dads, they said, was one of their podcasts. Okay. And they go on this rant, and they're like, some dads raise families and others raise hell. And I was like, this is too much for me.
Why don't we talk like that?
I don't know. And also they have way more sponsors, but thank you.
Damn
Manscaped.
it.
Well, and then there was another one, like at the end, it was funny, at the end of the sausage factory one, they ended with in the most cheesy way possible. They were like, so he was served justice on a sesame seed bun.
Oh.
Jesus, no one asked you to talk like that. And then I wanted
You just said a hamster is silent. Can we like
They're talking about Durs. Durs has not been talking.
back up? Can we not?
Well, it's going to be Streisand effect the more you ask them not to.
Okay, continue.
So then I listened to, I was trying to listen to something kind of in our network. So I listened to a Call Her Daddy. And I don't want to be rude. I think it's just not for me. I couldn't get through the first 5 minutes.
Really?
Number one.
I used to listen to Call Her Daddy in college.
She calls everybody Daddy Gang.
Oh.
And she calls herself the founding father. And it is aggressive.
That's kind of funny.
It's really, really aggressive. Like in that 5 minutes I was listening, she probably said Daddy Gang at least 20 plus times.
Whoa.
Like she'd be like, hey, Daddy Gang, it's me, da, 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 like, and just like keep going. And she just kept saying Daddy Gang. And it was too much for me. And then once you get past all of that, her first sentence is about how she knows her audience. I'd like to make that very clear. I am not her audience, is what I learned from this. And I was trying to see, because I imagined Maya and I have a similar audience. I'm sure she is great what she does. I would like to keep that very clear. It's not for me. But within that first 5 minutes, she then talks about how she's going to Europe for the next month, and she just like she didn't pack sweats or something, and she was like really stressed about not packing sweats. And then she goes, anyway, so I took my first class flight from LA to go to the Hamptons, and I was like, this is not relatable. Like this has got to be the least relatable podcast in the world. Who goes to the Hamptons?
I remember in college listening to Call Her Daddy and learning about blowjob techniques.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. Tatiana introduced me to that podcast, my sorority friend.
But yeah, I maybe I caught a bad episode. I'd like to keep that very clear. So I didn't finish that one. And then I listened to a history one, which was very interesting. I listened to the Daily. And then I went back to a true crime one. Because I was like, I want to do a normal true crime one.
I like true crime podcasts.
Because people love true crime. So I was like, I'm going to try a normal true crime, not like a history one like I listened to before. And I just want to see the different ways people produce stuff. Because the history one I listened to before, they had voice actors like act out stories. Like it was really high effort podcast. And then the one I listened to, she would call her audience the Crimies. Like, everyone had nicknames for their audience, and we don't.
I can't, please. I don't want to.
What would you guys like to be called?
No, I don't wanna.
Daddy Gang. Okay, perfect. Good choice.
Chat!
We've done it. Okay. Yeah, well,
The
think
whiners.
about it. We're not ready
The whiny kids, the grapes.
We're not ready to come up with this answer, but I know the Yard calls their chat the Yardigans. Or their viewers, the Yardigans. And so just think about it. This is something to think on. I just, was listening to all these podcasts, and I think the number one thing we are missing is, in fact, a name. I think we just call you Chat, but we've got to come up with a different name.
I like chat.
Hey, Chat. This week on the podcast.
Trauma receptacles.
Therapists, honestly. Hey, therapists. We're back again. Nice to see ya. Ready to unload.
That was funny. We're coming up on 5 hours.
Yeah, but like half of that was technical difficulties.
That's true.
I know we're almost done, but I have like 2 more stories, I think.
You have 2 more things. I have 1 more thing, but I don't think they're related.
No?
I don't know yet. 'Cause I want to talk about the thing.
What thing?
What you called me about the other day.
Oh, okay. Well, that's one of my things.
Okay, great. Then we have 2 more things to talk about.
Okay. Guys, stop looking at my thigh. You guys are really weird. I have really long legs, and my thigh looks like my butt, but it is, in fact, my thigh when I'm wearing something short. And so, stop calling me...
Did that guy at me and say, at Maya the whore?
Good
Is that what he said? I don't have my glasses on. I can't read that. What did he say?
I don't know.
Y'all know what I'm talking about? Huh? Wait. Oh, the whiner. Whoops. Sorry.
Oh, my gosh. So dramatic.
Sorry.
I have a sore throat from yelling all day yesterday.
Tough.
And crying. Sorry. Coughing ASMR. Stop. Ludwig had a Mogul Money live.
Yes.
It was amazing.
Yeah, it was really good.
It was so good. You watched from home?
Yeah, I watched some of it.
Watching in person, it was such a good audience.
Dude, Lud was made for that.
He's way better host than us.
Oh, he kills it up there. He's so good.
We were bad. But also, I would
were
like
bad.
to say, he was catering to people that were fans of him. At the Streamer Awards, we were catering to streamers who are the worst.
That's true.
Like,
That's
he was catering to people who wanted to, like, who like watching him. We were catering to people that I had to beg to come.
Right.
These people Ludwig was catering to bought tickets to see him.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. But it was so good. So Aiden, the Yard had a little meet and greet station, which was cute. But Slime was sick, and Nick was in the show, so he couldn't be there. But Aiden was at the meet and greet station, and I walk out to see Aiden. Longest line in the world.
Really?
Homeboy is the worst meet and greeter in my life.
Because you just talked to him.
I walk over to him to hear what he's talking about. He is asking about their lives. They are having stories. I'm like, and his line has at least 200 people in it. And I'm like, Aiden, this is crazy. You've got to but Aiden's just he's like too good at meet and greets because he's like, actually wants to give these people a unique experience.
Amen, Gaiman, Adam.
Like, multiple people, like FaceTimed their friends with him.
Right.
I was like, oh my God, Aiden. And since I was, like, making fun of Aiden, and I went out there for 2 seconds because I was recording a behind-the-scenes vlog for Ludwig. because nice girlfriend, by the way. So I'm out there recording behind the scenes, and I was making fun of Aiden, and I would go through the line, and I'm like, you guys, you're in line for Aiden, right? Like, funny joke. They'd be like, ah. And I was like, I'm so funny. And then all it takes was one person to say, hey, can I have a picture with you, cutie? And I was like, yeah, no big deal. Take a picture with me. I was like, oh, can I have a picture? Like, they broke the barrier.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, I have a line. And I was like, uh-oh. Like,
meet and greet.
Yes, straight up, uh-oh. Like, I'm not, like, I get a little nervous around people. Like, oh, God. And so, but I only had 5 minutes. I didn't steal Aiden's line. I'd like to make that very clear. Aiden still had a massive line. These are people that had already taken a picture with Aiden, or they just, like, weren't interested. And I had 5 minutes before I had to get backstage again, because I wanted to, like, tell Lud good luck and record some behind-the-scenes content, blah, blah, blah. And so I, like, shout at everyone in line. I said, if you want a selfie, please just pull your phone out. Like, I'm so sorry, I don't have time. I ran down the line and just leaned in.
Oh, my God.
Took 60 photos, which is probably more photos than Aiden got done with his massive line that he spent an hour on because he got to know people.
Efficient.
Yeah, I actually felt really, really bad, but it was, like, the only way I could be efficient. But something that Ludwig talked about on stream, which is the only reason I feel comfortable talking about it, is 2 people, to my knowledge, got arrested that night.
Why?
One person, after the show was over, jumped on stage, went backstage, and tried to charge the green room to get to some of the content creators.
Very cool.
They got tackled by 3 security guards and arrested.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the second one?
And the second one, they were told to leave the auditorium.
Yeah.
And so they're like, leave the auditorium. And they turned back because they wanted to get a picture with someone on the floor. And they tried hopping over the floor, and they wouldn't listen. They were just belligerent, and they got arrested.
Mm.
It's crazy, and it's super scary because the guy who, like, charged the green room, I don't know what his plan was.
Yeah.
Like, he
Right, like what you get in there and you're like, I just want to say hi. Like,
yeah. What was the plan? I feel really bad for this person. I'd like to make this clear, is I know this person is a fan of Ludwig, and so they're probably a fan of me, and they might be in the chat, and if this is you, I am really sorry because I'm going to make you feel bad. This was an issue. So, all the creators are sitting on the first 3 rows, and there was also some viewers sprinkled in because they bought tickets there, and there was just a miscommunication, and so blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the night, we have so the Clean Boys, you guys know the Clean Boy Mansion. It has Blastoise, Anthony, Racy, and Buddha. They live in that house. Ludwig asked if he could throw the after party at their house, and they said yes, which is so incredibly kind of them.
Yeah.
Like, so freaking nice. I don't even, like, we should have, like, rented a place, but, he was a little over on money, so he asks. And Donnie? I have never met Donnie. Who's Donnie? Everyone's saying Donnie. Donnie lives there? I have no clue who Donnie is. Okay, people are laughing. Hassan? Hassan doesn't live there. Okay, I have no time for your inside jokes or to gaslight me. Donnie is Hassan. Okay, well, Hassan doesn't live there, so you guys were, in fact, being cringe. Anyway.
oh, it's RP.
Yeah. And so,
you guys are cringe
yeah.
lords, nerds.
Thank you.
Freaking nerds.
Yeah, big nerds.
Sorry, okay.
And so, oh my God, the pillow assaulted me from behind.
That was so dramatic.
It got me.
Okay.
Anyway, and so we're doing an after party at their house. And what had happened is I had just come from the Offline TV's party the night before, they had a very strict guest list, and it was the most lovely party I've probably ever attended.
I bet it was.
So great.
I bet it was.
It was so nice. There was, like, maybe only, like, 80 people there, and they were all people I knew, so my social anxiety just melted away. And, like, there were people who wanted to talk to me, and that was nice. So I didn't have to like look around and feel stressed. Like people were coming up to me to talk to me, and I was like, this is great.
Wow.
I'm ecstatic. Like this was the best party ever. However, the issue with parties, especially in LA and especially with influencers, is it's so simple to be like, hey, I'm going to this party tonight, and they have a streamer friend that wants to go, and then streamer friend has a friend who wants to go, and it gets crazy. So at one point at the offline TV party, this girl showed up with like 17 plus ones because it was like so and so had a boyfriend that wanted to come and blah blah blah, and so offline TV said no, we invited you, like stop, like, and it's the epitome of LA. And so, yeah, that is more than the one person that was invited. And because of that list, they were able to maintain just like a really great, not over the top party, because we have been to many parties in LA that are just like crazy. And I'm like, I hate it here. Anyway, so I got really nervous with Clean Boys because they're so sweet to let Ludwig throw this after party there. Like, freaking, it's crazy because Ludwig's probably only talked to them like 4 times. Like, beyond generous and kind to let him do that. And so I'm like, I do not want their house to turn in like to anything crazy, you know?
Right.
And so we have like 70 after party wristbands, and that's all that we are, that's all we're going to give out, because then we know only 70 people tops will show up to this house and it will not get crazy. We have security there that will only let people in with wristbands. We're good. And so I get the wristbands from Ludwig's manager, and he has like 15 of them to give to the staff, like Ludwig's staff that can go to the party. And then I am responsible for the rest because I'm sitting out there with all the streamers. But they're on a sheet, so I have to start ripping them. And it's at the end of the show, and I'm trying to go fast because they have to get the wristbands in order to go backstage too. And so I need to get like XQC and all these people backstage, but they have to have the wristband. So I'm sitting there and I'm folding on them. Connor Eats Pants is sitting next to me, and Mr. Beast's manager is sitting next to me on the other side. And so Connor's like, oh, can I help you? I'm like, yeah. So I give Connor some sheets. I give Mr. Beast's manager some sheets, and we're all folding and ripping and folding and ripping and folding and ripping. And all of a sudden, Connor hands me his pile, and he's done so fast. And I'm like, I was like, what the heck? How'd you do this? I was like, wait. And then I look at it. I'm like, Connor, don't you have more? And he's like, oh, yeah, that guy's working on him. Freaking Connor gives the sheet, because some guy sitting behind Connor, like Connor's here, this guy's right over here, like kind of off his shoulder diagonal, said, oh, do you need help? And Connor's like, yeah, you know, like this is going to be more efficient, more hands, whatever. Connor let a viewer have a sheet of wristbands.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, Connor, we need those. Yeah, 5 head for delegating, 4 head for delegating. And so Connor's like, oh, he'll give him back. And I'm like, Connor, he better give him back. And Connor's like, oh, he'll give him back. He seems cool. Anyway, and so then, sure enough, he passes Connor a handful and gives me a handful. And I'm like, okay. And then I count them, and I'm like, we're missing one. And so I'm like, Connor, he still has one. And I make Connor responsible for his interaction because he's the one that passed the sheet over, you know? And so, and I see him back there with his one wristband, and he's holding on to it. And I'm like, oh no. You know, and I don't know what Connor said to him. I'm sure he was just like, hey, can I have that? And he gets the wristband back from him, but now I'm just like, oh my God. Oh, that was so awkward,
that's
you
so
know?
Awkward.
And so the show ends. I'm immediately trying to pass him off. I'm like, here, X and Adept, here, soda, like, blah, 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 here's your thing. I'm like, here, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I'm hurrying, giving them all out. And I have to give them to, like, Ludwig's friends, too. And then unexpectedly, like, Ludwig's friends had extra friends. And so it was like, I was, like, at this weird standstill, like, and, like, even, like, Atrioc. Atrioc had, like, Ari's friends that were with them. And so I was, like, in this weird standstill where I was like, oh, shit. Hassan doesn't even have a wristband. Do I let in someone that like Ludwig doesn't even know? Mm-hmm. Like I'm not built for this. Like genuinely, I'm not built for this. And so I would be like, oh, I'm stressed because we don't have like any wristbands, and we don't want we don't want a ton of people here, and I'm scared. But I inevitably just like gave him a wristband because I was like,
keep Hassan
stressed.
Out. Keep Hassan out.
And so I'm down to like my 2 wristbands. I have like 2 wristbands. I'm heading back to the backstage because everyone else has gone to the backstage. And sure enough, that viewer that helped Connor comes up to me. He's like, hey, cutie, can I have one of those wristbands? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, no, I have to, like, they're just for friends. And he was like, well, Connor gave me one before and he, like, took it back. And I was like, I know, I'm really sorry. That was a mistake. Like, he shouldn't have done that. I think he was just trying to get it done quicker. Like, I'm so sorry. And he was like, well, the Botez sisters promised they'd take a selfie with me and I saw them go back there. So I need to go back there. Turns out earlier when the Botez sisters went back there, one of the staff members took them back to the backstage to get, like, there was a bar back there to get a drink with, like, a group of people. So it was like Botez's and, like, some other influencers. And so they'd have to get escorted back. He snuck into the group, went backstage and took a shot with everybody.
Whoa.
Yeah, and, like, nobody noticed this. And so he, like, described to me, he's like, oh yeah, we just have to go back into the left. Like, I was in there earlier and I was like, okay, well, number one, you shouldn't have done that.
Right.
Like,
Damn.
what the heck? Like, oh my God, this is so awkward. And I was like, I'm really sorry. He's like, I just need that wristband to get back there to take a picture. And I was like, I am not giving you this wristband.
Yeah.
Like, I'm really sorry. That's not happening. Like, and he was like, oh, okay. He disappears and I look at my security and I was like, I need to go backstage. We start walking backstage pretty quickly. He runs back up to me and he's like, wait, can I have a selfie with you? Yeah, sure. Like, okay. And so then he took a selfie with me and then he left and it was just, like, really invasive.
Yeah.
I know it's a really, okay, so this is the thing that I think about sometimes is I think about, like, you know, I was a big fan of Orlando Bloom or, like, I love Taylor Swift, right? Like, if I could hang out with Taylor Swift, that'd be so cool. If I could get a picture with Taylor Swift, that'd be so cool. But I would never do something to make her uncomfortable. Like, if I saw her walking down the street, I'd never be like, oh, can I hang out with you? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't get why people do that. I do think it's because this weird parasocial barrier where you, like, watch people and so you, like, you know all about them, so they're your friends. But, like, just don't, you guys. Don't be invasive. Don't do that. It's weird.
Yeah.
Boundaries, everybody. Boundaries. Perfect example. Did you see Hassan's stream when that girl asked for a kiss?
No.
Yeah. He's doing an IRL stream at the Anime Expo. He's walking through. This girl comes up and she says, hey, Hassan, can I kiss you? And Hassan goes, no. And she's like, I asked my boyfriend, he said I could kiss you. And he's like, I don't care. No. And
That's
this other
funny.
person goes, can my boyfriend kiss you? And he's like, no kisses. Like, what the hell is going on?
That's crazy.
It was the craziest thing ever.
I did not see that. That's funny.
So uncomfortable. Like, it was so bad. Well, and then the crazy thing is that same day, and I actually feel bad because this person has apologized, and I have figured all the tracing out and why this happened, but then this girl went up to Ludwig and she was like, hey, my name's Andrea, and I'm friends with Cutie. And, like, you should follow me on Twitter. Here's my business card, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, we watched the clip on stream, and I was like, I don't know who that is.
Oof.
I do not know this person that just said
Man,
I
I
was
had
their
something
friend.
like that recently, too.
It was so uncomfortable. And the issue for me, guys, is that it wasn't Andrea Botez. Sorry, I should have used a different name.
I don't know why you
Angie.
used that name.
Sorry, Angie. My name's Angie, and I'm friends with Cutie, and blah, blah, blah. And so I'm on stream, and I'm like, I've never seen this person in my life. So then I go on my Twitter, and I type in, guys, I know the actual name. I'm choosing not to use the actual name. Shut the fuck up. I go into Twitter,
Andrea.
and I type in Angie, and all of a sudden this person comes up. And I'm like, oh, my God, I followed this person because they posted, like, a cool thing that was going for sale, and I wanted to follow them because I wanted to see when it went for sale. And, and I didn't realize, like, the issue is that, unfortunately, I have a lot of people that use me to get to Ludwig regularly,
Oh,
all the time.
I know how that goes.
Yeah, they try to be my friend, and they're really just trying to get to Ludwig,
Right.
and it sucks.
Yeah.
And it's super bad.
Mm-hmm.
And so when someone who I do not know, I've never talked to, goes up to my boyfriend and says, I'm friends with your girlfriend, it just comes up and then says, do you want to collab? It feels really bad. Like, feels really bad. And since I followed her on Twitter, like, she thought we were friends, it
Right.
felt weird. Turns out I see Connor, voice actor, didn't say friends. Yes, she did. You can go find the video. She straight up said, I am friends with Cutie Cinderella. We analyzed this clip on stream multiple times. Get over yourself. You are wrong. Turns out, Connor Dog voice actor comes to Ludwig's birthday party, and he comes up to me and he says, hey, I am so sorry about my friend. And I said, what? And he was like, Angie, my friend, introduced herself to Ludwig and said, hi, I'm Cutie Cinderella's friend, Angie or whatever. And I was like, Connor, why didn't she just say she was your friend? And he was like, I don't know. Connor straight up said, he was like, I don't know. She feels awful about it. She like, she should have just said mutual on Twitter. Like, or me and Cutie follow each other on Twitter. Like, that would have been normal. Or mutual on Twitter. Or whatever. But the word friend was just, like, so invasive in the context that I get used a lot for being Ludwig's girlfriend. And yeah. And so, I don't know. I 1000% trust Connor's judgment on anything. He's like such a great guy. So I felt bad for being so like judgmental of her actions, because I really was. I was like, oh my god, that's cringe. That makes me really uncomfortable. That sucks. And so I feel really bad about that. But yeah, all she needed to say was, I'm Connor's friend, because she was standing right next to Connor when it happened. I don't know why she went with the Cutie Cinderella route. But yeah. She's Connor's friend, and I feel bad that I, like, was uncomfortable by that. But again, I was only uncomfortable by that because, whatever. Because it happens to me a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Just because I leaned back doesn't mean that I want to... God, I wish we could say that on stream.
No, I know.
Is it really not allowed?
No.
Ugh. I'm fine.
Audio listeners, all Maya did was lean back, and then the chat
And then everyone was like, Maya hates it here. Maya wants to go to bed. Maya's having a terrible time. Maya's so bored. Maya hates Cutie Cinderella.
Yeah.
Relax. It's fine.
Good announcement, then. Good time to tell you guys. We are going to start recording podcasts not on stream.
Well, okay, we need to talk about it. We've had one conversation about this. I feel very conflicted, because here's the thing about Wine About It is, like, it's so fun live and it is a good stream.
But there are also hiccups like that.
Yeah. But we had one sponsor today, but we have made no money really off of the podcast beyond that. And I've been flying out every month for a while. And honestly, like, from a business perspective, from a financial perspective, it's not really worth for a stream that usually, like, we got the raid today, right? But normally it's sitting around, what, like 13, 14?
Yeah.
And I can get that at home, like, on my own if I'm doing something great, you know? It's just, like, it's not worth the once a month travel and, like, the flying to do it.
Yeah,
so we're trying to figure
money
out...
off of it. We're not
making any money. So we're trying to figure out how to restructure and how to, like, relaunch Wine About It. And the idea that Lud brought to us was not doing it live.
So if you look at Trash Taste or Chuckle Sandwich, they'll record 8 episodes at a time, which is crazy, which we will not do because we won't.
We're not talking about Patreon. We're talking about YouTube.
We're talking about YouTube right now. Patreon is still in the back of our minds, but we gotta figure out our episodes before we can think about our extras. We can't think about bonuses right now.
We're talking about launching a YouTube channel and, like, branding the podcast and making, like, a launch trailer and, like, relaunching it, recording all of our episodes and having them on YouTube. And then also doing a guest once a month while I'm in LA, putting that on YouTube. And then whenever I come to LA, we're still both going to do, like,
someone
big
in
streams.
chat said y'all need more money. Yeah, that's the point of working.
Not sure.
You work to make money, and this is a job at the end of the day.
There's a lot of streams that are like, I'll do plenty of streams in Texas. It's like, it's nothing crazy, but it's like, oh, it's very fun. It is a big commitment, and it's a big part of my life right now to fly to LA once a month. Like, it's a lot, and it's not just the money. It's not like the money's a big problem, but it is a lot for me.
But we want this podcast to be good. Like, we want to grow it.
Yeah.
You know, we want it to grow us too as creators, and we want to make money off of it.
Well, and the reason that we've realized that it's, number one, it's on my YouTube channel, and our backlog doesn't get significant amount of views compared to, recently I've been looking at the yards numbers, and I compare myself to them a lot because I watch their success, and so it's like direct numbers I can see. And all of their backlogs recently went up 100,000 views. Our backlogs don't do that because they are hard to
They're
find.
really hard. It's just buried in Cutie's YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's buried because it's on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So
Like, you have to type in whine about it.
someone said that's an unfair comparison, but it's absolutely not an unfair comparison. It's a successful podcast, and we want to be a successful podcast. So what can we do to be more like them?
Mm-hmm.
We like the live aspect. I think it's fun to have the live aspect. However, the idea is I have made a new YouTube channel. It's under Whine About It. Make sure you go to the official one if you're looking for it, because it'll have featured channels, and it'll have mine and Maya's, which on the YouTube channel, Whine About It, we will upload all of our backlogs. Currently, I only uploaded episode 1, but I will have my assistant get all the other ones uploaded this week. And our goal over this next month is to get that one over, that podcast over, that channel over 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. That way we can monetize it by our next episode. That's the goal, is to get that channel, that YouTube channel episode, or that YouTube channel monetized by our next episode. And a lot of you being like, oh, 17K is a lot of views live. Yes, but on YouTube we get 300K. So it's more important to have more YouTube videos than more streams, because the YouTube videos make more money for the Whine About It company as a whole than the, if you think viewers alone, YouTube fills up a stadium, you guys fill up a stadium, but a smaller stadium. You know what I'm saying? You get it?
Yeah. So why can't it be live, though? I'm lost. One of the things that Lud was saying about Whine About It as a podcast is when you do it live, it kills it when it's done live. you know, it like kills the hype of it when you do it live, and then a bunch of people have seen it. It like,
we also we can't even the fact that because when we enlist the VODs on Maya's channel, we get way more views on the YouTube.
Right.
But even then,
people get so mad about it.
They get so mad. When if we didn't do it live and we just recorded it, you'd have nothing to get mad about. You'd get a happier product.
In that same vein, though, people get really mad because they're like, I just want to watch the VOD, and I just want to see chat with the VOD, and I want to see it uncensored. Like, they want the VOD, they want it on Twitch because it's fun to watch on Twitch or whatever. Like,
plus,
I totally get that.
They remember the part that they clicked in, and they want to go back to that part.
I totally get that, and like from a viewing perspective, yes, I agree, and it's so fun to do live, and it's not gonna feel the same. And I'm genuinely like, this is why I was like, well, we're talking about it. Because I'm really concerned about recording this podcast without being live or like without a chat. Mm-hmm. It's a very different vibe, and it's gonna feel really weird. And I like it way more live. I think it's a really fun stream.
It's easier for us.
Fun
live.
to do. I know people love it. I know people love watching it live. It's like it's chill. It's a good stream, but it's not enough for me to keep flying here once a month to do it. Like, we want to grow, like, and we want to make money off of it.
People also say, the people that are just spamming a Patreon, that is bonus. We're not there yet. We don't have a good foundation yet. There's no way that we're going to be like, hey, give us extra money for bonus content when we haven't even figured out our baseline content. That's not fair.
And then some people are like, oh, you get subs while you're live. Yeah, but it's, I mean, there's a massive disparity between how much I make on a single live stream that's like 4 hours, and if we grow really big on YouTube.
Also, the interesting thing is we did try. So we tried taking, it was actually 2 of our worst viewed podcasts. We took one episode that we did live, we cut it in half, and we posted one as episode 2 and episode 3 or whatever. And the comments were livid. It did awful in views. It just didn't work that way because the flow, it doesn't work that way.
They were pissed.
So essentially, the idea would be, this is the idea. Hear me out, chat. Before you guys are freaking out. What's crazy is, okay. the idea would be Maya comes in town on a Saturday. We do our catch up together. We record an hour and a half together. We catch up, blah, blah, blah. Because that part, we don't even need chat.
Yeah.
We realistically, if the whole...
Also note, I still can't read y'all. I haven't been
That's
able to
true.
read all this whole podcast.
That whole Las Vegas story, we didn't need chat.
Yeah.
And that was about an hour, and then we talk about something else, and that's one episode. That's a normal podcast length. Even an hour is a normal podcast length.
Yeah.
It really is. That's one episode. That ends. Doop, doop. And then Maya and I go live, and we do another hour and a half with you guys. Okay? That's a second episode that we have in our bank, because we're trying to last a month. The next day, off stream, we have a guest come over. We record it. Blah, 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 blah. Durs, how are you doing?
Another video.
He's like, I love it. I'm the cutest cat in the world. And then that video that's added to our bank too.
And then it's once a week until I come back to Texas and we do it all again. So there's
Yeah.
posts once a week. And the other thing about this entire idea, also, I just want to reiterate, like, neither of us like this idea. Like, neither of us are like, oh, this will be more fun.
No.
Like, oh, this will be
No.
better. We love having it live.
Yeah.
We know that people love having it live, and it is sad, and like, but it really is just about like what makes it worth it for us, and like
It needs to
our
grow.
goal is to
It
grow.
actually needs
and
to
we
grow.
would love to grow to the point too on another platform where we get more viewers to Twitch.
Yeah, the
on
perfect
Twitch.
example is Connor, voice dog actor, talking to him about his podcast. The Trash Taste podcast is huge. And I was like, how did that get huge? And he was like, you know, people just really liked it, blah, blah, blah. But that gets more views. His podcast gets more views than like his own YouTube videos sometimes. And that, he said at least, that it took his viewership from like 4,000 to 10,000.
Right.
Which even Nick, my roommate, who is not a streamer, goes live. He used to be at 0. Now he's at 800 viewers when he goes live.
Right.
So the whole idea is YouTube needs to feed our viewership. Like, we want to grow. We
wanna
genuinely
grow.
want to grow. And it makes more sense if we aren't pandering to chat, because we are pigeonholing ourselves by being a podcast that replies to a live chat, because you can't listen to this when you don't see the chat. You're like, wait, what was that person doing? What did Prezzo say?
I've seen the VODs on YouTube. It is to watch it without a chat.
Yeah.
Like, and people complain about that too, but we can't have it on there. It's just like, it's not, it's a podcast that's
Chat
catered
was
to
one
a
of the
live
reasons
stream.
that we got demonetized, because it's easier for us.
This is your fault.
Well, because we can mute us saying dick, like dick
Right.
isn't even a bad word, but we can mute us swearing. We can't mute you guys swearing unless we went through and put a filter for every type of, word you could write.
Yeah.
And so that's why we couldn't have you guys on screen.
All of this being said, if it doesn't work, which again, we still need to talk about
Yeah,
it.
well, we're
like,
figuring
we,
it
we
out.
haven't like dead set, like
Yeah.
this is what we're doing, like this is just our idea.
We're
right?
testing things out. We're feeling waters.
Right. But if this is not something that works, if we're like, we're not going to grow out here, like this channel is dead.
People in chat said emo only. Then there's no point in having
Right,
you guys.
there's no point in having
That's
chat.
the whole thing.
If this doesn't work, if it's like this is super unnatural, this is not the podcast, this isn't helping us grow, this is bad.
Yeah, we'll
for
go back
us,
to this.
We'll come back to Twitch, and it's not like the podcast is gonna be dead. It's not like people are gonna be like, "What's whine about it?" Like everybody's still gonna know what whine about it is, and we come back. But I think it's worth a shot.
Yeah.
I think it's worth a shot because I would love for it to be. It's a good podcast. It's a fun podcast. I think that there's a lot of audiences that it could reach.
We've done this for 9 months now.
What?
And whine about it.
What?
9 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Which is almost a year. And we haven't
We've
benefited.
gotten one sponsor.
Yeah.
And have lost thousands.
Yeah. We
Like,
haven't.
Oh my god, so
benefited from
many
it.
thousands.
Yeah.
If you include the studio.
And it's because we're doing it
On
wrong.
Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, we're doing it incorrectly. So we want to figure out how to do it correctly, uniquely for us.
Yeah. That is great. 9 months. Oh my god.
Yeah. And so it's just like, we gotta figure it out. So please make sure, I saw Maya's mods spamming it. Please make sure to sub to the correct YouTube channel. Everything will get over there eventually. And the goal is to get that at 4,000 watch hours so we can monetize it before the next episode. Because that next episode will not be posted. So August episode will not be posted on my YouTube. It'll be on the new channel. So if you want to be a part of that, if you want to be in the first 1,000 subs, get over there freaking now. Please, I beg of you. We need your support. We really do. We want this to be successful. Really. Like so badly. It's actually insane.
We have a lot. Thank you, Danny. We have a lot to iron out.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about it much more. I'll talk about it on my stream. Cutie will talk about it on her stream. Like we
the issue is we're slow processors with any change, so it's like, because even like Ludwig told me this idea and it took me 3 days to tell it to Maya.
Right.
Because when Ludwig told me this idea, I was like, no, that'll never work. And then I was like, shit, I think he's right. Because like I said, I went and looked at the Yard's numbers. All of their old podcasts have gone up with 100,000 views because people want to go back and check this story or they want to hear this, and ours don't have that burn because
they would premiere on YouTube.
Yeah, they'd premiere on YouTube. Yeah. Wait, are we already at 1,000 subs?
Yay! We're famous.
Oh, I was 700? No way. Actually?
We're famous.
Yay!
We're famous. Thank you, Space.
Thank you, Space.
Anyway, we have a bunch to iron out. We're just gonna give it a shot.
We'll figure it
and
out.
See.
Just sub to that for now. I will be really sad if, we've got a month to grow that channel before we really jump into it, maybe.
But also note that what this does mean, though, for Wine About It is more content, and we will still be live here once a month.
Yes.
Like, we'll still be live in the studio once a month, but it won't be the 4 or 5 hour Wine About It where we sit here and talk. It'll be probably like a Q&A type thing, or we'll just like, we'll be live talking to chat. So you'll still see these streams once a month. And then we're also going to do IRLs.
Yeah, I want to make it as worth Maya's time as possible.
Right.
So normally you see a 4-hour stream on Maya's at least. And so we want to figure out how to, if we do an hour and a half of this stream on Maya's, we're still going to do like an IRL the next day on Maya's. So then she can get that extra 2 or 3 hours worth of, what she's used to in a higher viewership. Because when we're together, we just get more views because
we're famous.
People love us together. We're fun.
We're famous.
So yeah. What do you guys think? They love it.
It's exactly what I expected.
Yeah.
It's exactly what our initial reactions were too.
Yeah.
Like when Lud told you, when you told me, we were both like, ugh, no. Like it's a podcast.
It's weird because there's a few people that get it.
I was like, it's got to be on Twitch.
Yeah, it's very mixed.
I hate it. Yeah, it's a sad concept. It is, because this podcast is so fun, and if you're here for these podcasts, it's it's really fun. Live.
I hope you all fail. Insane.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
But it's not from an emotional perspective or like that part sucks.
We really want to grow.
Business and a financial persptive.
Obviously,
what feels like makes the most sense.
Emotionally and mentally, we want to do what we've been doing.
It's poopy. I literally went upstairs when I was live in the intro. I went to the kitchen. I was with Cutie and Lud, and I was like, "This is really sad." I was like, "I know we're gonna talk about it today." But there were people that were like there in the offline that weren't my offliners that were like, I'm so excited, like Wine About It's live, like I love Wine About It live, and I was like, that sucks.
There will still be part of them though. You'll still get some of it.
But I was like sad about it in the intro today. But so we need to talk about it more. But that's the idea. I am like running on empty right now. I'm so tired.
Okie dokie.
I mean that's the last thing we were gonna talk about, yeah?
Yes. Smile.
Yes, smile.
I think so.
I am going to run the credit. Oh my gosh, should we see if this works?
Yay, we have to thank some subs.
Wait, guys, I've never used this.
We gotta thank some subs because we're still live on Twitch, and this is part of your shout out for subbing on Twitch. Oh, Maya forgot to do it. They can't see it because the background's black, Maya. You have to keep the camera on.
Pardon?
Because it's see-through. It's a clear thing, and you have no camera on, so now you can't see it because it's black.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Yay!
Thank you for watching.
Wow. Sorry, Space. I don't know what's transparent.
You're supposed to be saying all their names.
I can't.
That was the whole benefit.
I can't.
Look at all these subs that sub today. Look at you guys. Thank you. Thank you for subbing to Maya's channel.
Yay.
We did it.
Wine About It.
Britta B, I see you.
Hooray.
Random Z, thank you.
Negativity. Corno, Bihar.
Whoa, this is a long line.
Director. Joke, CSGO.
This is cool.
Turbo. Shout out to Space. He built this in like 3 days. Because I suck.
Space is amazing.
Space is amazing.
Thank you guys for your subs. We got a lot of feedback on the last podcast that people were annoyed how often we would stop and thank subs.
Yeah, they're like, this is an audio podcast. You're not supposed to thank.
Yeah, so that's why we're doing our best in juggling a live podcast and a normal podcast. So that's why we have all this. So thank you guys. Thank you for all the subs. That's so many subs. That's actually so many subs. Holy moly. Stop grabbing them. That's so many subs, Maya. You're so rich.
I'm rich. There are a lot of gifties.
Guys,
in there.
it's not the last live episode. We literally talked about we're going to figure out, we want to figure out how to do a live episode each month anyway. You guys are being so dramatic. I'd like to keep that very clear.
Well, I mean, if we do what we were talking about, it'll be the last like full 4 or 5 hour.
Full 5 hour, yeah.
We will go live next month. Same thing.
Yeah,
second
but it'll
Sunday.
be high. It'll be high. What's that?
high octane.
High octane.
High octane, shorter.
Wouldn't you rather have high octane?
Yeah. Be pretty sick.
Yeah.
We just have to figure out how to split up what we're going to talk about for the recording. What we're
I don't know how to do that, but
For Wine About Did.
we'll figure that out in a month.
So all it is, okay, we talked about it in a really dramatic way. We're like, oh, it's so sad, whatever. I think what we're
It's not a big
saying
deal.
right now is like, Wine About It's just going to be shorter.
That's literally what we're saying.
Wine About It's just going to be shorter, and then
Yeah.
we're going to do an extra episode that goes on YouTube, and we're going to do a guest episode that's going to go on YouTube.
Potentially 2 guest episodes if they go well,
Right.
because then we'll have all 4 weeks in a month.
This is terrible. Thank you for the subs.
Thank you for the
Thank
subs.
you for making the credits.
That was cool. That was cool. Your guys' name was on the screen. You're famous.
Pretty sweet. You're
That was
famous.
a lot of subs.
My day is ruined. Anyway, so Cutie and I got a photo shoot tomorrow. Cutie and I do a photo shoot once a month for Wine About It.
We're trying to grow our socials. We're trying to
grow
take over
our
the world.
Socials, we're taking over the world. Go follow Wine About It on Twitter and Instagram if you would. Would really appreciate that. We post those photos on there.
It is Wine About It 69 on Twitter and Wine About It 420 on Instagram. Who tweeted the smiling thing? That is our new social media manager. He's doing great.
He sucks.
All right. Well, he's doing his best.
It's not enough.
And big shout out to Manscaped. Again, guys, if you buy anything on Manscaped, please use code WineAboutIt.
Wine About It. All right. It's 20% off. You get free shipping with that code too. Okay. Anything else?
That's it.